Hello, how's everyone doing today? My name is Yvonne McNair. I am the CEO for Captivate Marketing Group, and I am so excited about the Power Broker Summit. If you don't know who I am or don't know who Captivate Marketing or anything about Captivate Marketing Group, we are an event production firm, and we produce some of the top events that you can think of, things like Essence Festival, BET, Add Color, I want to add to the list. We worked with some of the top brands, top entertainers to create some really historic moments, and the Power Summit will be no different. When COVID first hit, as a live events producer, everything kind of fell apart for me, and I started doing my Facebook show. It's called The Show About Nothing and Everything. And I did over 100 shows. And during that time frame, I interviewed some of my closest friends, and the feedback was that I knew a lot of people that, people didn't know that they were doing these things. People who, like me, were behind the scenes. And that's what made me want to do the Power Broker Summit, to shine a light on people who are behind the scenes making incredible power moves that everyone should know about. And so I'm so excited about the 20 power brokers that we have that you'll hear from today, and excited about the moderators that we have pulled together. I have pulled together some of the top moderators to lead these conversations. So I want to thank Michelle Thornton-G, Tiffany R. Warren, Emil Wilbekin, Keith Klinkskills, Lynn Richardson, and my good friend Deanna Hamilton, who's going to start the day out for us with the Wealth Builder conversation. So I want you to make sure you're tuned in. If you're looking at it on YouTube, you can join in the comments. If you're on Facebook, you can join in the comments. The panelists will see the comments, so definitely engage. If you're on social media, please use the hashtag PowerBroker2020. And as we're talking to these power brokers today, make sure you follow them. Make sure you get more information on them. So I'm so happy to turn it over to my dear friend, as I mentioned, Deanna Hamilton. She is someone who I trust. When I need advice, I go to her and I trust her advice. It's always going to be honest. It's always going to be real, which is one of the reasons that I love her so. She's an amazing woman, and she is going to start out the conversation. So at this point, I am going to go ahead and bring in my friend, Deanna Hamilton. Hey, Deanna, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Yvonne, and thank you so much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. We are in for an exciting conversation this afternoon around wealth building strategies. I am really excited to have the panelists that we have, to have an engaging and inspiring conversation on how we build wealth and legacy within the Black community specifically. I'm Deanna Hamilton. I am the Executive Director of the Georgia Legislative Caucus, where I oversee the operational excellence and policy design for one of the largest caucuses of legislators in the country. We work tirelessly to ensure viability and sustainability for the Black experience within the state of Georgia. I'm a former corporate executive, 23 years, that turned into a serial entrepreneur whose portfolio includes beauty and health products, as well as a management consulting company and commercial real estate. I'm looking forward to an impactful and inspiring discussion. So let's get started with our panelists. Our first panelist is Nicole Stallworth. Nicole has over 15 years of experience practicing as a business-centric transactional attorney in New York City. She began her career with Hawkins, Delafield, and Wood, where she spent 10 years practicing as a tax-exempt bond finance attorney, representing state and local government entities, nonprofit organizations, and financial institutions on a wide range of debt finance transactions. That included economic development, infrastructure, real estate, manufacturing, public power, and private and public partnerships projects nationally. After her tenure at HDW, Nicole transitioned into an in-house counsel with legal roles with Battery Park City Authority, New York University, and she currently serves as the Soros Economic Development Fund, the impact investing arm of Open Society Foundation's George Soros Philanthropic Network. Welcome, Nicole.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Deanna. I'm excited to be here. Thank you, and look forward to this.
Awesome. Our next panelist is Rick Wade. Rick is currently the Senior Vice President of Strategic Alliances and Outreach for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, where he develops and implements programs and initiatives to help the Chamber create new business relationships and partnerships across diverse audiences. For his storied career, He had one in government with the Office of the Secretary of Commerce and a senior advisor to the 2008 Obama for America campaign. I met Rick for the first time when you were with the Secretary of Commerce. Rick is well poised to add tremendous value in our discussion today. Welcome, Rick. And our final panelist is Talia Young. Talia is the principal and CEO of 725 Standard, a social impact and event design firm, which offers a creative space to develop strategies and experience that benefit communities of color. Talia is also a principal member of a real estate investment firm that has a portfolio of urban and suburban multifamily and commercial properties expanding across New Jersey. This year, Talia is set to launch Black Aquifer Fund, a holistic economic development fund, which invests in commercial real estate and Black business operators that make up the community's commerce. Welcome, Talia.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys for joining us for this very important discussion. Now that I am in politics, who would have thought? Sometimes I have to ask myself, how did I get here? But here we are. One of the pillars and legislative priorities across the country is economic development. And given what we've seen in the marketplace with suppression and oppression, it is a really necessary conversation. So I want to start first by understanding how you got here. So tell me a little bit about your career and what it's centered around as it relates to economic development and how you began on this career trajectory. And let's first start with Nicole. Let's start with you, Nicole.
Sure.
Awesome.
So as you described in the my bio, I started my career as a public finance attorney where I was representing governmental clients across the country. What I did was help them to finance projects that would encourage various forms of economic development, including manufacturing, real estate, construction, and a variety of other projects. With the goal of these projects being to create jobs, to increase tax revenue, both of which are useful ways to promote economic growth in a community. So I would say I started with my 10 years at my law firm.
Awesome. And Rick, can you join in the conversation and share from your experience with the Secretary of Commerce and the work you're doing now and how you got on this trajectory with economic development?
Yeah, and let me just say as background, I think my inspiration, and this is work I've done from the perspective of government, business, as an entrepreneur, growing up in what was segregated South Carolina, and remembering very well legal segregation and recognizing that Black families were poorer than white families. And it's been sort of a calling of mine to engage in expanding economic opportunity my entire career. More recently, as you've referenced, having been a senior advisor to President Obama, interim head of the Department of Commerce, and ultimately senior advisor and chief of staff to the Secretary of Commerce, has actually helped to strengthen my commitment and resolve and figuring out how we can advance economic inclusion, build a more inclusive economy, and particularly even thinking about the global aspects of building economy and wealth. So I look forward to this dialogue, and now being senior vice president of the largest business organization in the world, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, we're leading in a number of ways to help address racial equity and expand more equality of opportunity.
Awesome. Yeah, I know we will have a story conversation around this, given where we are. And Talia, can you add to this conversation about your trajectory? And then I'm going to circle back with Rick, because now, as you can imagine, my mind is going around economic development and the equity of it for Blacks in this country. So Talia, can you tell us how you began this career trajectory?
Yes, actually it started with policy. It's very funny that both of these, my panelist partners, are in policy. I used to be the senior project specialist for Senator R. Lautenberg. And at that point, I was actually the only African-American person that was dealing with any policy for over 6 years in that office. So it was really important for me to understand all the policy issues that were affecting African-American, Black, and Brown communities. I handled economic development, social inclusion, education. This was also during the time of the recession, which is a very similar economic situation that Black people are going to face again in the present moment. But at that area of time, I realized that the biggest issue was the access to capital, access to finance. So I chose to switch from policy into finance. And I worked for City National Bank. And at that time, City National Bank was the only African-American owned and operated financial institution in the state of New Jersey, with branches also in Harlem. There I understood the complexities and the access to capital and the disenfranchisement and the targeting marketing that Black people and brown people in urban communities have, and which restricts them from real strong wealth building. And that's when I decided this is where I was going to go. And then that has now turned into an entrepreneurship role and having my own brokerage, real estate firm, and soon to launch this new fund.
Awesome, awesome. So one of the things that I often try, and forgive me, because while we have questions, I am going to really lean on where we go with the conversation. But one of the things I try to get many people to understand is that government and policy drive everything that we do. And oftentimes African Americans or Blacks, because I'm not a fan of African Americans, we are Black, don't really understand why that's important and how it impacts their day-to-day lives. Whether it's on, we often lean on the federal level, but it also impacts you on the state level as well and the local level. So Rick, I'm going to ask you, we talk about economic development and building generational wealth and legacy building. How do you, or can you explain how government entities really play into the viability and the sustainability of that, for not just for all people, but for Blacks in particular? I want us to really understand why voting matters and the power of that, and not just in the federal office, but the state and local as well, and how it impacts everything that we do.
Yeah, I mean, policies are front and center. I mean, you have to think back, I mean, to policies like the Land Act of 1785, in which Congress translated wealth to white Americans in very favorable terms. And we know these stories. And the 1866 Homestead Act, and take that even forward to redlining. I mean, so much of where we are today is rooted in policy. And we have to vote. And, I have this sermon on the Mount now. It's not just about voting. It's not just about protest, but we got to change protest and voting to accountability and policy. And there's so many components to this that this equality of opportunity initiative that we launched at the Chamber is 80% policy driven. For the first time in America, where business and industry are coming together to address policies, not just at the federal level, but at the state and local level, to address and close the gaps around.
It looks like Rick has frozen on us. So I'm going to move the conversation forward, and we
economic education.
Okay. Talia, if you can, when you were working in the policy arena, were there some legislation that you guys put in place that was specific to economic development for the Black community?
Well,
or addressing some of the pitfalls of that?
Well, I would say I would want to focus specifically on finance. During that time, there was the Great Recession, and the markets was crazy. People, Black families and communities were losing their homes. Middle-class families were struggling. And, as we know, when we talk about redlining, Black communities, that was their access to wealth, was real estate. And when that was stripped from them, and then parallel that with job opportunities and then the access to credit, that really has still created this gap in our families and our communities right now. So I think when we talk about policy and then we talk about the election right now, it's encouraging that we have representation there. We're talking about specific economic policies that will change the trajectory. But I think the biggest issue is still the access to capital, understanding how do you get access to capital and really trusting in the institutions that provide it. When we talk about, the large corporate conglomerates, the top financial institutions, how they also target our communities for high interest rates. Our values of our homes are lower when they're assessed, when we're selling it. So all of those little small policy things that these financial institutions, do business by hurts our community. So when we look at financial institutions such as Black CDFIs, which are community development financial institutions that are located in our communities, we also have to make sure we know them, that we support them. Unfortunately, during the recession, there were 52 African-American owned institutions that went down to 21. And I believe the number right now is at 19 due to closures, oversight, and just lack of their capital standing. But what's important about supporting these institutions is that they'll understand their criteria of access to credit and their deposit accounts are structured for wealth building. And we have to look at those institutions, support those institutions, diversify your assets into those institutions to help our community grow. And I think when we talk about policy, is the policy right now supporting the institutions? Are we holding these large corporate financial institutions accountable for the right financial products for our community? You can't talk about capital investments if you're not talking about how we can structure finance that supports small businesses, right? Small businesses lean on their personal credit to build their business, right? So then you have the policies for the credit lines that you have to lean on their personal credit. Of course, the personal credit is going to be, tattered and low numbers. They're not going to have that access to capital. So, they're always stunt on their growth for as a small business. So I think it's a holistic understanding of who you're serving, how are they serving, and who are they representing inside the institutions.
I wholly agree. I am in the middle of drafting policy now to amend the existing Civil Rights Act in the state of Georgia that speaks to suppression and oppression of Blacks and people of color across all platforms, finance, education, ensuring we holding our banking institutions accountable for their behaviors. So I am hoping that we can pass this during General Assembly in January, and that other states will take heed to the bill and the law. So I want to switch gears here to generational wealth, which is a factor of or byproduct of economic development. And I had a conversation with Ashley Bell, who was over the Southeast region of the SBA. And I learned in the CARES Act that $130 billion was not utilized for small businesses under the SBA. And he reached out to us to ensure that we really lobby our congressional leaders to ensure that money did get put back in the till and used elsewhere. The problem was most Black businesses did not have the proper infrastructure. And to hear the number almost made me sick to my stomach. $130 billion placed into the Black community with Black entrepreneurs could change the lives of the community as a whole. So when you talk about the journey that you've been on and you quickly learn the viability of building generational wealth as you're dealing with clients and even in your own lives, and there's a lot of ebb and flow to that. But given the work that you're doing, how do you stay true to the mission? You see some of the sport or you hear a story like that. How do you stay true to that mission and continue to fight the cause that you're fighting for, especially? And let's start with Nicole.
Sure. So I think for me, part of the kind of like my North Star, it's having like a big picture plan, for your life and believing in like what that plan will be. So that when you look up one day and realize somehow you've gotten like scared off the path of your plan, which will inevitably happen, and it'll happen more than once, you'll have the foundation of this plan to put you like that. And the plan doesn't have to be something that you put on paper. It can just be something that you always have in the back of your mind that sits in the background of your thoughts. It's like a North Star for what you see for the goals of your life. There needs to be a big picture plan and then little baby milestones that you're achieving along the way. And you can kind of keep track of that. And that will help you realize like, oh, hey, I'm like way from the path of what I was planning to do to get me to this place. And I think people underestimate the value of really having this big picture plan, really for your life.
Awesome. Rick, can you add to that? Nicole is really talking about what are some of the things that people can do, having a plan when they're trying to build generational wealth, they're starting a business, going down the path of really trying to define what economic development means for them in their lives, as well as people they touch, whether they're entrepreneurs or they're just trying to build it for themselves. What is some of the work that you do at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce to support that, as well as some of the advice you give to the people?
Well, I do think that addressing the issue of wealth, that when you think of the net worth wealth of a typical white family is almost 10 times higher the net worth of an average black family. This is a very big issue. I do believe that entrepreneurship, owning and creating businesses is a pathway to solve for that. We're working very closely with all of the black chambers and business organizations. We've actually created a coalition to support black businesses in America, and it's very deliberate, addressing some of the issues around access to capital. You're absolutely right. Lessons learned from the PPP funding, not just that black businesses didn't have the kinds of relationships with financial institutions, but we also got to look at not just how lending institutions can provide and unleash capital to black businesses, but private equity, venture capital. This is going to take a whole of society and whole of every piece of capital we can find to support black businesses in America. We did a research report with MetLife, found that some 66% of black businesses are concerned about permanently closing as a result of COVID-19. That's absolutely unconscionable. These are not just black businesses, even though most black businesses of 2.6 million are sole proprietors and maybe one or two employees. But these are very important anchors in the black community. So we're working hard to try to get capital unleashed and also provide the technical assistance in helping our black businesses grow into competitive industries that create jobs, therefore create wealth and opportunity. So this is front and center, the work that we're leading at the U.S. Chamber. And, I don't think we have a lack of black entrepreneurs. I don't see a lack of innovators who have great ideas. The problem is lack of capital and relationships that lead to that capital. And that's what we're seeking to solve for.
Awesome.
So if I can just add to that, I completely agree with everything. But I think it's also a more of an aggressive point that we as Black individuals must support our businesses. We must support our local community grocery stores, our consultants. We must invest in these businesses, because what's also lacking is the circulation of the Black dollar. If we really talk about it, how fast the Black dollar that does exist leaves our community. Right. And I think with people call it the woke movement and being more conscious, we also have to be more conscious of where we spend our dollar on an everyday basis, because that allows a small business such as myself to expand, to hire, to engage in larger contracts, and that's really also the foundation of Black wealth. And I think, with that mindset, it can totally, change this. We do have access and issues and, poor banking relationships, but there are also those banking relationships aren't designed for us, right? When you talk about tax season that just passed, a few months ago, we always, most small businesses claim zero. We want to get a couple dollars back, but that doesn't help, when you're going to a bank to access a loan, so I think it's real structural technical assistance that targets our needs. And how do we know how to work the system for our needs? But then as well, the same amount of balance is, you have to understand the federal policy, state policy, how business works, but we also have to know how we work, how we support each other. And I think that makes also a big difference in our communities.
Talia, I would agree. One of the things that was happening during COVID that really, really probably disturbed me more than anything, because I am a big proponent of us and our culture. I've been that all of my adult life. I was concerned that many businesses were running to larger institutions, forgetting that there were Black institutions and smaller credit unions smaller community banks that also had access to these CARES Act dollars and PPE. And those banks didn't even receive applications. And many entrepreneurs were unaware of that. They would go to your larger scale institutions and were declined, not realizing that all of these smaller entities were viable resources for them. So I do think it is a moment of education for everyone to ensure that they know where the resources are, but they also building relationships and viable relationships that allows them to go into an institution and get what they need when they need it. I tell people all the time, relationships are the art of the deal.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not always what somebody can do for you. It is how you can support and do for others. So when you do have a need, it is an easier conversation. So I want to continue on because there were many things that came out of those comments. I want to continue on about building generational wealth. What I'm seeing now in the marketplace, and I am supporting one in particular, the Fearless Fund. We've seen, even I thought about starting a VC fund during this entire COVID experience, but a friend of mine had started one. So I've been helping them raise money. We started at 5 million, we're now at 25. And we are funding businesses of color, specifically women, businesses of color. Let's talk about, and any advice you can give around helping small business owners. One, understand that one of the things I always say, you can be passionate and have an amazing hustle. And I think when we do that as Black people and we make $1 million, we think we have done it. But at some point, you have to start doing business in order to be viable and sustainable, in order to build capacity and scale the business. And the product and service could be amazing, but if you're not doing business, that $1 million could really be $100 million if you were doing it the right way. How do we begin to help our organizations understand what capacity building is, how you truly build a viable business, where the resources are, in order to be able to do that, and what does the education of that look like for our community? Let's start with Rick, because I know you guys are probably doing some of this.
Well, I mean, it's a big part of what we have to do to move forward. We got to impart knowledge and transfer knowledge down to every level of our community. I mean, and it's also, you think about retirement. I mean, the percent of Black families contributing to retirement accounts, 33%, half the rate of white families. How do we think about, I don't use the word financial literacy as much as I use financial education, financial freedom. And we got to start from that position of knowledge, because there is a knowledge gap. And, and I want to just tangentially mention also that American society, particularly private sector and capital and financial, they have to look at this as investment, not philanthropy. And investing in our community, there is a return. There is a return for our society. We're working with Kellogg Foundation in their research report that shows that if we address racial inequalities, that the GDP grows by $8 trillion. We're taking that conversation across America, because this is about economy. It's about capital. It's about how do we create communities that have a fair shot to create wealth, to create businesses, and to provide for themselves and their families, front and center. And so, education is a big part of it. I mean, and from end to end, how you think about your banking relationships, how do you think about, how to start a business? We learn from PPP. And again, I grew up in South Carolina, but I know businesses that are still counting money and putting it in the shoebox. That can't work. So we do have some really interesting educational transfer and opportunities to do with our people, and we're going to do it. Collectively, we can do this.
Nicole, staying kind of on this vein and thinking about the question I just asked, what are some of, as a business owner or down this journey for you, what are some of the sacrifices you've had to make to get to this? And I think there's teaching and learning in that for our audience.
That's a really good question, Deanna. And I think that the biggest thing that I could say that I sacrifice is, time. my personal time, my time trying to pursue my own entrepreneurial endeavors. People underestimate how much time is required to achieve anything in life. We are not patient people. If something isn't working in a year or two, people think, oh, it's just a bad idea and we need to give up. I think there does need to be a lot more education around what it really takes to be successful. People have this really misconceived, perception that success happens overnight, and I've spent almost 20 years, trying to just get to this place. And along the way, I've a lot of personal things. I've sacrificed not only personal relationships and opportunities, but also the ability for me to grow my own personal wealth, because I'm trying to put myself in a position to be a positive contributor to society in my career, which takes a significant amount of time. But I think of it as more of a marathon and not a sprint. And what I'm doing professionally is definitely teaching me how to do it personally in a very efficient and effective way. So I think time has been the biggest thing I sacrificed.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I tell people all the time, entrepreneurship is not for the faint of heart. It is not this fly-by-night thing you do. It comes with grave sacrifice, and your time management of that is one of those. Talia, if you could answer that question for me around some of the sacrifices you've had to make to get to this point, specifically if you're looking at your entrepreneurial endeavors.
I mean, I can't repeat Michelle, but if I could, I would say ditto. Being a mother, and trying to invest in your children, making sure that they're set up, they don't make the same mistakes. You work for them. You work, and I think that's a good point, right? A mindset of not working for but working for the next generation is where I think where we need to go, right? When we talk about generational wealth, the greatest transfer of wealth is in real estate and insurance. One of the biggest things that I did, and I learned really from a friend from our family who was Asian, he took $1 million policy out on his newborn child. And when he did that, he set that child up for not just their college tuition, their first house, their first trip internationally, their first car. He also created a financial structure for his family to loan against and to access capital to actually create like their own bank, right? So when we're creating this new generation, we have to take insurance policies out, and then use that as a tool that gives us wealth for the few months and few years out, but also for the next generation. Because think about it, you got out of college and didn't have to pay debt. I mean, think about the most amazing things where your first couple of checks in the 20s and the early 30s would have gone. It wouldn't have gone back, to the bank. It would have went in your pocket. You would have bought your first home. You would have bought your first condo. Just the access to capital you would have. So I think it's a mindset of generational planning, the sacrifices of generational planning. And the last thing I would say, one thing that we'll probably never see again right now is interest rates this low, right? It's about put your money on the street right now, right? Take it out of your 401ks, put it in an investment property, because you never, refinance your house. You're never going to get interest rates this low. So, my biggest, suggestion in that sacrifice is use your money that you have stashed away, put it out on the street, and make it work for you, because those interest rates you're going to get from the bank right now, they're not going to do anything for you, and just to take advantage of that. Hope that, and I know I went off a little topic.
No, that was an amazing advice. I say it all the time. I did that for my nieces and nephews when they were born. I did insurance policies so that when they were 18, going to college, they had their tuition paid, they could buy their first home. That is the first line of defense to generational wealth that people take for granted. Our community was not taught that. One of the things we don't do Black households talk about money and finance. It's almost like this taboo conversation. And the unfortunate part is when that doesn't happen, you end up sending your kids into a world unprepared for an environment that is driven purely by capital. If you don't understand it, then you are going to start off making poor choices, which is what we see in our community often. We don't understand the use of money. We only use money for consumption. We don't use it for anything else. And that is the unfortunate. So based on what you just heard Talia say, I want you guys, I was going to go to Rick, but I'm going to go back to Nicole. Think about, the vehicles of economic development, our investing, real estate, entrepreneurship. What advice can you give our audience on how to start those particular initiatives for themselves?
So first thing I would say is, first and foremost, do your research. Everybody has a great idea, but really do your research. The second thing I would say is put a realistic budget together of what it is you're trying to achieve. Because I think while we're talking about access to capital, when we do get access to capital, the budget would typically, because of our limitations on access to capital, we're typically underfunded before we even get started. And being an underfunded, but people are just so excited to get their business going. They know they need 100,000. They could only get 50. They're going to go for it anyway. That creates a big problem in the more short term, because starting a new business, there are tons of bumps in the road. So, really thinking about what do you need to make your project economically sustainable. People always want to jump to what you were saying earlier, Deanna, the growth phase. Oh, I just made $1 million. Now, how do I grow this? No. What you need to do is figure out a way to take the money you've made and lay the foundation for your business and your project, that you are now in a sustainable place that will allow you to grow. If you start growing without your foundational mechanisms in place, and then coupled with typically us, being underfunded, that's what causes many businesses to fail. They don't have their foundational layers in place because they're just too in a rush. Be patient. Take the time. And I think it's that whole mindset of understanding you're running a marathon, not a. That's what I would.
Right, I agree. Talia, can you add to that?
I just got so lost in what you were saying, because it's true. Like you set out to build this amazing empire, and there's so many bumps on the way. As a consultant, a contract doesn't reach your target market, so you fall short on your capital, or something happens and you have to pull out on your stash, to cover a cost, or something requires a larger size insurance, and that cuts out on, it's just, it becomes, one layer after another. And then you look at it, you're like, I worked so hard. I had all these clients. I had all these projects. Where's the money? Where's the profit? Where's the return? And I think it's, really researching, understanding your goals, what, planning for the negative and the positive outcomes for any endeavor that you take. And also knowing that whatever you spend, if you have to have twofold in the bank to cover it. And I think that's a big lesson that I learned, is to make sure I had the liquidity before I went out and made that investment, because things happen, right? Like when you look at, one of the things I believe in is real estate and owning property. It's a tangible asset. You can't lose it. It may decrease and increase in value, but you can hold it and you can touch it. It's tangible. And what happens is, a lot of my families and clients that I've sold to, I've given them 2 to 3 family unit homes, right? Because sometimes one renter may not pay. You may have to invest in the rehab of the second unit. And there's a cash flow cycle versus investing in a single family home. You have one person, one family. If they don't pay, guess what? It's on you. If there's something that happens to the asset, you have to put the money in. So you have to look at strategically, what you invest in, what the return is, what the negative outcomes that could possibly, and do you have the cash flow to cover that? And that's really comes with planning. So I think, Michelle hit it right on the head.
Yes. Awesome. Can you believe we only have 10 minutes left? That has been the flow of this dialogue, and I want to thank each of you. But I want to really finish with the last question. I always tell people that a lot of people perceive themselves to have power, and they think that that means something, but it really doesn't. What really means something is the measure of a man does, or what she does, that power. You are considered a power broker in your respective industries. What are you doing with your power? Let me start with Nicole.
Sure. So I think one of the things that I am trying to spend more time doing is something like this, being in an opportunity to discuss some of the things I've learned along the way professionally and personally, to share my knowledge with people that are in my field, people that aren't in my field. As an attorney, working for the Soros Economic Development Fund, I've learned a lot of really good tools and strategies in terms of what makes an investment fail, what makes an investment do well, how to, structure transactions. And so being able to really share this with people is really what I'm focusing on trying to do with whatever little power.
With your power. Right. Talia, what are you doing with your power?
Well, I'm excited about Black Aquifer that we're launching soon. I have a partner, and I don't just speak this. I really believe, I hope I live by this. So I partnered up with a Black developer, Black architects, to create this fund, and it's an economic development fund that focuses in urban cities that need sustainable, holistic development. And we're not a fund, so we raise capital for development projects, but it's also changing the mindset and the structure of development projects. Meaning, a lot of times you go into urban communities and you see a 90, 100 unit building come up with a commercial space, and that commercial space stays empty for 1 to 3 years. And it really doesn't really create the whole sustainable economic development structure as it was pitched. So our plan is to come into these communities, build this need for housing, but holistically plant Black and brown businesses in the commercial space. And I'm not talking about liquor stores and laundromats. I'm talking about health practitioners, grocery stores, entities and businesses that uplift the community, and that also increases the circulation of the Black dollar, which is so important to me and the people that I'm working with. So I believe, taking the knowledge, because I've been in policy, I've been in finance, I've been in entrepreneurship, I'm in entertainment and doing events, but taking all of those, leveraging my relationships, and really holistically building in our community something that's sustainable, something that can last, something that doesn't just benefit the investors that invest in my fund, but benefit every person that lives in the building, lives around in the building for generations, because that's who we're affecting. Right. Sometimes people, they build or they gentrify a community and think that's going to change and uplift the community. No, what uplifts the community is investing in themselves, investing in their business, making sure their businesses and their dollars are circulated. And that's how we'll change the wealth gap in our community. That's what I believe it is.
And I will tell you how I am using my power is I spent a lot of time legacy building. And that, for me, that means I have an innate responsibility to the generation behind me to ensure they understand who they are and what they represent, that they have guided fundamental principles. They understand that they must set value and intention for their life. They have the courage to trust themselves to do what they say they're going to do when they're going to do it. They have a genuine cause and concern for other people, because you can only be blessed if you are indeed a blessing, that they are responsible and accountable for their lives. They are mindful in everything that they do. That type of work allows me to build other human beings so their dreams and passions that they have, they can see them manifest and into fruition. So that is how I use my power. We do have an audience question that I want to address really quickly. What specific takeaways or action steps do we believe or can suggest to move the needle forward in this conversation, to have a seat at the table, or to at least create some type of social impact? Nicole?
So I would say, and I'm doing this specifically as general counsel of the Economic Development Fund, which is an impact investing fund. We focus on making investments that create different forms of social impact in the economic justice space. And, it's important to kind of keep your colleagues, take them to task on making sure that, when they're looking at what economic justice means, that, when you have a seat at the table, your vision of that is oftentimes different from what their vision is. And you want to keep pushing the needle and reminding and bringing opportunities to the table that are of the type of investments that you think, that a fund should make. And you specifically have recently just made an investment um, in a fund that focuses on making investments in companies that focus on racial equity and gender inclusion. And, that's the kind of work that I think it's important that you make an effort to keep, focus on areas of your own interest, even when there's a very broad umbrella of things, when you can kind of have power to shift, the conversation in the direction that you think is more beneficial to your, to these types of goals, racial and social equality.
Right. Talia, how do you move forward and have a seat at the table to create social impact in our community?
So I'm sad that we lost our male counterpart in this panel.
I know.
But I'm going to take full advantage of this women power right now. Okay. So I say invest in a Black woman.
Right.
We are so amazingly strong right now. We've always been, and I just think like at this pivotal moment, and if you do any studies, Black women control the dollar, right? We save, we invest in our community. So I say if you have any opportunity, invest in a Black woman, invest in her business, invest in her family, because what she does in return innately is invest back into the community. So I think if you want to have a seat at the table, find that Black woman, find that Black business that she started with, or maybe just invest in it. Let's think about the grassroots level. If you have an opportunity and you see that she, needs something or she's endeavoring in something, offer some capital to her to invest in that business. Because I know for any statistics, I know from my mama, I know from you ladies, we in return invest back into our community.
Absolutely. Ladies, thank you so very much for your time. I would just say, please vote. I don't think we truly understand the impact of the political process. Please educate yourselves so that you do, so you understand that there isn't anything in your life that the political process does not touch. It is not okay to ignore elections, whether federal, state, or local. It is very, very important that you exercise your voice. And then when you exercise your voice, you hold them accountable for your interests. You must hold them accountable for your interests. And if they can't deliver value, then you replace them. It's really just that simple. Thank you again so much, ladies. It was such a pleasure to speak with each of you. Thank you for your time. I know that Yvonne McNair and the Power Broker Summit thanks you as well. And I want to introduce and pivot to one of my rock stars, a dear friend of mine. She's my sister friend. She's a powerhouse, former entertainment executive, diversity executive. She's my Oaktown sister, as I say, because the women from Detroit and Oakland, California are a lot alike. I may reside in Atlanta, but I am indeed from Detroit. I want to introduce you, Power Broker Summit attendees, Michelle Thornton. Thank you so much, lady. It has been a pleasure.
How is everyone doing? What an amazing panel before this. I was eavesdropping, but welcome. I am Michelle Thornton G, and it is my honor to talk about PR. We know how important it is to get that message out. We know how important it is in this time for companies to hire the right people with the right voice. And so I have a panel today, and I shouted this out on Instagram, Facebook. Y'all better be tuning in because this is going to be dope. So I am going to introduce my panelists. They're going to introduce themselves because that's what they do. They talk for a living. So the first person up I have is Nina Flowers, a PR power broker. Hey, Nina.
Hello, how you doing? It's so good to see you.
Yeah, so good to see you. So I'm going to bring all of the panelists up, and then I'm going to have you go and introduce yourself and tell people what you do. Cool. Next up, I have Michelle Watts. You want to bring her up, please?
Hi.
All right. Hey, girl, how you doing? Yeah. Don't we look different today with from the dress rehearsal?
Not at all.
The same.
Completely.
You don't want me to stop it. Then I have my girl, Aaliyah Crawford. Please come up. Hey, Aaliyah, girl, I see your lip. I see your lip. Let's go. And then we need a little testosterone on the panel. I have my man, Kaiwan Michael Anderson. Please come.
Hey guys.
So good.
Hey.
How are you?
So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to rapid fire questions at you guys, but first I'm going to let you introduce yourself. I'm going to start with Nina. So Nina, all of you guys have 1 minute. I want you to just say what you do and tell who you are and what you do. Okay, that's the format. 1 minute each.
And go. Hey everyone, so I'm Nina Flowers. I'm a communications consultant and principal of Flowers Communications. I've been in PR for over 20 years, and actually I won't get too granular in my background, but I started as an intern at Vibe magazine and started in other popular culture entities like SOHH and the Universal Motown, and went on to head PR at the Apollo Theater for 13 years, an amazing 13 years, and did everything from James Brown when he was laying in state at the theater to Michael Jackson's homegoing to receiving President Obama for both of his rallies at the time of when he was campaigning. Within the last 2 years, I've gone on to start Flowers Communications, and it's been an incredible journey into entrepreneurship for me. And we've done the Billie Holiday Theater. I'm working with a lot of other theaters and Black institutions. My whole deal is about Black culture and preserving Black art. So it's Billie Holiday Theater, 651 Arts, Black Spectrum Theater in Queens, working with artists such as Teddy Riley, Savion Glover. Recently, we did a pop-up store activation for Burna Boy. So the list goes on, and it's all about amplifying the voices within Black culture for me. I hope that was 1 minute.
Yes, you did great. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Miss Nina. Michelle with 2 L's, tell us about you. Tell us about what you do.
I'm Michelle Watts. I own the Aziza Work Group here in LA, and my tagline is we represent the illest, and that's a fact. So my clients include Little Roll Howery of Get Out, D. Ray Davis of Snowfall. I handle special projects for Kevin Hart. I have attorneys, tech companies, lawyers. It runs the gamut. I started in PR at Essence Magazine under Sonia McNair, who was the Vice President of Public Relations and Corporate Communications. I was I was under Susan Taylor's tutelage. And then after that, I went on to Island Def Jam, where Jay-Z was my boss, and when he was the president of Def Jam, and then moved on to the mayor's office for the city of Cleveland once I decided, oh, you know what, I'm going to go to law school. But he wanted me to be in PR, so I handled PR for the mayor of Cleveland, and then had a TV show where I was pulling all of the people who would come from LA and New York to come to Cleveland to do shows. I knew them because I had worked at Essence, and was introducing them to the mayor, and he said, we could do this on a TV show. So he gave me a TV show, and then I parlayed that into clients here in LA once I moved. So it's been an amazing journey, and that's what I do, and that's who I am.
I love that. And you said that the mayor wanted you to stay in PR, but I think your creator, the Almighty One, wanted you to stay in PR because he has the final say.
That's
All
right.
right, thank you for that. Aaliyah, please introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Aaliyah Crawford. I'm Senior Vice President at W&W Public Relations. I'm also a partner at the company. I've been in PR going on 20 years. W&W was founded by a legendary publicist and wonderful human being, Patty Webster, in 1991. So we're about to celebrate our 30th anniversary next year. We've had the privilege and benefit of representing amazing artists, actors, athletes, corporations, and other entities throughout the years, including Patti LaBelle, Alicia Keys, Usher, Jermaine Dupri, Nick Cannon, Kelly Rowland, Sierra, so many wonderful artists, Holly Robinson Peete, so many athletes, Chris Paul, Dwight Howard, just a wonderful, wonderful array and diverse array of clients. So it's definitely been a privilege and an honor working with all of those people. We specialize in music, sports, special events, nonprofit organizations, and PR has really been good to me throughout the years. And in addition to PR, I'm also a film and television producer, and I'm just happy to be here and to be able to have this conversation with all of my peers, who I know and love and respect. So I'm excited.
Excellent. You stand on great shoulders, Aaliyah. We know Patty was one of the greatest.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, Kaiwan, how are you doing, my friend?
I am great. Thank you guys so much for having me. I really appreciate it. And it's really an honor to come behind some of these great women that are on the panel with me, especially Nina and Aaliyah, who I've known for 20 years. I think we all came up in PR together. And Aaliyah, I just want to piggyback off of what you said about Patty Webster being one of the greatest. I remember starting my career as an assistant at Arista Records in the PR department, and Patty being one of those larger than life figures in PR, and we all respected her and we looked up to her. And I think you're doing an amazing job with taking that torch and carrying it and doing just what you wanted you to do. And I think you were the perfect person to do that. So for anyone that doesn't know, I'm Kaiwan Anderson. I am the accounts director here at Nike Communications, where I cross-functionally work with all of our spirits teams to strategically help them partner with press, influencers, celebrities to really activate some of our key programs and activations. And anyone who doesn't know Nike Communications, which is not a part of the apparel company, we actually are a PR agency that was founded by Nina Kaminer, who is an amazing female entrepreneur who started this company over 30 years ago. And this is actually my second time working for the agency again. After 12 years, I boomeranged back, and we have some amazing clients from Bacardi to Rosewood Resorts to some of the biggest, lifestyle brands. So I'm really excited to see what the panel has to offer today and have a great discussion.
Excellent. Thank you. So since, as I would say on my prayer call, since I have you off of mute, Kaiwan, can we talk about a little bit, you have a role with Nike. They're one of the greatest companies as it relates to sending their message. Would you consider your company a diverse company? They definitely have a diverse person. And how important is your diversity, your voice for this brand and creating messaging for them?
Well, I think we all need to really kind of be honest about what's happening right now in the times in terms of this pandemic, in terms of the social justice movement with Black Lives Matter. And it was really an important time for the agency to really step up and to be there for our clients. We all had our personal stuff going on. And, when we went home and we had to kind of continue working from home, we had to show up for our clients and really they leaned on us a lot to give them direction, not only for the pandemic, but in June when Black Lives Matter happened. It was really important for our clients to really see people who were being affected by what was happening and to really give them the right direction in terms of what to do. For example, and I don't want to get too specific, but one of our major Bacardi accounts here, which I work on, is Bombay Sapphire. And as anyone who's been in music and the arts and a creative space knows that Bombay has always been supportive of the arts and creatives. And so it was really important for us to show up and to really recognize what was going on, but also to make a really conscious decision about how are we going to support the Black community. And this is an alcohol brand that has been entrenched in the Black community. And it was important for me and a few of my other colleagues who are Black to step up and say, this is what you guys need to do. And it was really important to have a seat at that table to help the brand make that decision. And so, it felt really good at the time, but it was also rough because it was very personal, and it was, as a Black man, and to see other Black men, being killed in the street and to have to show up to work every day and kind of, act like everything is okay, but it really wasn't. And that was the time that we had to be honest with ourselves about what is it going to take, not just for our brands and our clients, but what is it going to take for us as an agency to look within ourselves and to say, and to be honest with each other. And so we did that, and we took a really long, hard look at ourselves and what was going on. And we started to implement change immediately. We had short-term goals, and that was, making donations to Black Lives Matter, to making a donation to Native Son. These were important organizations, not only to me personally, but to, the community at whole. So I think this was a really important year. It was a tough year, but it was a really important year for us.
Yeah, thank you for that. Michelle, I'm going to transition over to you. So a lot of young women reach out to me, right? And I swear to you, the number one goal for them is to become a publicist. Like, everybody wants to do this. I swear to you. And I don't know why they're calling me, because I need to hire one of y'all myself. So how do you, what are the skill sets you think are needed? And then does your diversity, because you're a woman, does that play into how great you are and how you're able to do this job so amazing, so effortlessly?
Well, I'll take the first part of that question. Like, what's necessary, right, to be a publicist? So the first thing is that you have to love yourself and you have to know yourself. It is vitally important, because there's no way that you can advocate for a client, or that you can see what's special about a client, or you can notice what's interesting about them, or pitch them to a producer or a booker or a writer or editor, if you don't first understand that you're compelling, that you're interesting, that you're dope. You have to be the light. All of it transmutes through you. So it's not a matter of, like, and I say this all the time, it's not a matter of who my client is, because clients, and I don't care what anybody says on this panel, clients come and go, right? So it's I am the constant. As the principal of the Aziza Work Group, I am the constant. And the reality of it is I draw all men unto me. So I am clear about who I am. And so I go into everything that way. So that's the first thing that you have to be in order to be a publicist, right? Also, the other thing is that you have to understand follow up and follow through. And you also have to be fearless and bold in your approach to life. You have to be that. As far as the second part of it is the fact that I'm a woman, does that make it, I don't know if does it make it easier for what I do or whatever? I don't know. Just know that whatever makes me different makes me dope, right? And so you use everything, because if it is here, you leave nothing on the table, right? And so there's a way that I relate to women as a result of being a woman. There's a way that I relate to men as a result of being a woman, right? You know what I mean? You leave nothing on the table. You use everything that you have. And that's a part of the first part, knowing yourself, knowing what you possess, because that is the most fundamental rule of my laws when it comes to PR.
Yeah, you better preach that word, sis. See, I didn't even know you were anointed like that. I love that you got to love yourself before you can have a brand trust you and follow up and follow through. So thank you for that. Aaliyah, come on behind that and tell me what you believe. Like, what are some other skills? You know, folks are out there, African Americans are becoming entrepreneurs faster than anybody else. A lot of times because we don't have an opportunity. We're not given the same opportunity in corporate America. And this is one path. So tell me how they power up by becoming a PR and what they need if they want to do that.
Well, I agree with everything that was just said. It's really important if you're going to market other people and if you're going to try to help other people build their brand, you have to have a strong sense of self and what your own brand is. And any company has to know, and any company needs to be able to differentiate themselves from the rest of the pack. And individual professionals have to be able to do the same. And it doesn't matter what stage you are in your career. I was just speaking to a group of interns the other day, and I expressed the same thing to them, that you have something to offer no matter what level you're at. So if you're somebody that's a new entrepreneur, or you're just getting into the professional world out of school, or if you're transitioning careers, you have to know what you bring to the table that's unique, and have confidence in that, and not be afraid to offer that, because that's what's going to help you to succeed and progress. People knowing your ideas, knowing your mind, knowing your heart, and knowing your passion as well. So you have to really be able to express that and articulate those things to people you're working with. And so that's an important part, having that self-confidence if you want to be able to succeed in this field. Also having a thick skin, not taking things personally, not being afraid to advocate for yourself, because you have to advocate for your clients. And sometimes you have to, a lot of what we do in the PR business is education. Mm-hmm. And we have to educate our clients. We have to educate those that work with our clients. We have to manage expectations. So I think you have to, that's kind of it in a nutshell. Having confidence, knowing your brand, also, not taking things personally, having a thick skin, and, being able to communicate. That's because we're communicating with the media, we're communicating with our teams, we're communicating with our clients. So being a good communicator and being open, and this I'll say is the final thing, being flexible. Mm-hmm. And that's something that I think is important in life also, but just definitely in the business world, knowing how to pivot, knowing how to adjust, knowing how to, because there's always more ways. There's more than one way to skin a cat. So just having that flexibility and being pliable is really important in our field.
I love all that. That's great. Educated, be flexible, communicate, right? And the most important thing is, like, this is not personal, it's business. You have to have a thick skin. So Nina, as I transition to do, girl, I'm glad that siren wasn't coming to get you, because we need you on this panel.
Life in New York City.
Listen, I was hoping the panel was like, is that the gardener mowing the lawn?
They're not coming for me, I promise.
So I would love for you to fill the gaps, Nina, because listen, you work for one of the most iconic brands, right? As it relates to history, as it relates to 125th Street, the Apollo Theater. Talk to us about the skill set that you invoked in order to make this brand come to life. Oftentimes, our culture's overlooked, invisible, discounted. So tell me, what are some of the skill sets that you brought to the table in order to do your job expertly as a power broker?
Absolutely. Well, I think the number one thing is something Aaliyah mentioned, which is you have to be able to strongly advocate for your client and, for yourself. So that has to be something that's sort of innate. And so, at the Apollo, I guess I got there in 2005. So this was really like, the people didn't know the theater was still open. And, it was a lot of the conversations I was having was really getting people to understand that it was a thriving theater. We were getting ready for an ascension and getting ready to do renovations and all these things. And so it was also about patience, because the main thing I think that publicists have to be honest with their clients about time frames, timelines. We are in this together as publicists, PR practitioner, and client. So first, we have to sit down and discuss what the goals are, the short-term goals and the long-term goals. And then we look at those things. So using the Apollo as an example. So we get through this show, we get press for this show, but what's the institutional purview. We're looking at this from 30,000 feet and also on the ground. So it's also being able to see things from up there and down there at the same time, and seeing how all those pieces work together. And so for the Apollo, it was really a long time coming. Even though the institution itself was 75 years old at the time, it was still a baby in terms of being a nonprofit institution and sort of navigating in that world. And so I tell people all the time, and even now with my clients, things take time to get in the drinking water. So each thing that we're doing is to ensure that the constant cultivation of media, the constant cultivation of the public, of audiences, of what we're doing socially, is about getting your brand into the drinking water. So you also have to have patience, and you have to have a plan. So I would say those are like the top tier things. I know I said a lot, but those are sort of the top tier things. You have to go in knowing that you have to create a strategy. And some of it is going to come now and some of it is going to come later. But at the end of the day, we have to sit down at the table and discuss what those goals are and how we take those small steps and those big steps toward that goal.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you for that. You talked about strong advocacy for your brand, right? You're out there fighting, you're making sure, you're talking about having a plan. I'm all about planning. So Kaiwan, I would love to go to you about this. A lot of times, and the whole notion of this, and I love the fact that Yvonne McNair, put this together because, we're behind the scenes, right? And a lot of times we don't get the glory that we really should get. So let's talk about personal PR. Like, how do you PR yourself? I think it's a really important skill set. A lot of times we don't want to do it because we don't feel comfortable because we're doing it for others. Talk about that. Talk about your personal PR plan. What does that look like? I think you're still on mute.
I think everyone is their own brand. Everyone is their own person. Whatever you do, you're your own personal brand. It's funny. I've actually throughout my career, I've worked with celebrities. I've worked with corporate. I've worked, for major brands in-house. And there's always a fine line that you have to straddle. And it's on a personal level and a professional level. How do you marry the two and really celebrate your success without seeming like you're gloating and showing off? I think it's really important to, as you build your brand, to really showcase the work that you've done, whether it's, and to celebrate it. I think what a lot of people do is put the horse before the carriage too early. And that's in terms of talking about everything that they're doing before they actually do it. And going back to what you were saying, Michelle, about strategy and planning, I think that that's critical for any role that you have in PR. And so planning is crucial. Executing is even more critical. And I think once you succeed at that project, the campaign, the job, whatever it is, then you can celebrate. I think it's really important to show people the work that you've done. I think as an agency, we do that here. We do that with our case studies. We show the results. And I think that is when, as a PR person, you're celebrating not only the work, but you're celebrating yourself. And anyone that says that, that's not, why are you doing that, or questions, or, talks about I'm sorry, but you have to shine your own light on your work. I think it's really important. And I think that anyone that doesn't do that is doing a disservice to themselves.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you for that, because a lot of times we feel like we can't do that. Aaliyah, I want you to jump on the back of this. I'm an entrepreneur. I've written some books, and I'm busy. So how do I put together a real quick, where do I start if I want to PR myself? Because I believe a lot of people listening that's going to see behind this, they really want to know, how do I take your skill set and apply it to me, and then just go with that? Just like simple little tips and tricks. You're on mute.
I'm so sorry. That is a great question, Michelle. And it's something that I talk to people about all the time, because, people will come to you and they'll ask about hiring a publicist or a PR firm. And that may not be the best thing for them or their brand at the time. So investing that money there when it should probably be invested in other areas to help develop their business. So there are simple things that you can do, and it kind of goes back to what Kaiwan was saying about always promoting yourself and thinking about your brand. So use what you have. This is what I always tell people. Use your network of family and friends and colleagues and people you've worked with or work with. That's a start. Social media now is a great tool for everyone to use to help promote their brands and their products if they're an emerging entrepreneur. There are lots of tools out there in the library or the bookstore and online that'll give you information about, how to present your product or company to media, and to write a basic press release if you have something going on that's newsworthy. So there are definitely things that you or your team can do to help get the word out there. And like I said, that includes social media, that includes YouTube, but then you can also reach the media through traditional means by sending out press releases. If you have events, inviting media to your event and establishing relationships with the media, sending out packages or information on your product or your company to the media. Those are all, some basic things that you can do as an entrepreneur. You just have to do a little research on it, and then that'll help you know like what the basic A, B's, and C's are.
I love that.
Can I add one more thing to that really quick?
No, yeah, I was going to say, because I would love for everyone to, yes, Kaiwan, go ahead.
Just really quickly on what Aaliyah, I think you're also you also are an extension of your brand and the clients that you work with. So you need to be, I think we need to be really mindful of that. I see folks on social who are, who represent, a certain caliber of clients, but then they're doing other things that are like inappropriate on their social media. And I think there needs to be a little more thought that goes into what you post and how you post it. I don't care if it's your personal account, but if you are representing a client of a certain caliber, I think it's really important that you also show that you're an extension of your client as well.
Yeah, I think that's really valuable. I always tell everybody that social media is your resume, it's your bio, it's your reference and referral, right? Michelle, do you want to fill the gap with some other information, or you want to move on?
I want to move on. I want the Donald Trump question.
So good. Okay, yes, Nina, go ahead. Then Michelle, sit right there.
I had a quick thing. Yeah, the Donald Trump question I definitely wanted to get to. But I just wanted to piggyback on what Aaliyah said about your network. I think the other thing is not only your existing network, but to grow and extend your network. So there are, for instance, if I sell candles, there's a candle forum on Facebook, or if, you are a part of, I don't know what it is, whatever your product is, whatever your service is, there are groups now on Facebook or just different networks in which you can join those groups. And that's a way to extend your network and thereby the people and the amount of people you're getting your message to. I just wanted to add that in there.
Yeah, I love that. And I'll say this, that, one of the ways that I've been able to compile a really big list of email addresses is I use this Textful thing, right? And I just send it out and people respond. So I've been able to, now I can actually use my own network to PR myself. That's one of the other tools I use. Okay, well, we are in election season, y'all. It is real up in these streets, okay? And so I asked the question we rehearsed because, we're professionals. We didn't just come up here looking like this. We got it together. And so I threw the question out because a lot of times we have to be authentic in our voice, but that doesn't mean we don't take on clients that maybe we don't see eye to eye with. So I asked the question. So Michelle, I'm gonna throw this to you. If Donald Trump called today and he's like, listen, I need someone smart and brilliant. How do you help me PR my situation, my standing, my voice in the marketplace to the world, not just the Black community? So Michelle, how do you do that?
Okay, so wait, that we did rehearse, and that wasn't the question. The question was something about if in fact they were doing a good job, or his PR company or his PR team.
Okay, yes, answer, girl. Rewrite the question. Okay, so is Donald Trump people doing a good PR job?
Bang up. Best I've ever seen. Let me tell you why. He is Teflon. Nothing that he does, nothing sticks. Nothing sticks. You want a client like that. And I know that is not the proper answer. That is not what people think I'm supposed to say. That is the truth.
Yeah.
Let me finish what I'm saying. The reality of it is that you want, as a publicist, right? You want the people to believe in something that you believe in. That you want the buy-in. That's it. He has the buy-in. They cannot, Pelosi can't touch him, Supreme Court can't touch him, no, the news can't touch him, CNN can't touch him. Nobody. Says whatever he wants. He does whatever he wants. He has an imposter wife that shows up whenever the other one, the real one, doesn't feel like it. He does what he wants.
Well, I think we need to be clear about something.
You want a client like that, because what it allows you to understand about yourself is that boldness is rewarded. Chaos, whatever, boldness is rewarded. If he came out right now and started making sense, everybody would listen. If he says something crazy, everybody listens. I don't care who it is. You want that kind of attention on a client. Absolutely. They're doing the best I have ever seen.
Well, let's be clear, first of all, that Donald Trump doesn't have a PR team. Donald Trump is his own PR team. He's not done everything in his life has failed. Marriages, businesses. The only thing he's ever been able to do is his own PR. So let's get that. Let's be clear about that. And then second of all, he would never be a client for any PR agency because he doesn't listen. So that's the other part that we need to be very clear about. So I think the question is a little, it's yes, he's done his own PR very well, and hopefully next week we won't have to hear from him again.
Oh, well, this is important though. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, let me tell you something. This is important. This is so important because he and this is true. It's all good points that everybody should listen to, because a lot of times we walk in fear. We're not ourselves because we think there's going to be some consequences, and he don't give a rat's butt.
Well, what is that stemming from though? That's stemming from his privilege, and so he's had that his whole life. And I agree with you. I agree with you that yes, he's bold and all those things, but Kaiwan is exactly right. He's his own PR person. He doesn't listen to them. They are in a position. There's another question on here about sort of strategy and if there's a crisis management.
Go there.
I'm going to go there because he obviously is the epitome of crisis management, right? And so ideally in crisis management, you want to be proactive. So you've identified some potential landmines or whatever, and you want to be strategic about potential crises that might come up, right? That way, when something comes up, you've already got a plan in place, so you can be proactive and reactive. There's a two-pronged approach. With his team, just using him still as this example, they are in reactive mode 25/8, okay? 25 hours and 8 days a week. Okay, there's no proactive, there's no whatever strategy they come up with, blown to hell. So it's a whole different ball game.
I don't know, sis. I think that they love it. I think they're like, let this fool go.
It's candy. They love it.
I don't think they love it.
Absolutely.
I think they drink every night. I think they drink every night under their desk.
They probably do.
I don't know.
Aaliyah, jump in. Aaliyah, what do you think? You think that his PR team, if he has one or not, you think that they're like this, he's nuts, or they're like he's brilliant? What is it? You're on mute. Because you're following the rules. We're supposed to all be on mute. You're the only one following the rules.
But I think that his team, I think there are many people on his team that probably think he's insane, like many American people and many people all over the world do. But I think they think he's effective. So, to Michelle's point, so you can be insane as long as you're effective. And I think that he has been untouchable to those that follow him. However, and I don't think he's going to be reelected. And this is why. The majority of American people did not vote for Donald Trump. The majority of American people still currently do not approve of the job he is doing. The problem is that we have an electoral system that allowed, Donald Trump to be elected. So hopefully enough people will turn out and in key areas. And also we dealt with a great deal of voter suppression, which also allowed him to win by very slim margins in key states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So hopefully, turnout, we've already seen that turnout has surpassed what it was in 2016 in many of those states. Because like I said, the majority of people in America actually saw through the smoke and mirrors that Donald Trump is about and that he's been about since, he's been on the public scene. So I think that, like I said, his team, I think some of them think he's very crazy, but they, they're yes people and they want their jobs and they want to, continue on the gravy train and they want the fame and the power that comes along with being a part of, his administration. But like I said, he's effective, but hopefully, in spite of all that, hopefully he will not be reelected. That's my take.
Okay. So, we have probably about maybe, I don't know, maybe like 8 minutes left. I'm hoping they're going to give me a cue about how much time we have left, but I definitely want to get 9 minutes left. Okay. So, I'm going to close on the Donald Trump thing. Like my grandmother would tell me, that God uses bad people all the time to make good things happen in the world. So, hello. So, you know what, we go.
Absolutely.
Our vote. We are going to vote. We are showing up like never before, and we going to continue to pray. Help me. So let's talk about your power and what you want to do in 2021. For anybody who sees this, it's time for us to power. We will never have a moment like this, I don't believe, in our history where we will be in power, where we will have an opportunity, a platform, a voice. So let's start with you, Nina. How are you going to power up in 2021? What are you focused on? How can we help you? Like, what is your power broker move?
Well, I think for 2021, and it's really started in 2020, and I'll just back up a second and say, I'm a fairly new business. And so, when the pandemic hit in 2020, I'm like, a bulk of my business is live events. What is we going to do? And thankfully, a lot of my work is also strategy. So, a lot of the institutions that I work with, they needed help in strategy, and people were really trying to pivot and figure it out. Outside of, we can't be together and do things, do live events and that kind of thing. So a lot of it has naturally pivoted according to the environment of where the arts is, where entertainment is right now, and all what's happening in the space. And so I think for the next year, like some of the work that I've been doing has been really inspiring. And I think, some of what my moves have been, or what I want them to be, are redefined based on the last 6 or so months. I've done a lot of work recently, like I did the Black Lives Matter mural in Brooklyn, the PR push for that. And that was really like something, Aaliyah mentioned this, you really have to do something you're passionate about. And these are the kinds of experiences and moments that many people don't get to have, to really be able to do your craft, but really do something that actually helps your people and actually amplifies Black voices. That's become really paramount to me. And about even my history at the Apollo has been that, but now mostly all of my work is that it's amplifying the voice of Black artists, amplifying the voice of these Black institutions who are, I think about 87% of the Black institutions that existed in the 90s are gone. So, now it's really about, now that people are listening finally, even if it's only surface, it's about really opening the doors and putting that on my back.
Love that, Nina. Thank you for that. Aaliyah, how are you going to power up in 2021? What's on your list? What are you planning, strategizing, whether for yourself or the business that you're in? Please share with us.
Well, I think just for myself personally, I just want to be able to diversify myself more and focus on some things outside of what I've already been successful in, and I think that's important for us too, and just to focus both not only on PR, but on, my film and television projects, and just making sure that I'm being proactive in those areas and taking the initiative in those areas and not procrastinating on things. And I think that's something that I need to improve upon, an area I need to improve upon in just putting my best foot forward, which I think I do. I don't want to say that, but not procrastinating. And sometimes I think everyone probably struggles with that a little bit, and doing not what's easy, but what is more difficult. And I'm always one that likes to, empower those who work with me in our company and encourage them to expand their horizons and be the best people that they can be and the best professionals that they can be. And like Nina said, focusing more on initiatives and work that helps amplify Black voices and helps amplify those that don't have voices as well. And, and doing that type of work, because that's so important. And we see that now, even with this pandemic, kind of shifting the focus from ourselves and what our personal and individual needs are, and focusing more on what is going to be for the greater good. So that's kind of, what I'm focused on right now.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. Kaiwan, tell us, what is your Power Broker 2021 moves look like? You're on mute.
So there's quite a few. Some of them are top secret. I can't really get into them. But if I told you, then they wouldn't be power moves. However,
you can tell us. We won't tell nobody.
I know. The one takeaway I think from this panel and this amazing group of people is that representation matters, right? And I think going back to something I think it was Nina you said about showing up as your authentic self, or actually it was Aaliyah, I believe, and showing up as who you really are. And I think one thing that this year has taught me is, the PR industry is made up of 80% cisgender white females, right? I am a gay Black man. And I look at every one of those characteristics as a superpower, because I'm not even supposed to be in this industry. If we're looking at statistics, the work that we've done here in the past 6 months since the pandemic, since Black Lives Matter, on a personal level, we started the Black Acceleration Initiative, which is a program for Black entrepreneurs to receive pro bono PR services from our agency. We've made donations to Black Lives Matter. And I mean, it's really important for me personally and professionally to continue doing that work and to show up as my authentic self every day and to do the work that is necessary to give back to my community.
That's amazing. Love that. Michelle, how are you going to power broker up in 2021? You're on mute.
This is what I know, that God's plan for me is far greater than the plan that I have for myself. Yeah. So I want to realize some of God's plans for me this year. So it's not about me and what I think or, how I assume things are going to go. Who knew what this year was going to be? So who knows what the future holds? So I'm going to open myself up to be fearless, to be bold, to do all the things that make me nervous. And so, I'm gonna ask God to reveal His plan for me. That's what I'm gonna do. That's the biggest power move, that anybody can ever accomplish.
I love that. So if you don't mind, in the last couple minutes, I just want to sum up some of the amazing things that you guys said. So Kaiwan, you said that, social media matters and that, you can't just be out there acting all crazy, right? Representation matters. And I love that you said your authenticity is your superpower. So thank you for that. Nina, you said to communicate, to strategize, to advocate, and to amplify Black, right? You like that matters to you. And then Aaliyah, I love the fact that you gave us a tool list of things that we can do to use our network, to use social media if we're trying to PR ourselves, to go to the library, hey, read a book. Like I said, we don't have to all the time. And I love the fact that you said, listen, sometimes we don't have to hire a PR person because we're too new to the process. Why don't we do our own due diligence first before we take it there, right? And I love all of that. You can write a basic press release and then begin to build relationships so that now you can PR yourself. And if you have people like you in the network, maybe we can run it by you through LinkedIn. Yes, ma'am. And then, Michelle, like, I'm a woman of God. I appreciate you saying that. And I always say, I got this little nervous energy check, in the mail. But I love the fact that, for all of us, that my prayer would be for you. And this is my prayer for us, is that God would use us in a way that is mighty and powerful. So thank you for that final word on that, because listen, we are unicorns in this space and our voice does matter. And our gift and our anointing is that we can use that voice for a company and that the world can see what is actually important, what actually happens. And it's going through a filter that is fair, that does have empathy, that wants to listen, that brings authenticity to the marketplace. So we are in an amazing place. It was amazing to talk to you guys today. I'm wishing you all the best in your journey. And guess what? Let's all get like crazy Donald Trump and get
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much,
Michelle.
Power Broker
Thank
Summit.
you,
This was
guys.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yes.
and so just real quick before we close, I just want to tell you some of the comments there, like authenticity is key. They're like awesome Nina Flowers. They're like Michelle, you go. They're like Kaiwan. They're like love it, power up. Awesome, everyone. So thank you, Aaliyah. Thank you, Kaiwan. Thank you, Nina.
Yes.
Michelle, thank you so much. And guess what? Yvonne McNair, yo, you the biggest power broker of them all. And we are here for all of it. Shine a light on yourself.
Thank you.
Let's go. All right. Have an amazing week. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hi there. That was an amazing conversation. Both of the conversations today have been full of information. So I'm happy to be back to have a fireside chat. I have the honor of having a conversation with Leland Pookie Wigington. He is the president of Heartbeat Productions and the CEO of I Work For You Entertainment. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. How are you?
Amazing, outstanding.
Good. As you said, this is your first time doing it. And this is exactly what this is about, because you are a major power broker. You've done some amazing things in your career. And I'm so excited for this to be your first time where you talk about your career in this way. But that's what this is about. It's about shining a light on people like you who are behind the scenes, making moves, sharing your story so people can be inspired by you. So let's just jump in. You ready?
First of all, we got to talk about this pandemic haircut that I won't let nobody cut my hair. So forgive me, this is what I look like through the pandemic.
It's not bad. We will not focus on the haircut. So I know that you grew up in Inglewood, right? So tell me what that was like.
Oh, wow. Inglewood is amazing. It's the foundation in which I built who I am as an individual. Growing up in the 80s during the crack epidemic, as well as the gang violence, and was at an apex at that time. When I was growing up, you had to be in something or you were an athlete, and if you were an athlete and you were good enough, then the neighborhood would kind of bring you in and bring you under the fold and kind of take care of you. And I was fortunate enough to be one of those kids who was able to navigate through sports and common sense to kind of figure things out. I made a plan back then with me and my family to try to figure out, how to go to college and how to do things different. And a lot of my friends at the time were, either being incarcerated or, dying in the streets or going in paths that were very, very different than what my parents had for me, planned for me. My dad is from New York City. He's a New Yorker. My mom is from Roswell, New Mexico. So you bring them two together in a military environment, you end up with Pookie Wigington in Inglewood. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you touched on being an athlete, but you weren't just an athlete. You were a star athlete, right? And went to Seton University and, went on to really do some major things in basketball. So do you want to talk about your basketball career?
Yeah, well, basketball for me, has been a metaphor of life. The game has taken me all over the world. It's created relationships that have lasted for 30, 40 years. Me being 5'3", I'm one of the smallest players to ever play for a national championship and play in the Big East Conference at Seton Hall University. I'm in 2 Hall of Fames. I was the #1 junior college player in America. When I came out of high school, a lot of the colleges thought I was too small. They felt like at that time the great small point guards had not made it yet, like a Muggsy Bogues or a Spud Webb, and people like that were just going into college. So they weren't given a lot of chances to players like myself. We had to go a different route, which was the junior college route. I got 2 scholarship offers. I got one to Fordham University and to Pepperdine University. But what's interesting about Inglewood in that is I always felt like I was one of the best in America. I felt like the NBA was the only option out of the neighborhood for me at that time because I had very narrow thinking. There was no plan B. It was NBA or nothing. So when Pepperdine University and Fordham University offered me a scholarship, I didn't see them playing on TV.
Right.
I didn't see nobody in the NBA coming from Fordham or Pepperdine. So I literally passed on that as my parents did not like it. My dad felt like I should have took the scholarship. But, you know, I knew there was something bigger and better for me because the guys that was playing at that level were, I felt they were not at my level. So I chose to go to junior college. I went to Texas for a year, school called Midland. And then I went on to Ventura Community College where I met a guy named Phil Matthews, who's kind of like, he's a mentor to me, changed my life. And then I became the #1 junior college player in the country. And I had offers from Kansas, North Carolina State, Oklahoma, Seton Hall University, Villanova, Georgetown. I had everybody in the country just about that I wanted. And I chose Seton Hall because at that time, it was the school that I felt like I would play against the best in the country. And I knew they would give me the basketball and allow me to try to pursue my dreams. So basketball was really, really the cornerstone of how I got into the rest of my life, because being a point guard, you have to really know how to communicate with people. You have to know how to communicate with coaches. You have to be forward thinking all the time. You have to have vision. If you don't have vision as a great point guard, you won't be successful. I was considered top 10 in America coming out of junior college. And it was because I think that the work that I did to try and navigate out of Inglewood, and when I say out of Inglewood, I don't mean out of Inglewood, because the ironic part about it, I knew I would never leave Inglewood because I loved it so much. You know, I love my neighborhood. I love my block. I love my city. I love the people in it. But I also knew that I had to do something bigger to be able to come back to that. So navigating through sports and basketball and really taking those things and applying them to my life, which was coming from the court to leaving California and going all the way to New Jersey and on the basketball parts of that, of navigating, really was key for me. So it made me fearless. I didn't feel like I couldn't do it. I always felt like I had an opportunity because of how successful I was in dealing with people and navigating through basketball and being a point guard.
And that was going to be my next question to you. Do you apply? Because I think team sports are, very important for children to get involved in sports. But, do you apply what you learned in basketball and being on a team to your business and what you do every single day? And so clearly, you've used a lot of those tools in what you're doing. Do you still play?
I do. I still play. I coach at a school called Rebay Academy. As an associate head coach to a gentleman named Reggie Howard, who's a really, really good friend and a great coach. With that, I have 4 sons. So a couple of my sons played for me there. And we're #4 in the country right now. I built a program with Coach Reggie Howard over the last 3 years to be a national power. And I apply all those things to, teaching new kids now and remembering what it took for me to kind of navigate my way through life. And I decided to vow that I would not go through my life and not share what it took for me to have the opportunities that I have through sports and not, pay it forward. I had a guy named Michael Solomon who was at the YMCA, and he would, my dad worked at IBM, and he was always working, and he would make it to my games, but for practice and things like that, he would be at work. And this guy really was the one who protected me from a lot of different things that was going on in the streets, and really told me that I had an opportunity. And I always remember him because he was the guy who was paying it forward back then. He was the guy that was helping kids that he felt had an opportunity. And I wanted to represent that when I kind of, made it to the point where I was able to go back and give. And so now I still play. I teach my sons. I teach kids from my neighborhood. I have a youth program called Team Dream Academy. It's out of Rogers Park in Inglewood. And I'm there 2-3 times a week. And, people are sometimes surprised to see me there, but that's home for me. And that's where how I raise my kids between the Valley and LA, where we have a mixture of, the city and the suburbs.
And so when did you decide to become an entrepreneur? Because I understand that your first business was a dry cleaner. So, did you always know you were going to be an entrepreneur, and why did you start with a dry cleaner?
Very, very, very easy. My dad went to the military, and he comes from the streets as well. His mom's was a numbers runner in Rochester, New York. So my dad grew up in an environment where, entrepreneurial thinking was there from the very beginning. Right. I mean, my grandma was like, very, very well known back in New York for what she did. And she ran a full house, and they did a bunch of different things. But my dad wanted a different lifestyle, and he ended up going to the service and, getting his education and fixing planes and working for at the time it was called a company called, I think it was McDonnell Douglas or something like that. And he went on to get an engineering job at IBM. But what was interesting about that for my family was he was always working. And as a Black man and an engineer, my dad would come home so frustrated. I mean, it got so frustrating to him at times where, he did not want to go back to work, but he knew that he had to provide for the family. He was that type of guy who would, never say die. But what was happening to him was so systemic racist that, and this was in the 70s, it was in the 70s going into the 80s. It was, they would bring in these young white grad kids that would be like 21, 22 years old. And they would make my dad teach them. And then they would move them right past him. They would give him their position, and then they would move him. And he watched year after year after year of training people in what he did, surpass him in their careers like that. So it got to the point where my dad, after being there for 20 years, I remember him coming to me when I was like a junior or senior in high school. And he was very frustrated. He said, son, let me explain something to you. And he sat down, me and my brother, and he said, I can't take you to this space right now of entrepreneurship, but I want you to know I never, ever want you to work for a company that you don't own or have a position in, where you can control your own destiny. He said,
how old were you when he told you that? How old were you when he told you?
In high school. I was 16 years old.
Okay.
And he said, I never want you to work for anybody because if you do, you have a ceiling on what you can learn and what you can teach and what you can give and what you can control or own. And I did not understand that at the time, because I felt like, you know, my dad was doing better than most. You know, he was getting a paycheck. You know, we wasn't living in an environment where we was in some small apartment. My dad, you know, happened to buy a house, and but that pressure on him made it really difficult, because he wanted different outlets and releases from that world, and there were some challenging times just because of the nature of the business and the frustration. And I remember when he said that, me and my brother walked out in, and I said, well, I tell you what, I'm never going to work for anybody. I'm going to figure out how to own my own business. And I knew that would make him proud, but at the same time, I didn't really understand what that meant until later on in life.
And I think that, you know, I'm an entrepreneur, and one of the reasons I turned to entrepreneur, well, I mean, I always had the entrepreneurial spirit, but when I left corporate America, I was a vice president, and I knew, and that was 12 years ago, and I knew at that time that I was never really going to keep going anywhere. I felt very limited, like what your dad said. And I was like, I don't want to work for anyone ever again, because I don't want to have limits on me. So I think that that's great advice that you received at 16. And I'm sure you're telling that same advice to your boys. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, they live that with me every day. I think to it every day. You know, they have, my oldest is just graduated from high school last year, and he earned scholarship opportunities to play basketball. And, you know, ironically, he passed on some of those same, kind of like the same situation I had, where he didn't feel like he was getting the level in which he wanted. So he chose to go to a school called CMG Academy in Florida, which is one of the top grad schools in the country for basketball, post-grad programs. And then my other son is played on Sierra Canyon, which is one of the nation's top high schools. So these guys are, you know, I feel like they're being built for entrepreneurship and greatness. We won a championship with my oldest son. He's California State Player of the Year, all conference, all CIF, all state. So he understands what it means to put in the work to be successful. My son, who's a junior, he won back-to-back state championships. So my family, just my kids alone, the oldest, have seen the fruits of their labor, of the work that they've done since they were babies on what it is to be successful. I started taking them to the gym to work out, and we have this thing called sacred time. Sacred time means we outwork everybody in the country at 5:30 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. There's nobody going to outwork us in the country. That's the way they've been built. So if they don't wake me up in the morning to go to the YMCA gym, where we have access to it starting at 5:30, 6 in the morning, then we don't work out. My two oldest sons, I would say since they were maybe 8 or 9 years old, 4 days a week, they wake up 5:30, 6 in the morning, and we go to the gym and work out. Now my other two sons, and my sons by the way, their names are Snooky, Tukey, Wookie, and Zuki. And my sister.
Which one did I talk to earlier? Which one did I talk to earlier?
That's who you talked to. Okay. But their work ethic is really, really incredible. And it started at my dad, who is, he goes by the name of Lee, but he's also and I'm junior. Then there's the third, and my dad is leading senior. And my dad, I just watched him work so hard for other people, and he never stopped working hard. You know what I mean? Like, even though that was the situation, his DNA was, I'm still going to give you my best situation, but when I figure something else out, I'm out. But until then, you're going to get everything I got, because he wanted to be the best that he can be. And I think I hope that that's what I'm instilling in my kids, that entrepreneurial spirit. In fact, when I was in New Jersey, I just graduated. I started working on my master's, and I was working at this law firm as a driver while I was, working on my master's. And prior to that, when you're a student athlete, they kind of make things easy for you in terms of time, so you can spend time doing sports. They gave me a job in the summer of when I went to Seton Hall to work at this dry cleaners, because the guy was a Seton Hall alumni. And my entire responsibility at this dry cleaner was I would go in at 7 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning, help them open up. And because I was a star at Seton Hall University, I would take pictures with the customers, sign autographs, and then he would allow me to leave whenever I wanted to. And I got paid more money than all of his employees, because that was the way that the university set up my situation back then. And my dad called me, and I said, Dad, I just got my first paycheck, and this paycheck is like, $1,000. I didn't even do nothing. And my dad looked at me. I was so proud. I thought I had to hook up. And he said to me, he said, if you could spend time in that place and you can get a paycheck from them and you can meet all these people and you can't tell me how to run that business from beginning to end, how to start it, how to make it successful, how to market it, how to turn it into something that you can do on your own, then don't tell me about no money. I want to know that you're learning the business, and if you decide you want to do it, you've learned how to do it. So don't tell me about taking no pictures. Don't tell me about no autographs. Don't tell me about no money. Tell me what you get in education-wise from it, so you can start your own if that's what you want to do. I felt so dumb.
I love that. Because it's about work ethic, and there are no shortcuts. And that's an amazing lesson to learn.
I was showing him how smooth I was, how I could go get the money without working.
No. So then what made you turn to entertainment? Because obviously super successful in the entertainment world, but what made you, I know you started an entertainment marketing company, but what made you go that route after having this dry cleaners? And was your dry cleaners really successful?
Yeah, it actually was. So in my senior year, I'm playing in a summer league, a pro-am summer league, and I tear up my knee, and I have a knee surgery on my cartilage. And they removed the cartilage from my knee, which changed, because back then, the technology wasn't the way it is today. So I would literally, I had bone on bone inside of my knee. So my ability to play at the level in which the doctors and everyone felt that I was very limited. So I played in games in my senior year, and I practiced very little. With that, it made me have to rethink the NBA versus what I would be doing after I get my college degree. And I went into, going into getting a master's in the nonprofit sector in the nonprofit sector of doing my master's at Seton Hall. And the program that I started was like, you would go, 3 classes, and then I had a lot of free time. So at that time, I was trying to figure out what I was going to do in business while I was pursuing my master's. And I ended up going to this law firm and working there. And at the law firm, I truly realized what my dad was saying about working in corporate America and having this 9-to-5 job, because that was kind of like my first real job where I had to do work. It wasn't about being an athlete. It was more about, surviving through this master's program when I had stopped playing basketball. And it made me really think about the dry cleaning business. What was going to be my first endeavor as an entrepreneur? And my dad was right. I really learned that business. I made sure I understood it. And I decided that I was going to start a dry cleaning business and do what he did. And also use that same dry cleaning business to be a part of how I grew my business. So I launched a company called I Work For You Dry Cleaners in Orange, New Jersey. And I was doing that while I was doing a master's. And I had really understood marketing. My degree is in marketing. And I was working with a guy named Bob Sumner. Bob Sumner was at the time, he was a marketing promoter for Russell Simmons and Def Jam Comedy. And he had a club called the Peppermint Lounge in Orange that ultimately became the place where if you was going to make Def Jam, you had to try out at this club at nighttime because Bob would, have you audition there. And he's a Seton Hall alumni. So I knew him from there. So my dry cleaning business was down the street from there. He had that place going. And I kind of began to create my own revenue stream by marketing to the college students that were in the area that knew me as being Pookie Wigginton, the Seton Hall basketball player, who had this business. And that was my introduction into the entertainment industry. I also knew that I wanted to do something that still engaged people, that still entertained people, because I had done it all my life in sports. So I kind of gravitated to the promotion and marketing. So I was like an entrepreneur very young when I started. So the dry cleaning business was my first venture. I went and borrowed some money from one of my NBA friends that went to the NBA. And I launched that business. And while doing that, I was still dabbling in the promotions and marketing because that was one of the ways that I brought my customers in. I was marketing the Peppermint Lounge comedy night for Bob, but at the same time, I was pushing those patrons to come to my cleaners, which was down the street. So I had I was working both of them at the same time. And that's how I kind of began to look at the entertainment industry from a different perspective other than sports.
So you started the comedy brand at the world famous Laugh Factory. And I read a quote, and I want to read the quote because I was like, this is so important. But it said that you focused on building a brand versus building a show. And so why did you take that approach that you really focused in on the brand?
Because my degree was in marketing, and I was taught that brands, they have an opportunity, if they're handled correctly, they have an opportunity to have real longevity. Mm-hmm. Back then, you didn't have people that were considered the brand. That wasn't today's world. Today's world, every person is considered a brand because of social media and marketing.
Right. Yeah.
Then the brands were McDonald's, Coke, Johnson & Johnson, and so on and so forth. Even when Def Jam Comedy and Def Jam, the brand was Def Jam. It was not the talent. Mm-hmm. But what I learned in New York that was different in California was the brand was Peppermint Lounge. The brand was not Bill Bellamy, who had just started in comedy, who was considered the guy who was the host. He was the main guy, but the brand was the Peppermint Lounge.
Right.
So I understood the marketing part of that right from the very beginning, that Bob was building the brand, and Bill was the talent who was trying to succeed and leave the brand. Mm-hmm. Right? They never said that, but I watched it. because when he wasn't there, the show still had to go on.
Right.
Right. And they made him kind of the star because he was just now getting the jobs at MTV and stuff like that. And Bill was nobody at the time, but he was somebody in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
When I got the opportunity and to come back to California, because that was in New Jersey. When I got the opportunity to come back to California, and I came back to California to launch my real estate business, because later on, the dry cleaning business changed. A lot of things happened in my life that made me have to pivot. I use the word pivot because pivoting is the most critical part of business that I believe in business at all, because there's no business that is streamlined and straight. You're gonna have to pivot. It's a basketball term that we use as well. But when you learn how to pivot and change directions with a plan and a strategy, you never get stumped. Right. Roadblocks in business, and you have to learn how to pivot. So when life hit me and I had to pivot to help my family, I moved back to from Jersey to California, and one of my childhood friends was a gentleman named Chris Spencer, and he was a stand-up comedian at the time. And this was in 1999, 1999, 2000. And Chris was working at the club. He had a TV show called Vibe. That show had got canceled, and he was having a tough time at the time with his career.
I remember that show.
He was working for his manager was the owner of the club, a guy named Jamie Masada at the Laugh Factory. And Jamie, who's a very interesting guy, who's an amazing man, Jamie managed Chris, and Chris would go, use the club to perform. And I came out on a Sunday night one night, and he was performing. It was about 20, 25 people in the club. Prior to that, he invited me on a Saturday night, and the club was sold out. It was 300 people in there, and he didn't perform that night. So I didn't understand. I said, why are you here? This guy owns the club. This is your manager. Why are you here on a Sunday night with nobody here, doing material, and you didn't do it on those nights? And he was like, well, this is where I work out at, and so on and so forth. And I was thinking Peppermint Lounge. I'm thinking, if this guy ain't making, now I'm going into the entrepreneurial thinking. He can't be making money. I know that I can build a show because I watched Bob Sumner do it, and I was a part of the marketing and promotion of it. I really felt like I could build a show with Chris, make Chris Bill Bellamy the star, help him have the opportunity to do what Bill did, which was elevate into other opportunities by being the star. And I also understood that my job was to get him out and the brand could still live, which is why we called it a brand. And in 99, the brand, you didn't call yourself a brand, but I knew that the brand could live without Chris being the host if he became successful, and he did. And when he became successful as a writer, as a producer, and all these things, and we began to navigate and pivot, the show went on. Ultimately, I bought him out of the company because he wanted to go on and do some other things. And we're running today, 22 years, which ultimately was the key factor in how I built the foundation for a lot of my other business. Because when I went into that business, I realized that there was a lot of revenue streams in there.
Right.
And I also realized that if I owned the club, I would have to take on all the responsibility of what the club did. And I felt like so then I went and researched the Laugh Factory and how that business worked, and the liability inside of that, and all of the financial. I had everything in that without having to spend the money for the shell. So that's why we stayed so long, because I knew I didn't want to do that at the time, but I knew there was revenue stream. So I launched a business management company out of there. I launched a I did sports marketing out of there because I had relationships all over the place, from being in front of 300 people in Hollywood every day, writers, producers, directors, fans, so after sifting through about 3 or 4 different types of business, I settled in on what I wanted to do, which was business management and television and film producing. And it took years to get to that place because I did a lot of trial and error during that time, which ultimately we launched I Work for You Entertainment out of there.
So talk about, obviously you are the president of Heartbeat Productions as well. So talk about, so you meet Kevin. You obviously
Kevin met me.
Kevin met you. Kevin met you. And but what is it that did you guys just instantly hit it off? Like, what made you two form this partnership and work together to build this amazing brand together?
Well, first I want to tell you that I have quite a few clients, and when Kevin is the one that everyone knows because of the history of us over the years. But I didn't start the business that way. I started the business helping Chris Spencer, helping Cat Williams, helping D. Ray Davis, helping Alex Thomas and Paula Bell and Tiffany Haddish, just the comedy community. It wasn't about one individual.
One person.
I wasn't built that way.
Right.
I was built that I'm in this club and we have one of the hottest stages in America. And now Chris is my partner, but my affinity for comedy became so passionate, it was almost like replacing basketball. So I became the point guard of comedy. So now I'm helping guys like David Arnold, who's I think is one of the most amazing comedians in this game, who's a heck of a writer. He's now a producer. But guys like that were the ones that you could help them navigate, because the producers and the writers and the animators and all those people coming to the club, now you get a chance to speak on their behalf because there's nobody speaking for them at that time. And we became, Chris and I became very influential in the comedy space because we were creating jobs for guys that didn't even know it. Like they didn't know, and we weren't looking for anything. We weren't looking for, when Tyler Perry came and sat next to me one night and he said, man, I really need to find a great writer. And I was like, at this time, I don't even know what writers do. I'm so green in the business, but I know who could write jokes and who punch-up artists are. A great punch-up artist is a guy who can write. One of the great punch-up writers back then, punch-up comedians, was David Arnold. A guy could walk on stage, he'd go tell a joke, David would be sitting next to me, that guy would come off stage, and they would say, hey man, on the second show, you should try this inside of that joke. I just thought of this could give it a little bit more life. And I would watch that kid go back on stage with that note and make the audience move from here to here. So I knew how to identify guys back then who had those different types of talent. And when Tyler asked that question, it was David.
Right.
Now, I don't know he's going to give him a job, but I know that he's looking for someone who does that. I know that David is a guy who, if he did work with him, he would represent himself well. That level of professionalism was there. And there was many guys like that. I'm just using him as an example.
Right.
And he went on to, a couple months later, he's working with Tyler Perry through a bunch of different people communicating on his behalf. But it started with that's when I knew we had a lot of influence that we were not using very strategically because we were just doing it organically.
Sure.
People would come in and pick our brains and we would just be like, oh. Then it got to the point it's like, oh, okay, I get it now. Now I can really impact some of these situations. So I'm going to now make the phone call. I'm going to now meet with these talent agencies. I went and walked through, after I really got that, I went and walked through each one of those talent agencies and introduced myself and met a lot of the managers and agents inside of CAA, inside of 3 Arts, inside of William Morris, inside of APA. And then I began to become a connector for the comedians, and I didn't even manage them. It became like fun. It was awesome to see guys take steps who were talented.
I love that. What has been
go ahead. A great connector. He
Mm-hmm.
was amazing at that. He was a good guy. I was the bad guy.
Yeah, I know, Chris. He is a great guy. What do you think is your biggest sacrifice to the success that you've had in your career?
The biggest sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I sacrificed a lot in my career. I want to make sure I word this right.
Mm-hmm.
I think I sacrificed my career for my children and for my family, because I've had an opportunity to go do so much more in life with my career, but my sons, and making sure that they had the best opportunity with me being active, me being an intricate part of the day-to-day, made me navigate and pivot in a different way, because I could have easily gone on the road with a lot of guys and built businesses. I could have easily toured in ways where it would have been extremely beneficial to me. But I knew that I also did not want to stay in one lane, because that had never been who I am. So while I was building business in the sports and entertainment industry and in the comedy world and in the real estate world, I knew that my mind would be more useful to more people by sharing information and navigating through some of the opportunities that were available, so that I can share that information. But at the same time, I could create some level of success that would allow me to have more time with my kids. And that, I think that would be what I would call the sacrifice. Instead of making, $2, I was willing to make $1, because it was more impactful to greater people than the actual money would be to me, if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense. And we have like 2 minutes left. Did it go fast? Because
that went fast. We didn't even scratch the surface.
I know. I was like, there's so many more. I have like so many more questions. I feel like we have a part 2. But
I want to share this before we go. One of the things that has gone on in my life is how do I broaden and impact the world? And I knew that was something that I wanted to do. And one of the things that I did in my entrepreneurial life was I created a real estate portfolio and a real estate business that is pretty extensive. I also wanted to be involved with disaster relief. So I partnered with a company where we did disaster relief in Puerto Rico, and we did what we call safe, sanitary, and secure, which was get people back into their homes. And we did over 3,500 homes. Then COVID hit. Right now, we've created a business where the CPR testing takes 48 hours to get results. It's almost useless, 24 hours to get results. So when you're on an entertainment set, you get a test on Monday, you go into work, you get tested on Thursday, your result. It's almost counterproductive. Right. My company now, we have testing within 24 hours. I mean, within 90 minutes, which is on the cutting edge of how we open up America. And that's a business that I've been working on with one of my partners for the last, 8 months, 9 months, and it's here. So inside of my entrepreneurial world, it doesn't just involve this entertainment side. There's the real estate side. There's the business management side, which, I feel like I'm an expert in teaching people about money. I've always lived off of 33 cents of a dollar, and I consider myself to be very rich from that, because with that, it allowed me to have a future, because 33 goes in, the other side, then the other goes into the tax side, because automatically 50% of my goal was to be in the 50% tax bracket. So 50% goes there, 33 goes to my life, and then the other 20, the other 25 or 22% goes into my future. And because of that, I've always been able to navigate through life pretty easy. It's no heavy lifting.
That's a smart way to do it. Okay, so we are now out of time, and so
I want another hour.
I know I'm gonna have to call you because I have more questions.
No, you're awesome.
And I want to get my questions out.
You made this very comfortable and easy, so you're pretty amazing. I love it.
Thank you so much, Leland. I really, really appreciate you doing this, and I'm definitely calling you. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Have an amazing, amazing, amazing week.
Yes, you too. Thank you so much. So I was about to introduce Lynn Richardson. I'm going to do that now. So next up, our next panel we have is Turning Passion into Profit. And as I said, I have the best moderators to lead these discussions. And Lynn Richardson, if you don't know Lynn Richardson, she's pretty amazing, an amazing speaker, a financial guru, and she is going to be leading the next panel. So I would like to introduce to you Lynn Richardson.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I am so excited because we get a chance to talk to some powerful people about some decisions that they've made that will help move us all beyond 2020. You cannot fail until you quit, and we are grinding in the fourth quarter. So thank you so much, Yvonne. Thank you so much to everyone who has put this together. So without further ado, I am going to bring our panelists on because they have so much juicy information to share with us. I do not want to miss anything. I want to get as much as I can, and I want to get you as many nuggets as you can. So first up, we have Larry Morrow. Larry is an author, event curator, investor, and restaurateur who is going to really give it to us and bring us a variety of perspectives about the moves that we need to make moving beyond 2020. Welcome to the panel, Larry.
How you doing?
I am excellent.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Lynn. Thank you, Miss Yvonne. Thank you for just inviting me on this panel, because I know, just being alongside so many great people from all across the country, it's pretty cool just to be able to have the opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Also coming to this amazing panel, we have Lyric McCorvey, and he is a graduate of Morehouse College. also a proud member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity and the Emerging 100 organization, and is an owner of one of the premier nightclubs in Atlanta. So thank you so much, Mr. McCorvey. Welcome to our panel this afternoon.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I really appreciate it.
What's going
Thank
on?
Nothing, Larry. What's going on, brother?
Taking it easy, man. How's it out there in Atlanta?
It's interesting now, interesting times, but blessed to be here.
Yes.
Yes, yes. I said, if you are upset about your life, just wake up and be thankful that you have one. So, so that is awesome. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to welcome Madeline Nelson. Madeline is a music executive, producer, entrepreneur, and women's rights advocate. And she is the founder and CEO of Heads Music, a boutique record and label and creative music company in New York City. Welcome, welcome so much. Thank you so much for being here, Madeline. We can't hear you, Madeline. I think you have to unmute your microphone there.
There. How are we now?
There you go. Awesome.
Perfect. Yeah. No, thank you so much. And thanks to Yvonne for having me. And look, I get to be on this panel with these beautiful Black men. I love this.
Yeah, I think we've got a dual thing going. So I think it's going to be exciting and entertaining. So I know that there's a ton of information that we want to get out, and you guys have so many great, powerful jewels to go along with the amazing careers and really the lives that you've changed. So I want to just get us started with the first question. And I'll pose this question to each of you, and I'll start with you, Madeline. How did you get your start as an entrepreneur?
Oh, wow. Almost by default. I was a senior vice president at Sony Music, and was sitting in a conversation with my fearless leader and talking about the fact that I want to be CEO of one of the major labels one day. And he said to me in a very kind way, with no malice whatsoever, that I should be realistic because a woman would never be CEO of one of the major labels. And that was the day I decided that I would be CEO of my own label, whether it would be a major or not. And as soon as I was at the doors of Sony, I started my business.
I love it. Okay, be realistic. Whose terms are we talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
I love it. I love it. Okay. Lyric, if you would share with us, how did you get started as an entrepreneur?
So mine started in college, and just I saw a void for events, and a void for marketing, a void for being able to touch the community that looked like me. And so it's something that I carried in college, and then even after I graduated, I had a 9-to-5 where I was working for somebody else. And it just remained a passion. I was able to do it while I was working, and then I eventually had to let go of my 9-to-5 to chase my passion. But it was always in me, and it was something that I started in college.
Okay, I love it. I love it. And Larry, tell us, how did you get started as an entrepreneur?
I would say, I think at an early age, I had my fair share of like different jobs that I experienced, at 14 years old, right after Katrina. They were hiring pretty young workers. I had my first job at 14 at McDonald's. I worked at Chuck E. Cheese. I worked at Finish Line. I worked, just as a teenager, worked so many different places. And my last job, I dropped out of college. I quit both of my jobs. I was a lifeguard in the daytime. I did valet at night, but in between all of that, I had a clothing line. I started my clothing business fresh out of high school, and just really seeing how I was exchanging my time for money. I didn't really care for it, so I had to figure out a way that I could help position my family, position myself by doing something that I love to do that can also, help me generate money instead of working that full-time job. So that's pretty much how I got started. Just really pushed me to, become an entrepreneur.
Yeah, you know what? I love it. And the common theme that I see with the three of you, and I know I felt this for myself, is never really being satisfied with what was available, what was presented. We were taught to go to school, get a good education, get a good job, go to church on Sunday, wear clean underwear in case you get hit by a bus. That's my grandmother raised me. That's what she taught us. But I think, and those were some valuable lessons, but I think we also need to start to teach our young people to go to school if that's the route for you, because an academic education isn't for everyone. But get an education in the area where you have an interest and go out and create jobs, create opportunities. And my 3 daughters are in college, and my youngest has been working for me since she was 6. So everybody's an entrepreneur. And I think that you all basically have nailed it in terms of how do you start. And you just start with the first idea, the very first time that you see that you are not satisfied with what's being presented to you. With that question, what are some new tips that you would give to aspiring entrepreneurs? Because I think we've come up in a time, specifically for millennials, where we were told to get that education, get that job, and people are graduating with, more college debt than they have the capacity to withhold or to sustain. So what would you say are some new tips or some tips for aspiring entrepreneurs? And Madeline, if you could start and share with us.
It's funny. We already heard some of it with the 2 gentlemen here. It's right. First thing is, if you're going to be following your passion, if what you're going to be doing as an entrepreneur is something you're passionate about, you can't only be passionate about it. You have to educate yourself about it. You have to figure out, like, what is the niche? Like, what is the empty space? Like, why do you belong to this? It can't just be because you want to do it. There needs to be a need for it, because all business is supply and demand. No matter what the business is, it's supply and demand. So my biggest tip would be to educate yourself about that field that you're going into, that business that you're going into, deeply educate yourself. And the other would be, don't be afraid to pivot. If you go in thinking you know where the space is and you're wrong, but you can see, pivot. Change up a little bit. Those are my biggest tips.
Okay, I love it. Larry, what would your tips be for aspiring entrepreneurs?
I would just say you got to find out what exactly, like, who you are and exactly what you want to do, because a lot of us, we hop around from lane to lane, not knowing who we are, what exactly we want to do. And I think you'll save yourself a lot of time by just figuring those few things out first, because it'll just help give you direction on which route to take. Because we often, get into different industries or different lanes because we see somebody from afar and we're inspired by what they're doing. But in actuality, they're there because that's where they're supposed to be. You just got to really find your direction. And it's like you pick your target and you aim at it, and when you have that target to aim at, things become a lot more clear for you.
Yeah, Chadwick Boseman, in his message to the graduates at Howard University, talked a lot about purpose and your purpose crossing disciplines and finding out the thing that you want to do. I think what happens to a lot of us, I know in my 20s, it was like, my name is Lenny and I got plenty. I had 52 jobs. I could sell lighters and insurance policies. And that process of going through all of that will sometimes lead you there. But I think that's excellent. Get educated and know who you are and what you want to do. Lyric, what would be your best advice for aspiring entrepreneurs?
I love Madeline's work in it, learn it, just think I started off passing out flyers for one of the to me, the best club owner promoter ever, Alex. I put flyers on the car before he knew who I was. And it literally, you got to be humble. Like, if your goal is to own a club, and you have an opportunity to start at the ground, or you have an opportunity to go in the music business and you go and dump trash, it doesn't matter. You got to get in the door and take as many notes and ask as many questions and earn your seat at the table. So I loved what she said about that. And then also, just really don't be afraid to ask. I think that's one thing that we don't do as Black entrepreneurs. We're afraid to say, I don't know. And I think this last year with COVID, with the political climate, with everything that's going on, I vouch to do a better job of asking my mentors, doing my research, and just saying, I don't know the answer to this. And is there somebody that has the expertise that can help? And shadowing somebody. I've flown to Houston to shadow a club owner in Houston for a day because I didn't know. And so take the time to to keep learning. You don't got it. You don't have it all. There's somebody that's always better and sharper, but take the time to learn and be willing to learn.
You know, as you all are talking, I am literally taking notes. I feel like I'm in class right now. And you just hit the nail on the head. I mean, Madeline, educating yourself and pivoting. Larry saying, know who you are. And then Lyric bringing it on home with, yeah, educate, but be humble. Work for free. I tell people the way I got into the entertainment industry was I went and worked for free. And I worked harder for free than I did. So when I got a check, money could not make me work harder because I had already given way beyond and above the call of duty. And so how do we get that message across? And either of you can answer this question. How do we get the message across to entrepreneurs about being humble, putting in the time, putting in the work, and actually moving through the cycles in an age where everything is fast? Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, social media has made everything right now today. You can watch TV with anything that you have. How do we get that message across, and catapult or basically attack this spirit of entitlement? How do we do that? How do you recommend we do that?
I
think someone was muted there. Larry?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think just touching as many people as we can, like through social media. Social media has given us a platform to reach people across the country, across the world. And, a lot of times we fall into this false perception of what we see on social media, a lot of fabrication and things like that. But oftentimes, a lot of people reach out. They're like, yo, I love your page. You're a humble guy, you're this, you're that. And they ask me a lot of questions about entrepreneurship. So it's a job, but I try to make sure I touch as many people as possible and just give them the information that they need, because, it's not the opportunity that we lack. It's the information that we use to seize the opportunity. So I think that's very important, by just providing information and be willing to reach back. We got to reach back to the people, because just like a lot of my my mentors and I would say my OGs, they reach back and give me so much game. For example, one guy that gives me a lot of information is Ken Jasper. He's actually one of the guys on the panel, and somebody I look up to, somebody who gives me a lot of information, along with a lot of my other mentors in real estate and the restaurant industry, in different industries. So just reach back and provide the information that you get from the people that are before you.
Yeah. So sorry, that's one of the things I wanted to mention is how important mentoring is, taking on interns. I think the greatest way we can affect how the younger entrepreneurs are going to take on the world is by being in direct contact with them. I take 8 interns on every summer, and every summer I ask myself if I'm some kind of lunatic, because it's as much work for me as it is any work I'm going to give them. But it's one way I know to have some sort of influence on making sure that they are hopefully gaining good habits and doing things right.
Yeah.
I'm going to piggyback off of Larry. And what's crazy is Larry and I have the same mentor. So Kanan is my mentor, and just somebody that I'm able to bounce questions off of, ask questions to, and raw. And it's, I don't know this, I need your help, or I'm a new dad. Talk to me about being a father today and balancing being a father. So just having that person you can talk to. And also, somebody poured into us, right? So we have to also pour into somebody else. And I love Larry saying that he answered questions. I have never met Larry, heard of Larry through different channels, but when I Instagrammed him, he responded right back. And so that's that humility, that's that reaching out, that's that partnership that is so important. And we just got to do it. We have to do it, not just for people that are affluent or becoming affluent, but in these high schools in our communities, even if it's just one and we speaking for an hour, through the Merging 100 and through our fraternity, I've been able to just make some connections, and they have pushed me. A lot of it, they have pushed me and poured into me as much as I've poured into them. So mentorship and just the two-way street of it being beneficial for both parties?
Yeah, I want to ask this question as well, because I'm running into young entrepreneurs who have basically been disappointed by, I guess, the rate and the pace at which they can become successful. In my day, younger, we'd work for minimum wage. I remember being in college and working for $5 an hour, $6 an hour. But I think, unfortunately, today they find that, that's not enough money. And unfortunately, some have turned to illegal activity and then had to deal with the consequences of that. And then they are now in a position where they can move forward and start an entrepreneurial career, but it's not fast enough. The money isn't as good as it was. What advice would either of you give because there are brilliant minds out there, and I think lack of patience sometimes, and maybe lack of belief in that they can eventually get to that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. What advice would you give to those who are trying to get there quickly and make enough money to do it?
I'd love to take this one because it's a struggle, and what you don't see is all the work on the backside. You don't see the up late nights. So what I say is you just have to really keep grinding and be willing to put in the work and be willing to do some things that you think may not be to your standard or maybe beneath. That's how you learn from the ground up. So I worked a 9 to 5 to save my money to be able to purchase my car. So I worked a 9 to 5 for 8 years, making less than what I thought that I should have been making probably the entire time. But I was saving money. I was still doing my entrepreneurial stuff at night. Some people get it faster, but I say stay humble. You never know. You never know the work that people put in behind this. I've been hearing Larry's name for 10 and 15 years. It's not an overnight success, and I know he can speak to that. You got to put in the work.
Yeah. Anybody else want to comment on that?
I mean, definitely. I think just being consistent and persistent, because a lot of people think, like Lyric said, it's not an overnight thing. I think I'm kind of just enjoying a lot of what I planted a lot of seeds in my earlier years. I was hustling more so for relationships and not just the money. And with me putting myself in that position at an early age where, I value those relationships more than I did the money, it helped me just be able to get ahead at a different rate than some others, because, we all value, money to some extent because we need it to survive and eat. But, when that money is gone, what do you have? So I think just looking at it from that perspective and growing these relationships has, I planted a lot of seeds that are manifesting to this day because of, I'm 29 right now, but my early years at 19 and 20, those seeds I planted, and now I see those seeds, starting to bloom into these, a tree with it's starting to grow these limbs and these branches to where, it allows me to continue to grow in a bunch of different areas, like just having the mentorships and just building those relationships like with a Canon or with, different people, with an AG, Alex in Atlanta, with the Junior Martin in Houston, or with different people across the country, has helped me develop into the young entrepreneur that I am today.
Yeah, I call my daughters, my youngest is 19, my oldest is 24, and I told them, well, the two youngest, but the oldest one already had hers, but I told the two youngest, I said, I need some information because I'm about to start your retirement plan. And they're at Howard. And so my youngest started laughing. She's like, Mom, I'm only 19. Once I told her how much just $100 a month would be in 30 years, it was like $600,000 put in the right kind of mutual fund or investment. Her eyes, we were on FaceTime. She was like, oh my God. So I would say if we can continue that message of just a little bit at a time, over time, just what you said, Larry, it's like the time is going to pass by anyway. And now you've accumulated all of these resources, assets, experience, or what have you. So thank you so much for that. Madeline, specifically, what would you say have been the challenges as a female? And you alluded to it when in your first comment, but what would you say specifically are your challenges as a female in a male-dominated world and possibly a male-dominated industry, but more importantly, in a male-dominated entrepreneurial space? What have been your challenges as a female, as a woman, and how have you overcome them?
Wow, so many. There's so many. Some of the biggest challenges in my particular business are that women get pigeonholed into certain roles, marketing, publicity. So then when it gets down to like radio promotion and things like that, most of it has always been male dominated. It's always been considered work for men to do, not for women. I'm sorry, guys. So that's been a huge challenge, trying to overcome the obstacles of what's perceived as the jobs that women can do in the music industry. And then in general, honestly, what I've found since I was maybe 19 years old, and just working in business, is walking into the room and what the perception is right away from what you have to expect as a woman, what you have to give as a woman, and trying to overcome those obstacles. When I was young, I used to go to work only in a baseball hat and overalls because I just wanted to be seen as just a person in the room, not a girl in the room, if that makes sense. So that was like sort of like a defense mechanism for me to not get hit on and hopefully just be able to do my job. So those are really some of the biggest obstacles. Overcoming, the thought process about what women can or cannot do, and then trying not to be objectified.
Wow. And so, gentlemen, I have a counter question for you in this arena. And I've never heard this answer. So I'm going to ask you because I respect what you're doing and I respect what it is that you can share. As men in the entrepreneurial space, what advice would you give to women who are strong and could be perceived as being a B or whatever it is when she stands up and maybe makes a demand or whatever the case may be? So what would be your advice for women in the entrepreneurial space, especially in a male dominated industry? And or what have you done to facilitate roles of women in the entrepreneurial space?
I think I grew up in a household full of women. My mother, my sister, my grandmother. So I didn't have that male figure there. But the one thing I noticed, I come from a strong Black woman, and one thing she always did was stand her ground. And I think it's important just to stand your ground because you have a lot of men who don't value women on the same level, or they don't give the same respect to the women in business. And I think whenever a woman stands her ground and just shows, that she can get the job done just like you can get it done, I think it's important because a lot of men, unfortunately, don't value women the way we should. We don't value our queens the way we should. And I come like just even having. I'm a new father of a baby girl. She's 11, and my girlfriend. Just seeing how a woman, she holds it together. While I'm stuck in Vegas right now. I'm stuck in Vegas. I couldn't make it home because of the storm. And, without that strong support system of a woman who can stand her ground and just hold things together, us men, we aren't nothing. So I just think it's important for any woman in the business world just to hold their ground and to just hold their position,
Hold your ground.
Yeah, hold your ground. I love that. So I grew up under just a phenomenal Black woman, and I'm gonna brag on my mother for a second, but she was in the corporate space my whole life, and she became the CFO of Kodak and is now the CFO of Berry in North Carolina. So I grew up with a woman that she talked about it not being fair and her not getting equal pay. So I heard that from a young age. And so I always knew it was a challenge. And so it's always been something that I've kind of always thought about and been cognizant about. And the GM of my club is a woman, and a Black woman. And 121 of my 122 employees are Black. And I'm very mindful of just making sure that I have that woman around me, that strong woman around me, her opinion matters. She's able to talk and hear, and she's in the room with us as we're talking and discussing stuff. And we just try to keep it as real around her, and not offend. We let her say like too much, or we just try to keep it real, and we let her keep it real and say how she feels. You just have to make the atmosphere pleasant, welcoming, let her know that she's loved. Because in this nightlife is also very male dominated too. So I don't know if there's another nightclub in Atlanta that has a female GM. And so she's in meetings with us, and we're in there arguing and fussing, and she's right there with us. So she knows that she has just as much say as we do. And she puts us in check too. So I'm proud of, I gotta say this, I'm just proud of Black women for holding us down. I hope that we can hold you guys down, because I see a lot on social media about the Black man and the Black woman not supporting each other, or we feel away and they feel away. But we gotta get around that. We have to be a team, and men, we have to especially be mindful, and let's push and empower and support. And if it's breast cancer, and I know breast cancer doesn't just affect women, but if it's whatever the rights are that they need, whatever equal pay, we have to be there to support. We have to use our resources just as we would for Black Lives Matter or anything else. It's as important.
Okay. Wow. Thank you all so much for that. That got a lot of nuggets. I think this is the dialogue that we need to continue to have. So thank you for that. Let me ask this question, and this came up from our audience. How are young entrepreneurs or new entrepreneurs able to compete with social media influencers who may not have the quote unquote credentials, when these new entrepreneurs have the credentials or have built their resumes or have gotten their degrees or what have you? That's a question directly from the audience, and either of you can answer that question. How are they able to compete with these social media influencers who are just, it seems like they're getting rich or becoming well-known overnight? How do they compete?
Yeah, all right. I mean, I would say you just got to find out what's kind of what helps you stand out the most. I think you have to understand social media for sure, because social media is a tool that if you use it properly, you can connect with different people from all over. So, for instance, I've used, I wasn't always, right now I just hit 100,000 followers today on Instagram. I didn't always have those 100,000 of followers. I basically, I started when I looked at my page, from 3-4 years ago, and honestly, people probably wouldn't have followed me back then, because it probably wasn't some of the things that they wanted to see. But, I pretty much post my life, from traveling to the business, the entrepreneur things, the restaurant. And it's almost like, just creating engagement, just showing people, your true self, being able to connect with the people. I've gotten DM from so many different people from all over, just saying how, my posts, I try to post positive things. I try to post, and I think that's what I'm known for. So when you look at my caption, when you look at, my page, it's something that's going to motivate you, not something that's going to turn you off. It's something that I just want to inspire people, because I believe that the greatest act of man is to inspire. So just finding your niche within social media that can help you stand out, because there is so many different people with verifications, with people with hundreds of thousands of followers, people who have much more to post on their day-to-day life than some. But I think, just showing people the rawness, showing people, from the ground up. Like when I show a home, I don't show the finished product. I show when I was in that house, putting in the work, when it had only studs. So I'm showing the ugly side, but I'm also showing that process, and people can appreciate the journey, the process, and just be able to see that, just to be able to connect with you more. You know what I mean? So I think you just identify what are some of the things that, you can post on social media that people resonate with more.
I was going to say some of the most influential people that I know don't have Instagram, don't have a lot of followers, they lay low on social media. Social media is not the say all end all be all. The work is. And so nobody's following Larry if he ain't doing the work. It doesn't matter if he's popular or whatever, he's putting in the work. The work speaks for itself. Don't let social media just influence how it goes. I've lost opportunities with sponsorships and brands because I posted my son too much. And that's a true story. And they said that doesn't really align. That's cool. That's part of it. So social media, but the work will speak for itself. Do the work and it'll come back around.
Yeah, I agree with both of you. That's what's so interesting is I do agree that if you are going to try to compete in that space, then learn that space, come from an authentic place, figure out who you really are and want to represent across the social platforms, and then meet your people where they are, because your people might not be on Instagram. The people who are going to be interested in your product, whether that's a physical product or not, they might be on Twitter, they might be on Facebook, they might be on Pandora, but meet your audience where they are. That's really important. That's a key to growth. And I agree also that social media it's not the do all and end all, because what's most important is to make sure that your product, again, whether it's physical or not, is as great as it can be. Because you can be as big as you want, but most of those influencers are pushing somebody else's product, not their own. So we're talking about our own business and pushing our own product. So most the what do you call it? The most basic thing is to make sure that what you're offering is as great as it can be, best it can be.
Yeah, I have to concur with everything you said. And I would also add to the person who asked the question, your competition is not with other people. Your competition is with yourself. What you did yesterday is your barometer for what you do the next day and the next day and the next day. And then the other thing that I've always said, if God is blessing somebody else, I know he can bless me too. So if you can't beat them, join them. If there's somebody out there you think they're doing it better than you, get on their team, learn, be an intern, be humble, and then learn from them. So there are people who have done great things that I learned from. I'm a financial expert. I've worked with Diddy and MC Light and Steve Harvey, and I'm on Good Morning America. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to listen to what Susie Orman has to say, or Dave Ramsey, or Melody Hobson, and so on and so forth. So I never look at it as competition, but put in the work. And I think that's really what the theme is here. So I think I have a final question for all of you, and this one came from our team as well. There's a quote that states, "The measure of a man is what he does with power." You are considered to be a power broker in your industry. So for each of you, what are you doing with your power?
I'll kick it off. So to me, it's just using my influence for my community. So every chance I get, I try to, and my business partner, Corey Felder, we really try to touch the people. If we're at the schools, if we're doing a drive, we're selling pink Moet bottles and giving them money to breast cancer. Yesterday we fed everybody that came and voted early. That's what it's about. It's about using your influence to further drive your community. You're no good if you sit on all this money, or you sit on all this wealth, and you sit on all this fame, or you sit on all this popularity, and you do nothing to drive anyone forward. So that's my short and sweet answer. It's really just be about something bigger than dollar bills.
Come on now, I love it.
For me, it's education. So I'm in a business where millions of young artists have no idea how to get started. And I sit on a few boards and, have had the good fortune to learn from some of the best people in the business. So I give back through education. I actually create a guide, and that guide just keeps evolving, and it's on my website, and it's like open to anybody that wants to take a look at it. Every tip that I learned from every streaming service, every trick, everything that I gather, I share it in that guide for young artists. So that's my way to be able to, I call it sharing the wealth, because even though I'm not giving them money, I'm hopefully giving them enough information that they're going to know exactly how they can turn that into making money. So one of the greatest ways any of us can use our power is by sharing information.
Thank you. Larry?
I think one of my, that's a great quote, by the way. But I think just being able to connect the dots, just not for myself, but for like the people in New Orleans. One thing I've noticed that we haven't had over the years is just the lack of influence or the lack of action. And one of the things I try to do is use my platform to uplift others, whether it can be a young man in the music industry looking to get a little bit more attention or looking to connect the dots. I make so many links, just for the people in New Orleans to the industry because, in New Orleans, I'm like the powerhouse. I'm like the power player to the industry and just trying to help people, just shine light within the city of New Orleans. So I think just using my relationships and the quality of my relationships and just like the maintaining those relationships over the years to influence, people in a positive way. So I've been able to do that through the good grace of God by just being myself, just being me, being who I am, and using my platform to affect people in a positive way, whether it's from food drives or Merry Monroe Christmas I do every year to my turkey giveaways in a neighborhood that I was birthed in. I grew up and I played park ball, and that neighborhood showed me, so many different things and taught me, made me a man. So I make sure I always go back and I partner with, my friends, whether it's attorneys or athletes, and we go back to, different areas of New Orleans and we give back. So I think, just inspiring people along the way through your God-given talent, and which I believe I've done.
Okay, I think we have time probably for a 30 to 45-second answer from each of you. We have just a few more moments. So I guess we're going to make the most of it. This is amazing. Such a wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for all your gems. This is the question. What motivational wisdom would each of you share to remind entrepreneurs about the importance of consistency and follow through? 30 seconds for each of you. I know they hit us with that one, huh? Motivational wisdom to keep going. What would you say?
Keep going. It's something that I talk to my team about every single day is focus. It's about staying focused on what you want. Do not focus on what you don't want. Focus on what you do want. Put all of your energy into the outcome you're looking for. That to me is a huge key to success. Keep the energy on your desired outcome.
Lyric.
You're on mute.
There you go.
Sorry. I think the thing with me, the best thing that I can just say is not really just wisdom. It's just the notes. Keeping good notes and just big goals. Like today, I'm knocking off 5 things off this list before I go to sleep, or no maybes. You just gotta keep plowing through. That's the wisdom. I don't know if I know everybody has goals and checklists, but that's really what kind of keeps me on task and lets me level out what's important.
Thank you, Larry.
Can you repeat the question one more time for me?
Wisdom for entrepreneurs to keep going.
No, I think just being a student. I think part of growth is just understanding and knowing that you aren't the smartest person in the room and that you're not always going to be the person with all the information. So part of my growth has come from just I have a chapter in my book called Talk Less, Listen More, and just listening to just people who can give me the information, and just not even people who I feel can give me the information, to everybody. Like it can be anybody in the room. I'll take in the information, but it's truly up to me if I apply it to my life or not, because I think everybody holds a valuable piece of information, and you just never know who that person may be. So just be willing to listen more than you talk.
Okay, well, I would say to that, the glass is not half empty and it's not half full, it's refillable. If you mess up, grow up. If you Don't, you can't fail until you quit. Keep going and don't give up no matter what. So thank you all so much. Thank you for being a part of this Power Broker conversation. God bless you all in your endeavors.
Thank you.
Thank you to
Thank you so
everyone
much.
for participating. And I am going to turn this over to my sister, our friend, and the founder, the brilliant founder of Ad Color, Miss Tiffany Warren. She's going to take it from here.
My sincere apologies. I'm not new to this. I forgot to unmute. My apologies. I'm so excited to be here to facilitate a discussion with people that I admire. I've been sitting with their bios, some of them over 10, 15 years, and others I was just recently introduced to, and we have a great conversation in store. And so I would like to introduce my panelists for today. First and foremost, I'd like to bring on actually, you know what? I'm going to switch it up a little bit. I'd like to bring on Aster Chambers. Is Aster here?
Yes.
Hi, Aster.
How are you?
So good to meet you.
Yeah, so good to see you again.
Yes. And so listen, all of the bios today are incredible. I almost want to throw people to the various resources to read, but I want to give you your flowers. So I'm going to just quickly talk about some of your notable and incredible experience. You are a noted speaker. You're an incredible marketer. You've had leadership roles at Adidas, Nike, and that's interesting because you always think those are two very different companies. Obviously, a lot of the products are very similar, but we can talk about that later. We have a question about transitioning to different companies. And, you only launched this little brand called the Billionaires Boys Club with Pharrell, tiny. And the most interesting thing is that power kind of runs in your family because you took some time off to manage your daughter who made her mark on Broadway in School of Rock. And we kind of have that in common because my cousin, forgive the soundtrack, you're going to hear a lot as we speak. My cousin actually appeared in the School of Rock as well. So
who was your cousin?
He is Jillian Cameron. It was a while ago. I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link to his thing. And so I am truly impressed, and I want to welcome you to this conversation and thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next week we have the incredible, the incomparable Deb Langford. Deb!
Hey, Tiffany.
I feel like this is just going to be a conversation with friends. We'll try not to like each other too much during this conversation. But we want people we want to bring them in, but we also don't want them to feel left out of the love. So I'm so happy to welcome you to this conversation. You are beyond, and I speak specifically, particularly at your time at NBC Universal, heading up diversity. You really are very much the blueprint which many people have followed. I think of you as almost a Bill Parcells. Like so many people can trace sort of their careers and how they move in the world to your efforts. And so you're gonna accept that rose because that's the one I want to give you before I get into your bio. You are currently the head of biz development for Advancing Black Pathways with JP Morgan Chase, which is duly impressive. And like I said, you had several roles in diversity, equity, and impact and inclusion over the course of your career. You also you bet on yourself and you launched a company, the Langford Company, in 2012, which is exciting. And you've only served as, the California Film Commissioner, just a little small role as I introduced Aster. You guys are doing very, very small things in life. And then you were appointed to the USO board by Barack Obama. So I could go on, and you have an incredible amount of service through the different boards that you're a part of, including, but not limited to, Leading Women Defined Foundation, the American Black Film Festival, and so many more. So welcome. Deb to the conversation about corporate gurus.
Well, thank you so much, Tiffany. It is a pleasure to be here and follow Astor's amazing discussion and introduction. Two quick things. I didn't run diversity at NBC Universal. I was proudly hired by Paula Madison, who everybody knows was a maverick, a game changer, a ceiling breaker and an advocate. And I was thrilled to be her right hand in that. So super excited. And then listen, nothing against the Patriots, but if you could refer like to Dave Roberts, you know, the general manager of the world champion Dodgers, LA Dodgers, that maybe that's a good one.
Well, the reason why is because I'm from Boston, and I always make references to a couple of things: the Patriots, the Red Sox, and New Edition. So my apologies. I will try to.
But you're in the music business now, so you're gonna need some LA.
I know. That's a true story.
Dave Roberts.
We have our final panelist coming on, and that's Jennifer Lee Harrison. Hi, Jennifer. How are you?
Great. I don't feel like I am as immersed into all of your other panelists that you know. So I am a newbie to you guys.
I got you. You are currently the VP of Demand Generation at Carter's.
Yes.
That's pretty incredible. I'm sure you have your fill of beautiful photos of amazing babies every day. I would switch places with you in a minute. You actually, you have 20 years of corporate experience. You've been at TJX and Taylor, Tommy Hilfiger. You worked with J.Lo, Delta Airlines. So even though you're new to me, you're not new to this, as they say. And then you were the CEO of Perfect Hair International, where what I love is that through that experience, you have, graciously shared your experience on how to break through in an industry, that women of color aren't so much involved in. I mean, they benefit from it in terms of, what they wear and how they look, but you wanted to offer the tools to be behind the scenes and not just as a consumer, which is pretty special. And you worked with Steve Harvey for a little bit, and all of you worked with a little bit. All of you have worked with some incredible superstars who not only are known for, their products, their music, but also how they give back to the community. And so let's get into the questions, because I know that, there's going to be questions from the audience as well. So the first question, and I think, this question really goes out to those that are watching that are either in the beginning of their career or maybe they're switching careers, but how did you get started? Like, what was that moment where you said, this is what I want to do? Some of you have transitioned in different things, but there's a through line with each of your careers. So, Astor, you want to take it? Because I know that, music is very dear to you. So how did you get started?
Yeah, I think, well, first off, in everything, God's plan. And I could not have scripted any of this myself. And it kind of just happened, to be honest. For those of you who are can remember the Fame or LaGuardia High School, I attended that school in New York.
Very cool.
I was not Leroy dancing on tables. However, I had an affinity for art. And there was one day when a lady just came to our school and she had a project to find the correlation between arts and sports. So I happened to take her around for the day. When the day was over, she leaned over and said, I really enjoyed your company. Would love for you to come down to the office and just talk about stuff. Come to find out, she worked for Nike. So now this was my senior year in high school. And at this point, Nike was now becoming one of the brand of choices. Like we as consumers were procuring the product as a means of expression, not necessarily to run in or play basketball in, but again, to define who we were in our respective communities. And so I went down to the office a couple times, and she'd have designers and marketers coming in from Portland, Oregon, and they literally just want to talk to me about product, what I thought was cool, why, Fast forward, i.e. a focus group. And I became, and this was the beginnings of all this. Like all this was so foreign to any company or anything, but Nike was very much the forefront, because you got to think it was a company that was based in Beaverton, Oregon. So they had no clue what was happening in these, at that point, inner cities or urban communities.
Astor, what year was this?
Ooh, look at you.
Sorry.
You want to do that? Please, I could care less. I'm all embracing every moment of that. So that had to be, if I did 96, so that had to be 92. 92,
Yeah.
91, 92.
Yeah.
So I then go off to college, and now I'm continuing to be used in terms of doing surveys and getting shoes and getting feedback on what people thought about the product at my college. It also turned me into that guy. I was definitely that guy. I went to an HBCU at UMES. And so I did that for 4 years. And upon graduating, my mom was like, look, you've made this company a lot of money by giving them your insight and your feedback. They now need to give you a job. I'm like, Mom, look, don't hate on what's going on here because I'm getting these free shoes. I'm that guy and everything is really good. I don't want to mess with this amazing thing. She said, no. They need to give you a job. So I interviewed for an entry-level position, which is an EACN, which is Nike spelled backwards, and basically you're a tech rep for a respective city to educate all the retailers on all the technical aspects of the product. And why this sounds so foreign now, because then nobody understood why you were paying $100 for a pair of tennis shoes. Like, what is it? So we had to communicate and provide the tools to all these different sales associates at all the different retailers in New York, so that they were well versed on articulating why the cushioning, why the breathable upper, why this material, and all these different things. So I kind of fell into the industry by that one relationship and that one interaction at my high school that turned into an amazing relationship with a person who I'm still very, very dear friends with. She's been like a mentor to me, and she's been amazing. So that's kind of my story on how I came into this.
So you created a way out of no way. I have a feeling that this will be a pattern. So Deb, how was it for you? How did you get started?
Yeah. Wow. That's a great story. So I usually tell the story of when, right after USC, I worked for the family-owned restaurant chain. I say it that way. My sister says, yes, it was fried chicken. Yes, it was Golden Bird fried chicken, but it was $1 million business in Los Angeles. And we're talking about in 1986, right? We're talking about multiple locations. And we did the first ever Laker Girl poster. And Janet Jackson filmed in one of the 18 stores, one of her videos. And so we understood community relations then. I was in charge of marketing and advertising, public relations strategy. I even analyzed the sales of the stores. And so I tell the story that I went to an NAACP luncheon. I sat down and the people to the right side of me looked like me, hint, hint, but they didn't have a conversation for me. They were like, hi, and that was it. And I was like, okay. So I turned to my left and there were two 76-year-old Caucasian gentlemen, and we wound up talking most of the luncheon. I said, I'm going to go say hello to someone. I came back. When I came back, they said, we think you should work for us. I said, well, what do you do? And they said, well, I'm Joe Barbera, and he's Bill Hanna.
Oh, wow.
Right. And for the millennials, Hanna-Barbera, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Flintstones, Yogi Bear, Pound Puppies, Huckleberry.
Oh my goodness.
So I tell that story that we can be sitting in a seat and you can look to someone and you believe, whether it is race, whether it is gender, whether it is age, whether it is something you think we have something in common, or over this way, we don't have anything in common. And so I had that conversation, and after calling Joe Barbera's office for about 3 months, I got that meeting, and he asked me, did I do voices? I said, no. He said, do you draw? I said, no. And he said, what am I going to do with you? And I said, you're going to hire me. And he hired me. I was the director of development for Hanna-Barbera Productions. But I tell that story because I think there's a lot of lessons in it. And I think there's a through line in my career of when you have the seat, when you are somewhere, be present and have a really great ability to be a listener and have something to say. So fast forward throughout my entertainment career of Hanna-Barbera, Warner Brothers Television. I ran Quincy Jones's television company. I worked at Urban Entertainment as a senior vice president. In that role, I was invited to an event, Tiffany, that you and I have gone to in years, the BFF Summit.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. And I was sitting there and I was asked to be one of two people to sit with Dick Parsons after his remarks. At that time, he was the president of Time Warner. Shortly there, and I was, they asked me to sit with him because I'm known as the connector. And so I actually enjoy introducing people. So wound up, after the conversation, introducing him to all these people with a very thoughtful introduction. And he was pretty impressed. He says, how do you do this? How do you know all these people? And I said, well, I enjoy meeting people. I understand the importance of an introduction and a network. Well, Very shortly thereafter, I think it may have been a month, he was then named the CEO of AOL Time Warner. And what Dick Parsons realized was that the people coming into the organization at the vice president and above level in media and entertainment, that's really where you have a voice in the decisions, were not diverse and they were not women. He said to the HR team, "What's up?" They said, "We can't seem to find them." He said, "I've sat with a woman who could find them. You need to find someone like her." Full disclosure, they created a job. I heard about the job. I interviewed and I got it. And so that was one where, again, be present in the moment. What if I had said, I don't really want to introduce people to Dick Parsons. If I'm going to sit next to him, I'm going to have the conversation with him. I want him to be impressed with me, right? But he was impressed with the outcome, right?
Absolutely.
Like the panel in front of us, when they talked about put in the work, I put in the work before I had the chance to even, audition for the gig, right?
I think there's definitely a through line from that chance meeting with the producers,
right,
all the way to
chance meeting.
Someone would look at that as just like you're sitting at the table with someone, but you saw the opportunity. Jen, you're up. How did it start for you? Oh, you're on mute, hon. You're on mute, I believe.
I just always try to be cognizant of my background. So I think that you're absolutely right. We share a lot of common ground across your presenters today, the panelists, and it's early, like Aster said in the very beginning, of being a focus group, especially for people of color, that started my career, to understanding how relationships mean everything. I tell people all the time, my career really started with relationships. So when I look back, when I came out of college, I had no idea what I wanted to do. Like, I was clueless. I was raised by an entrepreneur that he had already groomed me to take over his business with my six other siblings. I was done. I was just going to school to Hampton University to check off the box that I went to school. And then as I started to develop my own thoughts and opinions, I was like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to work for the family company. And so I worked for Lucid Technologies. I said I was going to, follow the trend and go into to telecommunications, and not really knowing much about the industry, but that's what I felt like, was trending. So that's what I went with. And one day, kind of following what Deborah said, I was invited to this dinner by one of my friends who worked at Sony Music in New York. And I didn't know who I was sitting beside. He introduced himself as Andy. Later through that conversation of dinner, he was Andy Hilfiger, Tommy Hilfiger's brother, who was launching J.Lo clothing line within the upcoming months. And so we're just talking, and he's asking me what I do. And then when he started telling me about things that he does, but he didn't really elaborate who the brand was. And I'm just, I'm a talker. So I'm giving my thoughts, my opinions, how you should target this audience. I had became an instant focus group. And so from that point, he was like, well, why are you in telecommunication? Like, this doesn't even fit. This doesn't match. And so that conversation continued, where his business partner came to that dinner, and one thing led to the next. They invited me to come into the office on Monday, and I started to even talk more about my thoughts and ideas, and I was offered a consultant role. And so that consultant role ended up into a year-long relationship that he eventually said, I pay you way too much as a consultant. We want to bring you in-house. I came in-house. I moved to New York. And then that led to the relationship of meeting Tommy Hilfiger, which then led to me eventually transitioning over to his brand. I landed back in, I switched gears and went into hospitality, and where I met Steve Harvey, where he was my personality for the brands that I managed. And that relationship grew. And that when I finished my MBA program out of the University of Maryland, he said to me, you know, I would love for you to come and help me build my brand.
Wow.
And that conversation led to my entrepreneurial endeavors to want to build Perfect Hair Collection.
Yeah.
And so now the tables had turned. I was cutting him a check originally. He offered me a job to cut me a check, as well as become an investor to my brand that I was looking to launch. And so what I tell everyone is the power of relationships is everything.
Unbelievable.
You never know, like Deborah said, who you're sitting next to, and that power of who you're sitting next to. So always be present.
Mm-hmm.
You never know that what your voice is in a conversation to be that focus group. And so I have never had the true, I would say, career path of applying for a job.
Right.
All of my career moves were strongly based upon relationships. And that's very important as you're developing your career.
And I think, you know, the common denominator amongst all of you, if I can, I mean, you summarized it very well, Jen, but also there's entrepreneurism in every one of your stories. There's betting on yourself in terms of your point of view that turned into something major, not just for the company, but for yourself. And then finally, the courage to kind of go on a path unknown. To your point, you know, I think I've submitted my resume once in my whole career, you know, because often it's either your reputation precedes you or, you know, people are talking about you in rooms that you're not in. So I love how you guys all have that same beginning story or origin story, which is around, you know, taking a chance and sitting next to someone and turning that into an opportunity. So that's really special. The next question, we're going to dig a little bit deeper because often you do have the courage to go forward and bet on yourself, but there's also a lot of sacrifices that happen to chase your dreams and to build your reputation and to build your personal brand. And so in achieving the success that each of you guys have had, you know, what are some of the gains and what are some of the sacrifices that have come with being, you know, Aster, Deb, and Jen, you know, in your road to your success? Aster, you want to take it?
I would love to, but I'm very much a gentleman, and chivalry still exists. And you've had me start the first question. Okay. Respectfully, hey, I'm gonna take the lead. I'm in a house full of women, so I know how to listen and do. I just want to make it clear, though, chivalry still exists. With that being said,
brownie points from the audience, but
yes, you did. Yes,
please talk about.
Listen, household of 4 beautiful women, my wife and my 3 girls, so I'm accustomed to this, and I just have to make it very clear. Yeah. Chivalry still, okay. So with that, so sacrifice, I'll go into the sacrifice for me that then kind of feeds into the game. And I think the sacrifice for me were ways of thinking. It was notions, right? And because I think in corporate environments, it's so very easy to, one thought that I had to sacrifice was assimilation.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that, when you get into these corporate environments, it's so easy, and probably because of who I am as a minority, when you are the minority in voice and thought that isn't in compliance or aligned from a vision standpoint with the majority, it's very easy to join in the majority. And I think with that, you lose the essence of what it is you are supposed to be bringing to the table, right? By assimilating. So I had to lose that to really unlock being able to articulate what it was I can bring to the table, not for myself, but for initiatives, for strategies, for brand imaging, all these different things. Because if I'm then going to water it down to be like everyone else, there's no reason for me to be here. And I'm doing myself a disservice and everyone around me a disservice. So when I got through that, not feeling like I had to assimilate and be confident in having a voice, and just because you have a voice doesn't mean it's always going to go your way. But when you don't utilize that gift, you are depriving the initiative, the people, and yourself. So that was the first one. The next one was a shifting of how I looked at things in terms of, I used to go into things and ask, why is this happening to me? Like, why am I getting thrown under the bus? Why am I not getting this VP job? Why am I not getting this opportunity? Why am I being pigeonholed into the things that they think just an African-American male should be leading or working in? And then I had to flip it. So I had to sacrifice that thought and flip it to the thought of, no, this is all happening for me. All this, it's not happening to me. This is all happening for me. And what that helped me to do was embrace all the adversity, embrace all of these roadblocks, because that's part of my journey. And that's part of the growth. And that's also part of the testimony, because guess what? We're always going to make it through. What that looks like is going to be very different for everybody. But embracing the adversity and knowing that that's where the true growth comes from. And now I'm realizing, oh, this is happening for me. It's not happening to me. Those were the two significant sacrifices. And I'm putting those as sacrifices because I had to let go of that way of thinking to get the gains.
Yeah, love that.
I love that.
I love that.
Well, I want to jump in because, you know, I will tell you, you're over here preaching a word. I feel like, you know, we might, you know, we need to go in church and start saying an amen.
We're here for it. We're here for it. This is, hey, look, this is the time.
This is the time, right? And so I think that what you're talking about lends to what I would say as a Black woman is the imposter syndrome, right? We've all heard about it. We've all talked about it. You hear it trending. It is very real, right? Because as people of color, we are constantly assimilating. We walk into corporate America and have all of these images of what they have said it is okay for you to be. You can't be anything else. You need to be this. So when I started my career, I mean, I was an Ann Taylor model. You know, it was shirt all buttoned up. I had my sweater, you know, tight, little short crop bob. You know, I was like, oh, no pink lipstick. You know, I'm all pink today, right? I didn't do that because we were so groomed to think that this is the only way that we would survive in corporate, is that we almost are vanilla. Like we have to like blend into the wall. And I have had the great experience through my career to have, I would say, some amazing mentors. And they weren't always people of color. They were actually white women that took an interest in me and said to me one day, I remember one of my mentors saying to me specifically, she said, Jennifer, you are your very best self when you come in just as you. When you just come in being exactly who you are. With all this energy you got, do not let the people in this room change that.
I love that.
And when she said that to me, it was freeing. It was that moment of, I would say, okay, she has given me the green light to walk through this door and do what I'm good at, right? And so I think that to Astra's point, you sacrifice yourself. Number one, like who you are as a person in corporate America. I also, as a Black woman of trying to climb the corporate ladder in my home, I sacrifice myself to my home. And this is a whole different conversation because I think that I felt I had to be 150% better than everyone I walked through the door at work. And then I had to be 150% on at home.
Yeah.
And somewhere there was a give.
Yeah.
And I actually hit a wall when I hit about 40. I'm gonna age myself. I'm 45 and I'm happy, you know, but at around, I would say 39, I hit a wall.
Yeah.
I hit a corporate wall. I hit a home wall because I wasn't showing up for my work. And I wasn't showing up for my home because I was giving so much of myself 24/7. I was working 12 hours. I was coming home, putting the kids to bed, going back upstairs, working. I was doing all this stuff because I was trying to prove everything I could be a super mom and a super person at work, that I lost myself in this process.
Yeah. No, I think part of the, you know, when you gain something, do you have to lose something, or can you have everything all at once? There's so much research about that. Like, you know, where we grew up in, I grew up in the 90s. I'm an Inroads kid. And so when you talked about like the Ann Taylor and being vanilla, like they literally had classes every Saturday to teach us how to fit in. And then
Exactly.
I flipped it and I ran an internship program and I spent 5 years teaching these interns how to stand out. So Deb, I mean, there's so many different things that both Aster and Jen have said. What has resonated and what can you add in terms of the sacrifices?
You know, they both obviously incredibly resonate. I looked at it a little differently, and I'm going to talk to you about sacrifice. So when I finished the Dick Parsons piece, is that I got hired at Time Warner with none of that experience that you usually would have in such a the world's largest media and entertainment company at that time, to bring in top diverse executives, VP and above, and I'm proud to say 113 positions filled. But what the sacrifice was I was sitting in Los Angeles, where I still live, and I wasn't willing to relocate, right? And so part of the sacrifice was being available at 6 a.m., right? Being ready, because I was not going to let them say, oh, we can't get Deb until noon our time. We can't get Deb this way. And so I think the sacrifice was just saying, you know what, this is what the team needs. I'm going to do it, right? But let me tell you what the gain was. The gain was that now here I am running business development for Advancing Black Pathways for JP Morgan Chase, where the team is on the East Coast. And so I am fully experienced in being camera ready. Well, maybe back then at Time Warner, I wasn't camera ready, but I was voice ready, right? But this is not unfamiliar to me, to be on at 6, right, to deliver. And so sometimes I think the sacrifice is a pivot in the way we think. I think that both of our panelists have said that we know that the sacrifice was the preparation for us to sit in the seats that we're in now, right? And so I think it's really that point of view. The second thing I would say is, when I made that pivot from being on the creative side, running Quincy Jones's television company, or being the first general manager of Essence Entertainment and running the Essence Festival, there's a lot of perks that come with that, right? There's this and there's that, and there's the visibility. And so to move inside in a corporate role, right, where the story is not about me, the story is how can I get someone a job, right? That could have been seen as a sacrifice, right? I wasn't talking about being the head of something. I was trying to get somebody to be the head of something. But again, the gain was the satisfaction that I was being a game changer for people.
Yes, yeah.
And so sometimes I think the sacrifice in terms of the concept that Yvonne has done so well with this conference of being a power broker. Oftentimes power brokers are not the first on camera. Power brokers are not the people with the biggest Instagram following. Power brokers, you may not see the power broker car pull up, or the power broker red sole shoe, or the power broker bag. All of those things that COVID has now taken away from us and identifying power, right?
Yes.
The power is the influencer, right? So I think that's the way I'd see it.
Yeah.
And I love that, Deb, because I would say for the game for me, you know, although I feel like I gave up a lot in the beginning, I think what the game was for me is that I am now a model for my children. I have a 21-year-old that is finishing up Morehouse. He is he is doing computer engineering. He just got accepted to the University of Michigan. He is an A student. I haven't paid a single dollar for him for his education because he saw very early on the work that I put in to get where I am. So that has disciplined him. I watch my daughter. She's competition cheer. She has a discipline that is like no other. So although I did all these things, I didn't show up to every football game, to every basketball game. But what I did is teach them the discipline that my dad taught me, right? And so to me, all that I've given up, you know, along this journey, I gave them something that now will carry on the legacy of my family. So I'm okay.
Yeah.
That I sacrificed myself in this process.
And I think I think there's a lot of conversation about where our ancestors' wildest dreams. And so, you know, each of you have talked about that in different ways. I do want to say that, you know, you guys talked about your sacrifices. And I want to ask, like, what have you gained, you know, as a power broker, as someone who's been able to lead where they're from, been able to lead teams, to lead brands, to lead celebrities. You guys have an incredible amount of experience. What have you gained? Something positive. Not that the sacrifices were negative at all. Like Astor said, it's not what's done to me, it's what's done for me. But what have you gained? As a power broker.
I'll jump in.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think for me, it's the gain was a transition from what I defined as success at one point to significance. So success is when I found myself bringing a ton of value to myself, right? Like, oh, I got this job, I got this role, I got this position, I'm doing this and that. But then I realized the real gain and the real win is when I gain the awareness of significance. How am I bringing value to others, right? Because I think the unlock of bringing greatness out of everybody or those around you, that's the real win. And I think that's the real purpose as to why we're here. I know that's the purpose why I'm here, is to help unlock greatness in others. So how do you bring value and unlock that for others? And that's been the huge gain for me. And I think it's this notion of humility, right? It's not about thinking less of yourself, but it's about thinking of yourself less.
Yes.
Because when you
because that's like a sound like.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Let's run that back. Let's run that back because it takes a minute. It takes a minute. It takes a minute for people to really sit on that. They be like, "Yo, what did you just said the same thing?" But really, I did not.
Yeah.
I said it's not thinking less of yourself. It's about thinking of yourself less. That is significant. Listen. So I had to go through or do certain things for that to really resonate and not only believe it, but live it, right? Stepping away from Nike.
Yeah.
Great job working up the corporate ladder. You're the man. You're doing all these different things. But God had given our oldest a gift, and we were fortunate enough to find out how she was bent. And we fueled it. We nurtured it. We did all these things. Her gift was going to inspire way more people than I was going to inspire in my current role. So I had to step off the boat in order to walk on the water and let her gift shine and touch many people. But then look what he does. I then come back and then I put out into the universe, and your words, be careful how your words are powerful. When you put words into the universe, they manifest themselves. I said, if I come back into the industry, I want to work with influencers who can help make the significant change in the world that we need, right? Because to Deborah's point, not all the power brokers are the ones that you see, and all the money.
Yeah.
But there are people that can work with them to help make the power moves, which is what I wanted to be a part of that. So what does he do? Adidas is now looking for someone to head up their music business and launch this brand called Ivy Park with Beyonce. Like, look at God. Like, everything truly happens for a reason. And when you trust the process and you have a peace beyond understanding, things happen pretty incredibly. So that was the game for me.
Astor, I have to tell you a story. I am very present with you guys right now, but I just need you to know that checkout for Ivy Park opens in 18 minutes. So I am present, but I
however,
in that process.
You have the tab open.
Keep it real. So just
I love just a little bit. Just a little bit on the gain. For me, my gain is the pure joy and the satisfaction of knowing I'm making a difference, really, frankly. At Time Warner, to know that 113 people got into positions and that would not have been able to do it. That was impact. And now in this role, at JP Morgan Chase, we did HBCU Show Me Your Walk, Show Me Your Walk HBCU edition. And I'll tell you, that was such an amazing moment. As a Hampton grad, I'm sure that you were quite happy. The real HU.
Come on. I never get into these conversations because I'm you are.
It's a no-win. It's a no-win.
But I will tell you that we celebrated, the graduates of 78 schools. But really, one of the things that I was able to do was tee up my girl, Sean Robinson, right, a proud graduate of Spelman, as an example of how you can have a thriving career. And just so we're talking about real power brokers, Janice Bryant Howroyd, I introduced to the show. She was part of it. Janice Bryant Howroyd, a graduate of North Carolina A&T, is the second richest Black woman in the country. First of all, most importantly, she is the first and only Black woman to ever start and run not just $1 billion company,
Act One is $2.3 billion. So when I had the chance to say, here, we're going to have people talk about what that experience is of going to an HBCU, right? Being able to introduce these two women. And by the way, Sean just did an amazing interview with her. And by the way, the president of the United States, Barack Obama, was on it. My game was to say, wow, here I am. If I have a seat, I'm going to use it. If I got the mic, I'm going to use it. Absolutely. And those things are rewarding. You know, we all know this. You reap what you sow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that is a universal law. You put apple seeds in the ground, you're going to get an apple, not a lemon or a Cadillac, as OCC say. So I know the gain, right, is going to be what I'm going to reap, and I reap all the time.
And we have just under six minutes, and so there's two questions I want to ask. And so you know, we could. I'm trying to lobby to get more time, but we have about 6 minutes. But you guys actually asked a lot of the questions ahead of time in various ways. But I did promise that because of the types of experiences and industries that you guys have transitioned to and pivoted from, that would be one of the questions. It's about, you know, when you rise to the top, it doesn't come without the ability to be able to shift. And if you can share briefly, you know, what those pivots have meant for each of you. You know, Jen, you had several pivots. I'll start with you. Deb, oh my goodness, and Aster, we're coming for you. But Jen.
Okay, so I would say, you know, starting my career in corporate and then shifting into, from a traditional, you know, hospitality, retail background, and then shifting that then into Steve Harvey, where I built an in-house agency and then became a partner of his from an entrepreneurial perspective to build a hair care line. Those pivots alone were significant to my career for two reasons. One, I had to take everything that I learned in corporate America and apply it to now my business venture, right? And I believe that that's the reason why I was able to take Perfect Hair Collection to making $0 to a 7-figure business within less than 1 year.
Wow.
Because simply I took all that 15 years of knowledge and I applied it to my business. And I think what happens when people start businesses, they have this misconception of what it really takes to really put the building blocks in place to be able to scale a business. See, everyone always wants to start with, if I make a few dollars, then all of a sudden I want to take over this and take over that. But if you don't have the scalable foundation, you can't do it. And so, but what's interesting in that is that I scaled so quick, I actually was the downfall to my business. I moved so fast that my business couldn't keep up with the demand.
Got it.
And that was such a disheartening blow to me, because I was like, how could I go from, and this is real talk, selling $5,000 a week to one day doing $175,000 in sales. And then my business exploding from that point. And I can't keep up with the demand because now I have international, concerns. I'm trying to bring in product. So it was all these things. And so I had to humble myself.
I have to say we have 4 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to shut it down. So I had to humble myself.
Yeah.
Slow down my business, but that also shut my business down.
Got it.
And then I had to go back into corporate. And that to me was the pivot that humbled me as an individual, but it also, it had to rebuild myself back into corporate. So I would tell you that being humble is probably the most important attribute that you have to learn throughout your career.
Absolutely. So being humble and, the scaling up and not doing the building blocks to scale up, I think is a word for a lot of entrepreneurs who are listening, that you have to start with that first and not after.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, I'll do mine quick. You want a quick? Here it is. Okay. Be prepared. Be prepared for the pivot, right? I went from being at the fried chicken, Goldenberg Fried Chicken, right? Going into Hanna-Barbera, right? Going into media and entertainment. And then the pivot came to have the opportunity to go into Time Warner, right? I had done the work. I figured it out. I had the relationships. Then to go from Time Warner into NBC Universal, and then decide to make a pivot into academia? You talked about me starting my own business. Well, that's because a shift with an F happened, right? Here comes Comcast. They buy NBC Universal. It's clear, I'm not going to be the CEO. So it's like, all right, thank you, everyone. I'm going to leave, right? I'm out and I'm going to start my own thing. So when a shift happens, I could have sat there and said, wait, I'm going to make them love me. I'm going to make you figure out I'm the person. No, I'm going to pivot because of the shift. Right. And then I was prepared. I went into USC. I ran ran the diversity for the business school for 5 years, brand new, environment, figured it out. Then when I had this chance, right, again, relationships to Shonda Brown Duckett and Sekou Kaylin, when there was an opportunity to pivot into banking, financial services. I mean, USC, I went there, so I knew it, right? I knew what USC was. Entertainment, I had a career in entertainment. It all looked the same, but every job I did, I had never done before.
Right.
Now I'm going into financial services, the most regulated industry, right? So again, be prepared for the pivot, right? I'm able to leverage all of those experiences, right? And work hard, do the research so that I can continue to thrive and be of value in this place.
Yeah.
So just say, everybody, be prepared for the pivot and embrace it.
Well, I will be calling you because as I'm making a big pivot myself, definitely want to get all the jewels that I can from you. Aster, do you want to take it home a little bit?
Yeah, I think for me, the first thing is that I would share is never let a company or a brand define you, ever. Because I think that helps enable the pivot, right? You step out not on fear, which we all know is what false evidence appearing real. You're stepping out on true faith, right? So never let a brand or a company define you, because when that happens, you're at a loss. You're at a loss. I think the other thing is be very cognizant of who and what judgment or criticism you're taking and from where it's coming from. Meaning, we have these reviews, you have these managers, and you have all these different people you work with. Be very diligent on the ones that you allow to really inform necessary change or not necessary change, because some of that feedback and insight is not coming from the best of places.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to use your discernment on how and what to take in and apply, and not take it all as fact.
Yes.
I love that. We have time for one more question, but I want to do a little housekeeping. So Aster, I said, "Oh my God, it's so nice to meet you." I take that back.
Yeah. Do we really want to go there right now? I mean,
I take it back.
And we were in one of the most fabulous places in the world, and we're like, really?
I'm like, blame it on COVID. I literally blame it on my mind and not my heart.
It's all good. I still feel your great presence.
And then for Deb, Paula Madison is the GOAT, period.
GOAT.
So thank you for being corrective, because she is who we all flow from in terms of how to do it well and how to be so authentic and so transparent in helping and moving DEI forward. So I'm always a fan of housekeeping. So I just wanted to, and Jen, we're good because I just had to do the housekeeping on that. But last question, and this is coming from the audience, which is, and it's a question that often comes when you have power brokers such as yourself on a panel, which is people and individuals immediately want to know, okay, how can you be a mentor and how can I be a better mentee? I like the word coach. A mentor for me is just really interesting these days. I feel coach where you can just talk to somebody for a specific moment and then move on. So one of the questions is looking for a mentor. As someone who's looking for a mentor, what can a mentee bring to the table to create that give and take relationship?
I can jump in on.
Okay, well, I want to jump in a little bit, only because I just was asked to be a mentor, a leadership mentor at Carter's. And what I told my mentee when I had my first meeting was that my job is not to direct you on what you should be doing in your trajectory of your career. My job is to help you to decipher and to pull apart what are the necessary steps or the tools that you need to put in your toolkit to make you more successful based on my experience. It's because and I always say this even about, getting a.
Did she freeze?
I think so.
She did.
Do you want to take that? She might come back on and like still be talking.
Yeah.
Deb, you want to take it?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, she's gone.
Oh no.
So here's what I would say about that, about a mentor and a mentee. You know,
Yeah.
Dick Parsons used to say the mentor picks the mentee, right?
Agreed.
So I think you got to be prepared. Here's the good news on COVID. It allows us to do so much more on Zooms. You don't have to travel to see the person. You don't have to figure out where's the best place. So I think the mentee has to be prepared. And I'm going to do some housekeeping too. When I mentioned Janice Bryant Howard, who created Act One, let me be very clear where I met her. I met her when I was a checker in Boys Market in Fox Hills, when I was going to USC. I consider her a mentor. Sometimes a mentor can be from afar, right? I have picked up with Janice. I have seen her tenacity. I have seen her work, her commitment about the client, being the candidate and not the company. I followed that. So sometimes when mentees are looking for the mentor, they really want to have a one-to-one. Start first with the observation and the reading and being intellectually curious. And then when you do have the chance, have your stuff together. I'm doing it right now. I want my mentee to tell me before we spend that precious time of 30 minutes, send it to me in front of it. Send me in advance. Tell me what's going on so that we're not wasting that time. Me hearing it, I've seen it, I've read it, boom, let's go, right? And so again, I'm going to tell you all about being prepared. But the mentee, you can be a mentor from afar, and you can be a mentee from afar. That's what I've been with Janice Bryant Howard.
Yeah, I think, I mean, for me, as I picked, people always are just like, you pick your mentee so well. And I always say I have this spirit of discernment where I can recognize your superpower before you can.
Yep.
I can recognize early stages, and I can recognize it when it's just about to change the world. And, you know, I can't put a title on that or a category. I think either you have that spirit of discernment or not. And then the other way to pick a mentee is simply to figure out like what you can learn from them and what they can learn from you. Just keep it really simple. And so, you know, I wanted to answer that question, that sometimes the choosing is from another place and you don't know how or why it happens. And sometimes it's a little bit more simple than that. And then Aster, what do you think? Because I'm sure you've mentored your fair share, particularly in your career at Nike and Adidas, when, you know, you're in Oregon and like you said, there's not a lot of people like you. Like
Deb, if your eyes are open up like that by saying it, just imagine living here for 14 years.
Woo.
But no, look, everything happens for a reason. You grow where you're planted, and we're here for a reason. So get it checked. But the mentee question, the mentor question, I think, and Tiff, you mentioned some of that. I think is a very strong correlation for me is a coach. So be coachable.
Yeah.
You got to be ready to be coachable. And after that, you know, to Deborah's point, like it's your choice on what you do with that insight. Like we're not here, like Jen was mentioning, I guess before she jumped up, we're not here to tell you what to do or make you do things. It is your choice to apply it accordingly. We're going to provide you with all the tools and resources and insight as givers and as those who are trying to share the gifts we've been given. That's part of our job. Now it's up to you to decide how you want to apply it and if you want to apply it. It's a choice. And it comes down to something where I tell people, you also got to be ready to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, because part of transition requires you to step out your comfort zone. That's where real growth happens. And it's coming from a good place. You have places where they're trying to take you out your comfort zone from a bad place. She's back.
Well, Atlanta, I don't know if you guys know that we had this huge storm and so many homes are out of power.
Wow.
And so all of our internet is being challenged because
I'm happy you're back. I'm happy you're back. So we'll give you the floor to finish your question around mentor and mentee.
Yeah, only thing that I just want to wrap up and say is that I can't dictate as a mentor what is your trajectory, how you should get there. All I can do is give you the advice based on the things that I've experienced. And help you to build those tools that you need in order for you to continue your path. What many people are looking for is someone to give them the playbook and the description. Do this, do that, do this. And everyone on this call can say that there is no linear path to success.
Oh no.
There is no, like, I can't tell you that. Like, you have to have some level of direction yourself.
Yeah.
So in order to best utilize your mentor, you have to do the upfront work, and you have to understand what it is you're trying to accomplish, and then pick the right mentor that has the enough experience and background to give you guidance.
Yeah.
The mentor is not the therapist.
It is not the therapist.
How about that?
That part.
It's not to listen to why they doing me wrong. That's not
No.
the
Right.
right. The
Right.
is I'm prepared. What tools do you think I should amplify, enhance, adjust, change, or stop so that I can continue to thrive and succeed?
But
Well-
Deborah, to your point, everybody's gonna do you wrong at some point during the process. The process is a part of you having challenges and people doing you wrong at some point.
Well, it's a transaction. That's what I try to tell people.
Yeah.
That's what I tell my mentor. This is a transaction. I go to work and
Yeah.
I expect to get paid for the work they've asked me to do. Now, that doesn't mean lockstep. That means, of course, give feedback and say, I think we should go left, not right, or higher, a little bit lower. But at the end of the day, this is a transaction. We're not going to take it personally.
Yeah.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Well,
And I'm going to do the work.
Yes. One of my mentors told me is that when you walk into a building, the lights that turn on is not a heartbeat. The water that flows through that faucet is not blood. This is not a human being. This is a place in which it is not a human. You have to detach yourself from this and understand what you offer. And the moment that they don't offer you nothing, you walk away from that.
Facts.
I will say this. This is now feeling as though it is a conversation that's not live and that's not part of a conference, because we are going in. But I'm getting, if I had a fake bug in my, I'd be like, I'm getting a message from the powers that be that indeed we must end. Guys, thank you so much, Aster.
Thank you.
Jen.
Tiffany.
Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom.
Thank you.
You were amazing. You were amazing, Tiff. You were amazing.
Real quick, congratulations to you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Your vision, your heart, your soul, your work. And we are all thrilled on your next chapter, and know that you got a legion of fan clubs that are going to help you exceed all expectations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Yvonne McNair, for the power.
Yes.
Yes.
Now I get to throw to my amazing friend, Yvonne McNair.
Power broker.
Power broker. Yvonne.
Hi. Hey, Tim. How are you? That was a wonderful discussion. Thank you for staying on for a few minutes. We're just working through a couple little tech issues.
I am working through tech issues myself because I'm trying to pay for all my Ivy Park gear.
Okay, well, you can get your Ivy Park gear while we work through this little issue. But thank you so much for that panel. That was amazing with Deb and Aster and Jennifer. It was really a great panel. And so we're just waiting 1 second.
So Power Broker, you want me to ask you some questions? Because I'm curious. I think the audience is curious about you.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine. Why don't you do that? Yes, enter the broadcast. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I can ask you one question before you go and do your fireside chat. So a couple of the questions from the last panel, I think apply to you, and you're so prolific and you're so amazing at what you do. You have so many fans and friends and happy clients. When did you know this is what you wanted to do? When did you get started?
When did I get started in events?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. And watching us, we're live watching through the tech issue right now. But you know what? I always knew I wanted to be an entrepreneur. Let me start that first. And then in terms of when I got started in events, over 20 years ago, but I had a love for music and wanted to not work. I started in PR and not work on the PR side. And, and that's how I started going to events. So my first event was actually a concert. And so we're ready.
Oh, you are?
Thank you so much, Tiff. Thank you. Okay. All right. So Sorry about that. We were having some technical issues, but we have worked through those issues, and I am so excited to bring on. Hang up this phone. I'm so excited to bring on a friend, client. I guess I should say some of everything, and let me just bring him right to the stage. It's Mike
Oh wow.
Bivens.
Hey, good afternoon. What
Hey,
up?
how are you doing? How are you?
Man, I'm good. I'm good. I'm back on my feet. I feel a little better. I had to get
Good.
the strength to join this power summit that you've been putting together, and thank you for bearing with me last couple of weeks. But man, I'm fighting through it. I got a nice big bowl of soup right here, you know, and I got something to go down through the palate for those who want to join. And man, listen, let's get it popping.
All right, great, great. So this is the Power Broker Summit, and I
Right.
would say that you are an ultimate power broker, because you've had a long career in the entertainment industry, not just in front of the camera, but also behind the scenes. But I want to talk about like life for you before you were in entertainment, because I know that you are an athlete, and I know you have a strong love for basketball. So why
Right.
don't you talk about like, you as an athlete and your love of basketball?
Well, in the projects where we came from, you had options. You could sell drugs, you could sell socks, you could sell penny candy, you could wash cars, you could, deliver newspapers at the corner. You could even run numbers for the older ladies that didn't want to go to the block. And for me, what I found intriguing was basketball. I thought that was just a little more fly, a little more athletic. And I got into the aspect of working at something because you wanted to be something. And I really wanted to be in the NBA. So for me, getting up in the morning before school, 6 o'clock, playing in the dark, playing ball at lunch, out there in the suburbs with the white kids, getting bused from the hood to this real fabulous facility, and coming home and tearing them young boys apart in the hood and the projects and the boys club and the Ys. I just found myself, but I also found myself learning the other things I didn't choose to be. Those was my friends. So I always knew what was going to the left. I just always wanted to go to the right. And it's been with me the whole time. Like my crew was well insulated with some not so choices in life and some great choices in life. And I think that's what the project is all about. You have options. And I just went where I wanted to go prior to New Edition, and that was basketball.
Mm-hmm. And I know that you still play, and that hold on one second, that you still play, and that you still have a love of basketball to this day,
Yes.
correct? And
Yes, absolutely.
and I also know a couple years ago, was that 2 years ago, they named a park after you in Boston, correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
You want to talk
Blessings
about
on
that?
blessings.
Yeah, talk
Well,
about that.
it really had nothing to do with me, and it had nothing to really do with music either, which was ironic. The community leaders in the city got together, led by my big brothers Terry and Chiz, and they did a petition to sign to see if they could do a park naming, because really, if you get a street name, and it's usually for people that deceased, but it's not really common in the city of Boston, the Irish town, to get a basketball court and a park named after an African American from the hood. Like it's never been done before like that. And they went to get the 250 signatures or the 500 they needed at the time, and they ended up getting 3,000, and they stopped. And I was doing all of these events over the course of the years, doing day camps, taking women that was beat up or maybe on drugs, sending them to concerts on tour buses. Every day camp center I controlled, every summer camp, and I did it with no publicity. And I think over the course of the years, you started realizing some of these kids that was 6 was 13, and they had trophies and bags and t-shirts, and they felt like for all of that and never asking for no pub or even talking about it, just taking care of the bill. You know what I mean? They was like, yo, Mike's been a staple in the community. And then when I did the basketball event, you were able to see the power of that work, because the audience was all ages. Like the 80-year-old with the cane, she got a beach chair at the park, and we know on any given day she wouldn't be up in no hood at watching no street ball tournament. She felt so succumb to the community and the message and the vibe, that I get kids from like 4 with their mamas all the way up to 80-year-old grandmothers. And it's such a blessing because the park is so beautiful. And they put $1.5 million into it. And it's a nice piece of property on Washington Street. So any of y'all ever in Boston, go through Derby Ramsey Park and look at the beautiful outside public park that's packed every day. Even during the pandemic, they was playing ball with no hoops. Now, that sounds crazy. They was playing back ball. Yeah, they was playing back ball.
That's hilarious. I want to talk a little bit about the celebration, because you had this amazing celebration with how many thousands of people that came out for that celebration?
Oh, the 50th.
Yes.
Well, you were a part of it. I think our relationship in business took a beautiful turn in terms of you wanting to help, which is uncommon, which a lot of people stay in the mirror, which a woman would do, but you tend to see reflections of other people. And I graciously thank you for that. And I just wanted a birthday party, not in a club. I didn't want to do a club. I didn't want to do no private event. I did a city event and I invited the whole city. And honestly, I don't even know the numbers, but Fat Joe came, Dougie Fresh came, EPMD came as surprises. Then we had the Bostonians, all of the fans flew in from all over the world. And, you know, the city was out there and nobody knew the stars was coming. When them stars walked down the court, Yvonne, that city erupted. You would have thought it was free food out there. They went crazy. And I said to myself, if I was going to party, then I'm going to party with the people. So I partied with the people.
And not one incident.
And that's the realest ish. We get 100 cops and maybe 4 or 5 sergeants every time. I don't hire them. They just come due to the vibe. Not one write up, not one write up. And everybody they looking for in the park. That's the crazy part. What they looking for is looking at them.
Yes. I love it. I love it. So I want to talk about your business acumen, because I obviously know, for those, I think people know though, I think everyone saw the movie, but just gave a little, little touch of, how smart you are in business. Where did that come from? Did you have a mentor? Who did you look up to get, to get the skills that you have? Because you're really smart and strategic in everything that you do.
Well, thank you. I think you're smart as well. So that's probably why our friendship is dope. Let me see. I never thought I was really that brainiac smart. I just thought I was street smart. Like I knew 50 cent and 50 cent equal $1. And I knew if I worked for 8 hours and someone is paying me less than what I feel like I put in labor, then I'm short. So I learned business through being short, not literally in height, because I'm still going to grow, but just when the money was short, or something felt short, it made you think, now, why is it short? Is he playing me? Do he think because I'm a kid, I don't know? Or was I too nice when I said I want to get down with you? And you looked at it like I wasn't worried about the net. I'm just fascinated by the gift. So the business started there, just realizing, something ain't right. Something ain't added up. And then I started figuring my way in, you know what I mean? Because in order to learn a contract, you have to be an attorney. I was no attorney. So I couldn't understand 40 pieces of paper. But I know if you do a concert, they pay you a certain amount of money. That money's right in the building. You ain't got to wait for the bank. So I learned business from the box office first and then paperwork second.
And you have played an integral role in so many other careers. I mean, obviously, Boyz II Men, 702, another Brad Creation, who went on to sell millions and millions of records. I don't even know the stats for Boyz II Men, but what was that like? Because you were obviously part of New Edition and BBD, but what was it like being on the other side and working with those individual artists and helping shape them and all of that kind of stuff?
Well, at first it was tough because I didn't know what I was doing. You know what I mean? As an executive, I was really taught by the great Gerald Busby, who I think when I hear all these people talk about Motown, don't nobody talk about the second chapter. Everybody talk about the old first chapter, but The first chapter sold for 61 million. The second chapter sold for 311. So I think at times honor and respect the guy who built that chapter, Mr. Gerald Busby. Please say his name louder and recognize him. He was the boss of all bosses for Black executives. And what he taught me helped me deal with my artists. Now, in the beginning, it was a little struggle with Boyz II Men because Motown didn't want to. So the things that I was fighting to help them understand who they are and what they are, that was a little struggle because sometimes you have to control your attitude towards business. And look at them guys are phenomenal. And I'll tell more about that story in it.
Can I pause you for 1 second? Because you kind of really kind
Yes.
of just kept moving. But you said Motown didn't want them. And
No,
so,
not at first.
you know, yep, and not at first. So the label didn't want them. So obviously you had to put some work in to get them, you know, so I don't want to just brush over that because they went on.
The reason I wouldn't give you the juice is because the juice is in the documentary. But right now we're just gonna touch on the peel. So in terms of the peel was they were found first, but they were released second. I met ABC after I met Boyz II Men, but ABC was released first and Boyz II Men's album was done. So in the course of a couple of years, it took some time to get that ready for marketing, development, making sure the label understood. And I know the guys at times might have been frustrated, but what you asked me, what was it like? It was a learning curve because I'm dealing with young adult men who say, well, our project's done. Why are we not out? Then the kids come in and their project gets ramped up and they get released. And it was two levels of talent. One was more like an a cappella group. One was more like a young group, you know, for the kids and stuff. So that right there, you learn that as a president because your team is your unit. And you have to deal with everybody differently. You have to help them understand the ultimate goal is to win. And, you know, back then I might have had a lot of candor. I know the guys didn't like the way I talk. You know, I wasn't real clever and cautious of what I was saying. I would just talk that talk. And I see sometimes even in the documentary footage, they was like, yo, we don't even like the way Mike used to talk to us. And I think it's hilarious because it's the truth. But deep down inside, I loved each act that I met. And I wanted them to taste that success. So I did everything by any means necessary. I even put my reputation on the line to make sure they got what they needed. You feel me?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do know that there's a documentary coming out and there's so much more. So going deeper, but I still just want to make sure that, you know, when you talk about like music moguls and things like that, I want to make sure people know, you know, that, you know, you're a legend. Like you've done a lot of great things in your career and, you know, they'll see more in the documentary, but I definitely don't want to just like gloss over, you know, the role you played in the music industry.
Well, the jewel of that is that I've been holding on to that information for years to even have a documentary for people to hear something new. And that's personal business between us and them. And I hold it dear because when I drop it, I only want to say it one time. I ain't talking twice. And, you know, even with this summit, the Power Broker Summit, the good thing about it is you're showcasing people who either put in work or who's right on the cusp of putting in work. And we don't really get that acknowledgement sometimes, even for the artists that you help. Like if you meet an artist early, they like, oh, I love you. They text you on a holiday. But if they sell a couple of million records and you talk to them 3 years later, you be like, yo, what happened to the relationship? Everything is just so separated. So even as a power broker, part of being a power broker is you can't invest so much emotionally. You have to just do your job and understand at some point in time, somebody's going to flip. Either you're going to flip or they're going to flip. Very seldom does a relationship stand the test of time. And we could probably cut on one hand some of the relationships we could look at now and say been together forever. Other than that, it's a whole bunch of separation.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, I mean, you know, we talk about that. We talk about that all the time, quite honestly. You know, how there are many times that you can do different things for, you know, for, you know, whoever you're working with. Not, I don't want to just say in the entertainment industry, but you know, that's where I work. And sometimes you don't get the recognition. And it was part of the reasons why I wanted to do this, is because there are so many people that I know like me, who, you know, behind the scenes making some serious moves, and people just don't know about it. And so it's a great opportunity to shine a light on some of those individuals who, you know, are making all these power moves. And so
That's true. That's true. That's true.
yeah.
And I'm sure when you reached out and you talked to people, they probably made themselves available because it's a pandemic. People ain't really in the office. People want to talk. People want to let you know what they feeling, where their emotions at. But more importantly, it's good that somebody even got a job. You know how many
Hmm.
people that might get let go at record labels when this comes back around?
Yeah.
Some people might get let go. They might downsize due to the fact of the power broker couldn't punch in no power. And then they're
Hmm.
going to realize that even a power broker is expendable. I'm good, boss. No, I'm good. Even a power broker is expendable even after the money you put in the foundation.
Hmm.
If you got paperwork, that's the best thing you could do. Make sure you write in your paperwork that big main clause for if I leave is bigger than the severance.
Hmm.
Get it while
Hmm.
you're winning.
Yeah,
Get it
absolutely.
while you're winning. Bigger than the
So
severance. Remember that.
absolutely. So what would, I mean, what are some more tips that you would give someone who, you know, wants to either start a label or, you know, be an artist? Because you've done both. And I also want to say, I want to say, because, you know, working with so many artists, that most artists they don't have success with other artists.
That's
That's very
true.
hard to do.
Well,
You
you know
know,
what?
there's
That's a good one
Mhm.
right there. Check this out.
Yeah.
It was easy for me to transition as an artist to a CEO because
Hmm.
I never wanted to be a singer anyways. So I was a part of a group and I played my role and I found a role and I just
Hmm.
expanded it. But I never felt like I was Bobby or Ricky. Like I never felt I was them because they were so good. I always felt like I'm Mike. You want me to talk, I'm gonna talk. You want me to rhyme, I'm gonna rhyme. You want me to smile, I'm gonna smile. You want me to dance, I'm gonna step. But other than
Hmm.
that, I was good in my role. So when I got to another artist, it wasn't me before you. It was always you before me. I was
Hmm.
so happy being in that seat. It was the best thing. And the thing about it and starting a label and being an artist now is there's really no gatekeeper to this no more. Like people sit home, they upload on their platforms. They're already in the music business. If they get some hits, there's some lazy, you know, nigga, niggas in the office looking at numbers and going, oh my God, they're blowing up. Money, there's a bunch of BS on their vocals. They're not blowing up. Those are just numbers and
Right.
hits because kids are bored. If you put that talent on a national TV show, they would have to lip sync because the voice don't sound like the voice on the record on TV. That's not a
Mm.
real artist. And so the gatekeeping is so easy now that I would just say, you know, everyone come in and find your lane. The music
Mm.
business has changed. What we thought was when we watched an award show, we were excited about the first three rows because we were like, there go our stars. You look in the first three rows now, you got seat fillers. You don't know who you looking at. The game
Mm.
has changed. Some of it has been lost. But I would say to anyone starting a label, go for it. Anyone wanting to be artist, go for it. Because at the end of the day, it's going to keep changing. So get what you can get while you can get it. Because before
Mhm.
you know it, it's going to be something totally different in a year or two. Because the economics is changing, you know,
Right.
and that's what's sad. You got to ask yourself, of the people you had on today, and I wish I could have been sitting on these panels, I wanted to ask each one of them that's working at the label, when the last time you found someone and fought against the system? Not you saw someone on YouTube and you put someone on game, but you fought for the untalented or the one that wasn't the prettiest or the dude that had the incarceration problem and you fought and they won. And I just want to ask who was going to put their hand up because those are our heroes.
Right, right, right. So are you saying you're more comfortable as a CEO than the, you know, in the group?
Hey, I'm Clark
Read,
Kent.
found, comfort in both.
I could do Superman and Clark. I love it. This is early on. Now it's like,
Right.
yo, you know, shoot, I was 6. They said, Yvonne, you gotta do an interview. I said, let me grab a brim and some shades and figure it out. Like, this is a part of being a power broker. You have to put other people in front of yourself sometimes. Even when you feel not up to your game, you still got to show up because we're a community that sticks together under any weather. You know what I mean? And I told you this so many times that how many people can you count on or call that you know would be there? And that's a short list once you leave the party. Everyone loves you when you're on stage taking pictures, but who's standing at the back door to make sure you get home after a few drinks? That's a friend.
Right.
So that's how I feel about today and what we're doing and what you're doing is because I wasn't into it the last couple of weeks. I wasn't feeling good, but I had to find that feeling to rock with you because I know this is your annual, hopefully, and it's your inaugural. So I had to be here to make it pop. So keep asking me questions while I got this juice in me.
Yes, and you know I would have been very mad at you.
Absolutely, absolutely, rightfully so, rightfully so.
So talk about Sporty Rich because you have a clothing line, and
Yes.
I would love for you to talk a little bit about that. What made you want to do that, and just talk about it.
Well, honestly, I want to just first say, Biv Entertainment was the production company that signed Boyz II Men and ABC. Biv 10 Records released Subway 702. They're two different things, and some people get it mixed in together. But Biv 10 was more like a basketball company. We were more popular playing street ball than I was putting out hit records, which is the most craziest shit in the world to me. Real people in the streets be like, Biv 10, Biv. They love Biv 10 because we was in the gutter. We was playing at I controlled every basketball tournament at a music convention. Now remember, you go to a music convention to get a demo played. We went there and we had basketball tournament. I had to survive. That was a street intellect. Look, my music ain't popping, but I'm hot on this court. Boom, ran that. So then when I got to Sporty Rich, I said, well, Biv 10, we did our thing. But I don't want to keep that going. Like, I don't want to keep talking about what we did. I want to talk about where we going. And so one day I said, you know, I don't really want to wear a full suit. You know what I mean, Yvonne? But I don't even want to be not looking my age either. So I said, you know what? I'm going to freak it like this. I'm going to get a mean pair of boots, $300 joints, some mean jeans, and I'm going to put a button up on with a tie, a tuxedo, and 2 pocket squares. I'm going to go one more than GQ. And I'm going to call it Rich on top and Sporty on the bottom. The company came from clothes. It's a way of dressing up and dressing down and still be able to vibe in the room. And then I said, well, let's branch out and sell some clothes. So I just started with sportswear. And then I started seeing people rocking it. Then it became the SR. And then it started moving. And then I said, you know what? Now we need to get into music. So now we presently have a young girl named Bree, who you could have seen out there rocking beside Alicia Keys. She has a nice little role on the soundtrack for the Aretha Franklin movie coming on National Geographic. So we're just now opening up from clothes to music. And then when the doc comes, the Hustler 617, then that's when we're going to get into television. So it's a new company giving birth under the family tree of Biv 10. It's just the new shit for the new times. So salute to that. So we have some success, you know?
Absolutely. I feel that I should have a drink as well. But I want and whoops, I can't think of the guy's name. Is it 1500 flavors? What's his name?
5001.
5001. Okay.
Guy.
I had the numbers right. Yes, Guy. And he talked about how, you know, in terms of your style, you have a very distinct style. And you always have had a very distinct style. Where does that come from?
Shoot. I mean, how raw you want to go? Mama's, what, 3 or 4 pair of pants, 2 was corduroys, 2 was jeans, and some Hanes t-shirts and some sweaters. Shit, every day you figure we go 5 days to school, you got 4 pair of pants, so something's getting ran twice. And I had sneakers, I had Converses, but I had the white ones, so I was brushing them suckers up because I was playing ball on them and going to school. And then I just started looking at how guys would look on the basketball court.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, how come the dude that really be playing nice got like a mean season? His line looked like he was straight out of jail. And I said, I want to be like that. I said, I ain't got the money to dress fly, but I could keep a tight wig. So I went and got my first job.
Mm-hmm.
The barber shop I would go to every 2 weeks with my mama money. I went up to him and I said, Cash, man, I need a job. And he told me to shut up. Little man, go sit down for a second. And I stood back up, Yvonne. I said, Cash, you don't hear me. I need a job. He's smoking a pipe. He blues me. I'm
How old
9
were you?
years old. I'm 9.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I said, Cash, I'm going to keep it real with you. Your barbershop be dirty. All the hair be everywhere. Everywhere in this shop. All the hair be everywhere. You never sweep your floors. And there's people in the barbershop. He think I'm crazy. I said, I make a deal with you. I'll sweep your floors every Saturday if you give me a free cut. He looked at me like I was crazy, Yvonne. And I went and sat in the chair. He said, what your little butt sitting down for? Get on up and grab that broom. So to me, part of being fly is head to toe. So I started with what my mama gave me and just keeping the fresh cut. And that's what was coming through the industry. The Nas's, the Raekwons. I started connecting with people I didn't know through the haircuts. And then, Teddy Riley, we running into it. So we have wave battles. I'm battling cats in the industry with waves. And the style started there. Allah, when you wake up and you like, yo, what's this? What we doing? What we doing right here? Once a woman gets her wig tight, you can't tell her nothing. She's ready to go. So that's where the style starts. It starts with the head and then it goes down. To me, it's important. So to me, I've been a stickler of by any means necessary. So I went and got a job because I couldn't get money every week. And I wanted to look like a fresh ball player. That's where it started.
Absolutely.
Honestly.
So we have like 5 more minutes. I have like 2 more questions, but first I want to make a statement about you because for those who don't know, I had a holiday party, which I thought was going to be annual, which will obviously not be happening this year because I'm not doing a virtual holiday party. And so it's my first time doing it. And I was really celebrating going into my 12th year of business. And Mike planned a surprise for me. And I was actually really mad at him that week. Do you remember that? I was telling you I was mad.
And it sounds like right now. It sounds like right now.
I was mad at Mike because I had invited him to the party and he wasn't responding, he wasn't saying anything. And so I was like, oh, okay. And then he was like, I saw him washing his car and posting these pictures and stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, you just gonna wash your car? I was just like having a battle.
Right.
And Mike, Ronnie and Ricky, they surprised me and they came and performed at my holiday party and it was amazing. So thank you again for that. I've told you.
Let me give you the backstory. Let me give you the backstory, right? Like when you think about what you do from January to December, you put your life on the line, you do a lot of calls, you deal with a lot of personalities, you try to connect the dots. And sometimes things come together and sometimes things fall apart. But nobody knows the pain you feel because you're the access to artists and the events, this, that, and the third. But when you're throwing a holiday party, right, you wonder who's going to show up, who's going to be there, who's going to show love, who's going to rock with me. And this ain't a check. You coming because you rock with me. I'm not paying you. And I said to myself, everything you've done for us, the New Edition BBD family, and the things you went above and beyond to do, I just wanted to surprise you. But the surprise couldn't happen without Ron and Rick. And once we plugged in and talked about who we was doing it with and doing it for, it made life easier. So the reason we stayed away from you, because we wanted it to be a surprise. So when we came out that door and D Nice and, you know what I mean? Kenny Burns and I'm forgetting who was at that door. Kanan, my man, my ball player. I was thinking of Kanan was there. And there was somebody else. When they came to the door and got us and we locked in as fellas, it was like 7 to 8 dudes rocking with you that was holding you down. And I thought the night was beautiful. We thought you looked great and we thought you received it. And it's nothing more special than receiving something because people want you to have it and you didn't pay them to come there to smile for the people.
Right. Absolutely. No, it was really special. And people were at the bar thinking that it was the record playing and started like running to the front. Like,
well, shoot, that means we must have sounded all right that night. I must have hit that right first note. I must have been good.
No, it was great. I remember because I was mad at Kate, I was mad at D Nice and Kenny Burns because everybody was like pushing me to the
You
side.
was hot. You was hot. You was hot. You was like, what? I can't go back there. What? You was trying to regulate. Real talk. And what's her name? The twin in the front. What's her name? The twin in the front.
Oh, Sidra.
Sidra. Man, she had me confused. I swear that was her sister. I was like, huh? They look so much alike. Shout to them too. Great actress. Great executive too.
Yes, absolutely. So my last question. There's a quote that says, "The measure of a man is what he does with his power." What do you do with your power?
Well, I'm a remix it.
Okay.
Power is to be it's to be fruitful. When you consume too much power, then it slips through your hand. Power is when you employ, when you teach, when you throw it back, when you open the window, when you leave the back door open, when you open the lid, and you let someone crawl up. Because when you're touching other people, then that means you have that many people going with your vibration. And sometimes power can be consumed and, you could become powerless. And that's the problem with the music industry is a lot of people of color don't pass the power because they feel like this is mine. This ain't yours. I earned this. You don't need this. But that's the whack stuff. That's why we always keep finding ourselves doing this. And other genres of music and other businesses move different. They have the franchises, they have the coming together, they have the investments groups. We the only culture that tends to root and then try to tear back down. And I say this to say to me, the one that guides my day every day besides my prayers is Jigga. And I say this, I'm not mad at any time he let somebody have it in business. Because his story to me is nobody wanted to be in business with him. So he went in business with himself. That right there is power. He figured it out. And that's why they call him now, because he's powerful. But ain't no one gave him that. He had to earn that. Regardless what goes on in his personal life or what people think about him, if it's anybody I look up to and say, yo, ain't nobody want to rock with him. He put out albums. He made deals. He opened up companies. He kept it moving. He figured it out. He married. He got a family. He's got people employed. He took people from incarceration. How many of us can actually say they've done that before you judge that man? Judge yourself. That's power. I'm a Jigga fan.
That's power. So we are done. Thank you, Michael Bivens, for
Listen,
doing
it was
this.
an honor. Sorry for the technical. I know my camera got little things on the side, but you could just write my name on the side and add a little texture. Tell everybody else, have a great rest of the evening. This was an incredible moment, and I think you're amazing. And I'm happy that you decided to do something while you were sitting home thinking about what to do. But it was a natural fit. So salute to you. All right.
All right. Thank you,
All right,
Mike. I'll
take
see
care.
you later.
Peace, peace.
Okay.
All right.
Bye. So next, I am going to pass the mic to one of my dear, dear friends who I love so much, And I'm super excited about the next panel because it also has other people that I've worked with and admire and all that kind of good stuff. So at this point, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Emil Wilbekin for the next panel.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Yvonne McNair, my love, for inviting me to participate in the Power Broker 2020 Summit. And thank you so much for creating these challenging times, you know, in the world, and especially within the Black community, that it is important that we come together and share our collective power to empower the community. And so today I'm very happy to bring to you the Putting the Business in Show Business panel with an all-star crew. And the description, just so everybody's clear before we start, is lots of people dream about the entertainment business and being in it. But long-term success is based on having solid teams. Learn from top industry experts who we have with you here today on how they are able to guide some of our favorite entertainers. And so without further ado, I want to welcome our panel, beginning with Monique Blake. Monique is a general manager and partner of Swizz Beatz Productions. Hi, Monique. How are you? So good to see you. Unmute, my love. And
hi.
There we go. Hey, Monique.
How are you?
I'm good. It's so good to see you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tamara Goins, and Tamara is the head of comedy and a partner at Innovative Artists. How are you, Tamara?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. It's good to see you.
You too.
And last but not least, we have the Shaka Zulu, who is head of artist and talent relations at Spotify. How you doing, brother?
What's up, guys? Hi, ladies. How y'all doing?
Hey, Shaka.
So thank you all for joining today and taking time out of your schedules, because all of you all are hot and on fire and really represent what power brokers mean, at least in my opinion. So I'm going to start with you, Monique. How did you get started in the entertainment business?
Ooh, so I used to actually just read CD jackets to see where people recorded music, because at the time I thought I wanted to be a music producer. So I did that, and then just started calling studios to see who was hiring for whatever role, because I knew once I got in the building that I would work my way into the position that I wanted to be in. And the rest just kind of went its way.
Cameron, what about you? How did you break into the music, the entertainment industry?
My first interaction with the music business is, well, entertainment altogether, is I was a rapper out of Oakland, California with Too Short as a child. And I did a song called Don't Fight the Feeling. And when I went to college, there was a guy, you know, that wanted to know who the girl was, and he became a mentor of mine. And so from there, I went from, you know, on the artist side of things to running a jazz club to, you know, somebody saying, if you can run a club, you can run a concert, it's just bigger. So to becoming a promoter rep right out of college, eventually promoting and touring Shaq All-Star Comedy Jam. And from there being recruited to LA as an agent.
Amazing. I love that. I love that. And I didn't know that. So that's a really dope story.
Most people don't.
I love that. So Shaka, how did you break into the entertainment industry?
My story is a little weird. I was kind of born into it for the most part. My mother sang background for Miriam Makeba and Nina Simone. And then my father played saxophone for Gil Scott-Heron, Sun Ra, and a number of different other jazz bands. So I was born into it, never really wanted to do it as a career. I also have some very internationally well-known family members who are legendary artists in the music and hip hop, as well as my older brother and sister were in the industry and in the field. But I took the intern route. I think back in our era, you know, around the Puff days, and I come from that era, a lot of us did internships. So that intern to CEO type mindset, that's how we started in the business. But I've been around it my whole life.
That's amazing. I didn't know that part of your story either. Like, okay, legacy up in here.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, being successful in the industry, you really have to have, I believe, core competency. And so I want to ask each of you, what is your one core competency that has really helped you navigate and succeed in the business? And Monique, we'll start with you. We'll go in that order again.
I'd say listen. I try and do a lot more listening than I do speaking. I never think I know it all. Walk into rooms really open-minded just to hear other opinions, other perspectives, and then say what I have to say.
I love that. Listening is super important. Pastor Mike was just giving meditation on that on Monday, so I've been practicing that this week a lot. What about you, Tamara? What core competency has helped you navigate?
I would say work ethic. I think when you bring your A game to whatever it is, whether it's cleaning your house or, you know, promoting a business or whatever it is, it's that work ethic. I think if you put in the work, the rest will come.
Okay. Shaka, what about you?
I would say communication. Communication is extremely important, both ways, whether communication as in you're listening, but also articulating. So communication would be core competency.
That's your core competency. I love that. So you all are each working and have worked with successful entertainers throughout your careers. What has been your personal approach to create successful partnerships? Monique, let's start with you.
I think one of the things that I've learned in terms of partnerships, be it with brands or even just with the talent that I work with, is just transparency. You know, I think a lot of times when walking into situations, the ones that didn't work, it was those, I'd say those places where people just weren't being forthcoming with what they wanted and how they expected to get to the end goal. So transparency, be it with clients and also brands that want to do business with clients that I work with, has really been the secret sauce. Because once everyone is honest about what they want and how we're going to get to the goal, I think it just allows for us to plan and execute a lot better.
So how do you create that transparency with clients or with the artists that you work with?
For me, I like to give people just the room to share. You know, I think once there's a level of comfortability there, I think when a lot of times when we walk into a lot of brand meetings, they have these like presentations and everything is just so like ready to sell. And, you know, you kind of just say, okay, we hear that, but what do you want? You know, and I think you just allow people just tell us what you want, you know, and I think even in asking that question, we've seen some brands kind of get nervous about answering, but you're like, we're not going to, if we don't know what you want, we can't give you what you want, no matter how much money you pay us. And then we won't be in business again. Right. So, you know, just literally setting the stage for just comfortability, truth, and honesty, just for everyone to be honest about what they want, as well as what we're looking to get out of it as the client, you know, because there's some partnerships that just don't work because what they want and what we are either looking to get out of it or what we stand by just doesn't match. And even being honest at that point and saying, look, you know, we love what you guys do, but it just doesn't match us right now. So maybe let's revisit in a couple months, or maybe there's someone else that we work with that can be a better fit.
I love that. I love that. Tamara, what about you? How do you create successful partnerships?
I think the biggest part for me coming in, when I was recruited as an agent, there weren't a lot of people, especially in comedy, that looked like me. So part of the reason why I took the job was so I could look behind the steel curtain and see if lying was a prerequisite, or if, you know, what took so long. And, you know, a lot of my guys that in comedy, when I was doing Shaq All-Star, they didn't have agents. And so, you know, I felt like I had this opportunity. Let me go understand the mechanics behind what it is. A lot of times, you know, if we can figure out what the real game is, then you know how to play. There's a lot of times we jump in without reading the instructions. And, you know, we're fumbling through, where if we understand how things are working and how, you know, what we're doing translates to these people that are, you know, the so-called gatekeepers, then, you know, we can get to the bag. So, you know, I want to understand what we're doing. So, you know, like for a lot of my clients, you know, they're saying, oh, you know, they don't let Black people in. And then, you know, once I, you know, got on the inside, I'm like, okay, that may be the truth, but here's why. Let's understand the game so we can overcome some of those obstacles and not just complain about them.
And then just so, like, let's dig a little deeper into that. How do you learn the game? Like, where do you look for resources?
Well, I think just as one example. So coming in, you know, there's a lack of diversity and representation. And so when I came, you know, there's like, oh, there's a lot of nepotism and they, you know, they block us out and, there's no opportunity. Well, what I saw when I got there was that you had, in order to even work in the mailroom in an agency, you have to have a 4-year degree.
Right.
And so what little brown kid can live in LA and work for $10 an hour at the time, which was 2013, when their student loans are going to be coming due in 6 months. And so what I learned was, or what I saw was that some of our white counterparts treat these entry-level career positions as paid internships, and they continue to support their children, you know, in terms of like their rent or car payment, until for maybe an extra 3 or 4 years past college, and then they can feed themselves for the rest of their life. So instead of saying, oh, they won't let us in, it's like, okay, what kind of help can you, first you got to understand that you have to have maybe some extra family support, or you have to sacrifice a little bit longer if this is indeed something that you want to do. And so that's just on the entry level thing, but just kind of dispelling what those things are. It's like, if we don't even know that, how do we even compete?
That's right. That's right. I love that. Thank you for that. Shaka, what about you? How do you create successful partnerships?
I try to lead with integrity. This core belief system, not only of who I am and maybe who I'm partnering with, but what we're trying to achieve. And then therefore we'll have at least a more focused path there. I mean, in our industry, you can get sidetracked. There's a lot of, ebbs and flows. There's a lot of floating carrots, what I'm saying, that get you off focus. And it challenges your integrity. People start taking shortcuts. We start, blaming each other for failures or taking more credit for success, things like that. I just try to lead with integrity and respect the process, because, the ingredients make the meal. And nobody could say, oh, well, if you didn't have the chicken, it wouldn't be nothing without the dumplings. And then be like, well, the dumplings, I try to just keep my integrity in these situations. Me and Monique have worked closely a number of different capacities.
Yeah.
I treat her and her clients as if they were mine. If she's not around, I wouldn't let her client run into a wall of, do something that was going to mess up his brand because she has to take care of her child at home or something like that. You know what I mean? So I try to keep that integrity, say, listen, I would want somebody to do these things for me or my client if I'm not around. And one of my clients is moving, just say, hey, I'm handling this, but I'm gonna come back and help you because you seem like you might be getting a little flustered. So that level of integrity amongst also putting my integrity into the types of deals we do.
Right.
There's been a lot of chatter on the internet about bad contracts or Black music executives leading the young people into bad contracts. We can also learn the business wrong, right? And a lot of times we pass on what was done to us to others. And if we have integrity, we can say, well, we know we didn't like that. So we can be a little bit more fair, or we can have some type of adjustment to how we're going to do business in a communal way that, that raises all of us. So I just try to add that mindset too, even when I'm doing deals. Just because I'm smarter than you don't mean I need to abuse you, because I have more information or I got a different position of leverage. I mean, I got to abuse you. You know what I'm saying? I want my value, but I see value in you. That's the reason why I'm getting in business with you. I can't make something out of nothing.
Right.
I just try to maintain that position of integrity.
So how do we, and this is kind of off script, but how do we, for all three of you, how do we create pipelines and shared information within the entertainment industry, especially with Black people, but with up and coming young people? How do we create that shared knowledge? Whoever wants to jump in.
I mean, share.
Nurture relationships.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of times, I was having this conversation the other day with somebody about street culture in the music industry, right? Everybody was like the rap game is the new crack game, and I said it's really not. I understand that there's a a street element, but there's a mindset on the streets that the game is sold, not to be told.
Right.
And you know what I'm saying? But I come from a different communal perspective where the information should be free. And that do I give every piece of bit of information away totally free? No, I pick and choose who I think can handle certain information and should receive certain information based upon them going through the process and what I'm saying, and getting to a space to receive. But if we just hide, in Nashville they share contracts. I had a conversation with people years ago saying we needed a book of the game-changing contracts. You know what I'm saying? Like, just a book, put it together. We should all be able to purchase that book. You know what I'm saying? We should be able to purchase the Barry Hankerson deal, the Cash Money deal, the whatever deal, like whatever the game-changing contracts, because we're repeating a lot of the same problems or processes that we were doing 20 years ago because nobody's sharing information. And in Nashville they share. You know what I'm saying? And through platforms like this, we share. But people got to be more open to sharing, you know what I'm saying, whether in small or large spaces to me.
I think that the power of the agency is the information. So just like Shaka's saying, it's like if I had a deal come in that was, the equivalent of indentured servitude. And so I'm like, okay, I know this company has done this other deal. So I went and I got the other deal, and then I got the right attorney on the case and exponentially increased that deal. And it was an overall deal and was able to change my client's life. So I think, there really is, especially in this agency piece, when you have so many people that have so many relationships and they can go and get that information, like Shaka's saying, it's like, that's the gold. It's why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? If we can share in that knowledge and get, to the goal.
Monique, do you want to share anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I've been learning in terms of just shared information, I just answer as many questions as possible. I find lately, like, people are just reaching out to me and just saying, look, I don't even know where to begin to get information. So for as many of those messages or texts or phone calls that I get, I try and take them because I know when I was coming up, I didn't have, resources. Like literally it was trial and error, it was like you were learning from your mistakes until you start getting comfortable enough to have conversations with a Shaka or, other managers or people who've been doing it. So for me, like wherever I can give back the information, I just give it. And then I encourage, other folks who have the experience and who have people coming to them, just know that they will be next up to bat, and however we can prepare them is what's going to really determine how this business continues on when we're gone.
Was there a moment for each of you that was kind of an aha moment, a moment where it was a life lesson that really shifted your career? You could share one of those moments with us. Let's start with you, Cameron.
I think mine was in 2017, I was offered a partnership with this agency. I'd been there 2.5 years. And then to know that there was only a handful of Black women that were partners in any, agency, let alone comedy. And so when the Deadline article came out, and back then there wasn't a lot of Black faces that were popping up on the Deadline article, I realized, okay, I think this is something different. I can really, really build on this and kind of change the narrative and groom with those, the next, I didn't start in the mailroom. So for me coming in with that different perspective, it's like, okay, let's use some common sense. Let's, and before this whole push of, trying to get more diverse people in the building, I was a task force of one saying, okay, what are we doing? So I think that was my moment.
Shaka, what about you?
I think I had honestly multiple ones, but one that sticks out was getting fired from a job that I loved. I really loved being in radio. When I was in radio, I really loved it. I was, humbly speaking, great at it. And it was just unwarranted release, and I didn't understand it. And the aha moment was, and it's connected to, I guess, maybe the integrity that I had in the process of wielding the power that I had at the time of being a radio programmer, that people showed up for me and gave me some clarity, not only tried to guide me into a new position, but when I was getting blackballed or blacklisted, gave me the understanding that I needed to create my own chessboard. So, that would be like Kevin Liles, Mike Kelly, Richard Nash, those type of guys. I'll give some credence to Greg Street, a few other folks, outside of my immediate circle that gave me real conversation and gave me a hand up at the time. And then I had to switch positions. And then I went into the record label side, started working at Def Jam. Then I got supported by Trackmasters, Tone and Pope, went over to Sony. And then that whole process, I'm still managing Ludacris, and we're building our foundation. And then at a certain point, we took that swing. We took that swing. We were up the plate, went independent, and it was a short 2 years, but that was the aha moment of switching, pivoting, community, all of those things at the time. And so I try to also maintain that with people that are coming behind me, keep good people working.
I want to come back to that, but let's go to Monique. What was the aha moment for you?
I think the aha moment, Shaka triggered a moment for me, so I just switched it. I think my aha moment was when Swiss offered me a job. I was nice and nestled into my label position, and that was the point. There was a time where everybody wanted to work at a label, so it's like you weren't leaving labels to go work with, talent. That wasn't a thing. Like, it was like you got with talent to hopefully get in the building to be secure. And I remember, I had gone in, told my boss that I was thinking about taking this opportunity, and he completely let all the airs out of the tire for me. Like, your career is going to be over. This is such a lateral move. Like, it was bad. And I remember I went home. I said, oh my God, Mom, what am I doing? This is a big mistake. And it was just literally a light bulb that went off. And I was just like, you got here because you worked hard, not because you knew anybody. There was no music business in my family or anything. I come from the Caribbean, and it was either I was supposed to be in medicine or finance. That was it. So I just said to myself, look, you worked hard enough to get you here. And if this doesn't work, we're still young, you can pivot and figure it out. Yep. And I bet on myself. And, by the grace of God, 15 years later with Swiss, here I am sitting here talking to all of you.
So you mentioned that word. I know we don't love the word pivot, right? But it is something, especially in the entertainment industry, and all of you have kind of alluded to having to transition, right, into new positions. How did you navigate your way in a major transition moment that where you could still stay focused and be confident? How did you? What got you through?
Prayer from everyone who was believing in me. I don't even have there's like honestly prayer, because I couldn't have told you what 6 months from my first day at work would have looked like to even guarantee where the rest of the years would have taken me. So it was really just prayer and just trusting that whatever decision that I was making from this moment on was going to be obviously in my best interest, and that I just had to keep my head up as well as down, do the work, and keep going.
Yeah.
I think, I woke up 38, dead end job, loveless marriage, the middle of America, raising 3 children. And I just said, whose life is this? I said, I've been dope since I was 12. And, I just, my husband came home. I said, let's just be co-parents. And, and I just said, if I could give 2 people 5 years of my life that didn't deserve it, I could certainly give myself 5 and see what God has for me. And I was an agent in Hollywood in 3.5 years. And so it was grace and blind faith and going on a journey for my purpose, one foot in front of the other, keeping my head on the swivel for his blessings, putting my head down, doing the work, and knowing that, everything that I had done prior to now had prepared me for this. And now I'm helping my friends feed their families. And, but I think that, there's in times of turmoil in this business, when I say I know who feeds me, there's a lot of my counterparts that don't understand what that means. So, and I can maintain my integrity because of it, because that's what I'm walking in.
That's right. That's right. Shaka, what about you?
Repeat the question one more time.
So just in moments of transition, what gets you through?
I mean, ego. And
that talk, Shaka. Go ahead, tell them.
I mean, she's talking that talk. You know what I mean? Ego. But people misconstrue the word ego. Ego means to know that you are different. It's literally one of the. It's not a negative thing.
Right.
And knowing that you are different and to fit into a pocket, or people don't think like you or see things like you, or maybe you can't do what you do, that should push you, right? Like I mean, it would be a flaw of mine to not live in my purpose or to extend my gift or use my gift the way that it should be used. And if you don't have clear vision as where to go, I tell people to offer itself up to service. You know what I'm saying? Because then it'll start clearing itself. Well, that platform will get another platform. Or I always tell young people when they're getting in the game, it's easy to get a job while you're working. You know what I'm saying? If I give you a stack of flyers and I say go pass them out, and you get your 200 at the end of that, and you go disappear for 30 minutes, but you throw the flyers in the garbage and you come back like, yeah, I did it. Right? But that's one way to hustle the game. Or you could take the flyers, work, you might pop up, cross Mo or a mill, or you know what I'm saying? And then they'd be like, oh, you doing the work. I like how you moving, and you get another job. Here, I want you to do my flyers tomorrow. So, that's integrity. That's an element of ego to know that if I do this work, it's going to come back a certain way. So those types of things. And of course, there's support. I mean, I have 15 brothers and sisters. I have a huge, huge family. I walk with an army. I walk with not only the physical army, I got the spiritual army, all of that stuff behind me. The ancestors is with me. So I can't do nothing but Mo know how we move. It's like, you can't what? No.
I love that. Somebody recently said to me, you have to walk with authority and walk, with integrity. And I think that is so important. And that authority, to your point, is ego, right? It's positive. It's bringing the ancestors along. It's doing the work that your family raised you to be able to do, right? That our people fought for. So thank you all.
That was the ancestor that told Tamara she's dope. And she's like, you dope. You got to get out there and do what you do.
So I want each of you to answer, how do you define success? What does success mean to you?
Is this an order?
Tamara, I can go back to I can go back to that old adage that if you're doing what you love, you never work a day in your life. I mean that's how I feel. Like I'm literally like I won't take on a client unless I can help them. So I'm literally helping them feed their family. I'm literally helping them move it forward. And the fact that I don't have to wake up to an alarm clock, that when I get up, I'm ready to work and I don't, have these traditional hours per se. It's like I really am walking in my purpose, especially when I remember making a wage that was unbefitting of me, which wasn't, didn't define me or any of that. So to be so aligned with, helping people and just, and putting them at bat and being the plug, if you will, that to me, I feel like I am working towards the success that I want.
And added to that, what sacrifices have you had to make?
Well, my sacrifice is that, I think my kids suffered. I'm a single mom, 3 kids, and here I am building people, and and the very motivation for my grind was being neglected in the process. Mm-hmm. And so, I think it is the quandary of a lot of executive women. In fact, at the first agency that I was at, I was one of 11 women that was over 35, and I was the only one that had children. Mm-hmm. So I think a lot of times for those of us that really, especially when we start young, I took a hiatus. So I think that's the only reason why, my blessings are here. But,
had I not, when do you have a time to take off and really, concentrate on that family life? And in my case, I was so determined to, I'm like on my purpose walk and, and then in the name of my purpose walk, y'all sit down and grow up and be quiet and do what do what you got to do. Mommy needs you to be quiet right now. So, at the end of the day, I don't know that I could do anything different because I enlisted my village. But, once you've achieved what you're going for self, and as a mom, most of the time you're selfless, you still have to deal with that residual. So, but they're doing all right. But I often wonder if they had that mom laser focus during some of those critical times, if, things would be different.
Cool. So Shaka, what about you? How do you define success?
I literally define success by the goal, right? It's literally just where are you trying to go? What are you trying to get to? And, what Tamara's saying is right. We can have these, back thoughts about if, what, when, how, if I would have done these things. I have 3 children as well. And, everything takes sacrifice, right? Everything, right? And you determine. And who's to say that your determination of the choice that you made is wrong or incorrect? Well, only you can determine that. But I would surmise it as this: if I'm trying to get to this direction, and that's my goal, I know that that's where I want to go. But every decision I make is taking me that way. Then I'm not moving, where I want to go. That would be unsuccessful. I wouldn't say that it's good or bad. We'd like to try to put absolute meaning to certain things, right? We can make a bad decision and it could have a good turnout. We can make something that we think we can make a good decision and it can have a negative effect. So there's no absolutes. And I think it really is determined about your individual goals, your family goals, then that turns into community goals, and that turns into national, your nation. And so, I would determine by success by what is the actual desired outcome. And then therefore I could determine if I'm successful.
Nice. Thank you for that. Monique, what is success? How do you define success?
Success externally for me is to see my clients happy, to see them get excited about, things that they've imagined become reality, seeing them get excited about, oh my God, they play my song on the radio, or, just seeing their happiness in them getting to their goals really makes me feel good. Internally, I still get happy when my mom is happy about things, or she'll call me and be like, oh, I saw in the news that there's a Versus season 2, or like my daughter gets excited about things. I remember one time she called me, it was like 3 a.m, guess what? I'm managing the music group at school. And I was just like, okay. She was like, I'm responsible for wardrobe and the rehearsals. And she was like, what else do I need? And, just us being able to conversate on things like that really, really, for me, makes me happy. And I feel that what I'm doing isn't in vain, because to Tamara's point, I do have mom guilt, like there's times when I have to be on the road longer than I would ever want to be. But she gets it, she's entitled to be upset, and she has her moments, but she understands that what mom is doing and what I'm working on for us, and same as Tamara, I'm a single mom. So, it's tough. I just, every day I get up and I'm like, you know what, God, get me through this day, because what we're doing and what I want to do and do for her is my sole focus and purpose.
I love that. So last question, and so we're going to ask each of you, there's this quote, and it's a good quote. It's basically, the measure of a man is what he does with power. The measure of a man is what he does with power. I want to say the measure of a person is what they do with power. But you're considered power brokers in the industry. What are you doing with your power? And I'd like each one of you to answer that. Let's start with you, Tamara.
Well, I think in my space, there's certainly a thing of perceived power, and so while I'm in this position of, having a voice, really making sure that our voice is heard in rooms where there had been a void, and then, training that next group of people to do common sense agenting to make sure, like, I can't even leave this capacity until I've groomed somebody, that can take my place in real life. Like, and I didn't expect to be here. And like, I'm literally, people will say, what's next? I'm like, I'm walking in my next. So while I'm here, who can I empower? Who can I educate on what this really is? How can I, change what the perception of what representation, looks like? How can I get maximize, the opportunities for my clients? How can I maximize their money? How can I protect them from exclusivity and options, while teaching them the etiquette of Hollywood? So all of those things, almost like a wood filler, just really trying to bring all those pieces together. So, we really are, playing the right game.
I love that. Monique.
I think what I'm at least hoping to try and do with the power that I like to say, put on my back over the years of grown, is just teach other people to just be fearless, because this game will take the energy and the wind out of you if you are not on top of just knowing that you are where you are supposed to be. One of the challenges that I, in the beginning, faced was obviously not seeing people who look like me in a lot of the rooms I was in, and then that being my own, like no one even saying anything to me, but it just bothering me to the point where I thought, well, maybe I don't belong here. Like maybe I'm going about this all wrong. Maybe I'm supposed to be doing this particular job because that's where I'm seeing resemblance. So just the fearlessness I try and share with people. And like, not everyone's going to get your idea. Look, I'll be honest with you. When Swiss and Tim first were talking about verses, people thought we were crazy. Nobody wants to watch two people play music. What are you talking about? Now we're getting calls to do all kinds of things you wouldn't even believe from companies that you wouldn't even believe. And that just came from them just believing in what they believed in and being fearless about going about it and getting it done. So if anything, I always remind people, like, just know you are where you are supposed to be and own it.
I love that. Shaka, what is power? What are you doing with your power?
I'll give you a couple of Zuluisms. Power is perception. What you give power or believe is powerful has power over you. So you can, it may not have it, but if you give it to it, it has power over you. Power is as power does, right? When you do certain things, somebody would say this gathering and putting this together is powerful. So it's in the work, it's what you do. And again, that will be perceived by those who benefit from it as powerful. Power is also not absolute, right? It switches hands, it moves, it's fluid. Thus the phrase absolute power corrupts absolutely. So those who have power intend to hold on to it and believe that it's more about them than the process or the gifts or things that are coming through them, and self-destruct. And we've seen that from local streets to government. And so, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm doing what I believe I'm supposed to do. I take counsel with power. You know what I'm saying? I listen from a position of power, but also listen with a powerful ear, right? Which is discerning. It's like being a parent. You can tell a child no all the time. Whatever you want, you can tell them. But you have that power. But you obviously know that you have to wield that power, or that power can destroy certain things. And so we just have to be very graceful with it. And I can sit here and beat my chest and say, I've done this for this person, that person, for that person, this person.
Right.
Not for other people to say what I've done for them, or say what I haven't, or not say what I've done for them. And then hopefully that power will circulate, not only through the people that I serve or give my power to or receive power from, but from generations, our children's children, and our community and things like that. I'm not trying to make it like some super philosophical, cryptic message, but I really truly believe these things. And, and sometimes you got to get out your own way. And that's why I said you can be of service, and, even with that power. That's sometimes even more powerful. Sometimes even a general has to leave the battlefield. So you can be out front if you want, but sometimes you need to come back, strategize, and look at the position, come back, move, how we should be moving based upon where we're trying to go, where we're trying to get to.
And that just brings up the idea too, you know, right now, as we talk about kind of privilege of power and white power structures and things like that, there's all this conversation about creating equity. And so do you all feel like you have equity, and are you able to create more equity?
In business or just in general?
Let's stay in business with the, yeah.
I would say yes. Chris and our story is that we never had a contract. So we basically been on a 25-year handshake. Wow. And we've created multiple businesses. And I'm not suggesting that for everybody. You have to have real character and integrity. You know what I mean? Everybody don't have there's a carry to that. But
disclaimer.
Right. But yeah, I know I have equity because I'm putting it in. You know what I'm saying? Equity is tangible, but it's also intangible. We've heard the phrase sweat equity, skin in the game, things like that, what have you. But yes, you should definitely reach and desire to have equity, but in having equity, you also have to create value. So you can have equity in something that has no value. So it's not just saying, oh, I own a piece of that. You know what I'm saying? You got to bring value to it, and then therefore you can cash in on that value and that equity.
I like that. Tamara.
I mean, yeah, it's actually, I'm a part of our diversity, equity, inclusion task force for our company. But like I said, prior to the task force, I was a person of one. And even, and I think that's the biggest part about being in a partnership with the agency is that because I brought value, then I was put in this position. And, when you understand, when you see so many people that, they're working, but then you have to find what is the thing where I add value. And if I add value and if I do something that they don't know how to do, then, then that is how you motivate them to, to share in that equity. So.
I love that. Monique, what about you?
And Shaka made a good point. It's the same situation with Swiss and I. There's no formal paperwork or anything like that. Like we just literally have a trust and an understanding for what it is that we both do. And I think from an equity standpoint, I didn't go to school to be in this business. There's no formal training in what we're doing. But I think, constantly and consistently showing up just with honesty and being genuine, because I'll be the first one to say, I don't know about that, and that's gotten me a long way because there's a lot of times where nobody says anything and would be willing to let the train roll right out the station into a complete catastrophe, just because everyone is just happy to be there. So I think for me, just being upfront and honest has really, really created a space for me, not just internally with Swiss, but externally as well with the people that I've been able to keep relationship with for over the years. And they just know how I am and how I give it up.
And I also would add on to what Monique is saying, we say equity, but you have to earn some of that, right?
Right.
And it's simple. She simplified it by saying she showed up and gave an example, but in the process of having these relationships and being in these positions, you have to expedite your learning. You have to expedite all the things. I watched Mo grow, you know what I'm saying? So it wasn't just that she was opinionated and say she liked something. She'd say that, but then she would go make sure that she knew what she was talking about. She would educate herself. She would grow, if not faster than her client, just as fast as her client, so that she maintained value. You know what I'm saying? So if you, at a certain point, if she would have just been somebody from the block or somebody from and the talent grows and you don't grow, where's the equity? You're not bringing your share. You're not holding your, you know what I'm saying? Because I need my other eyes and ears. So there's something to be said about, wanting and desiring equity, earning it, and then, like I said, bringing value to the situation so that your equity is valuable.
I love that. It's important. I think a lot of times people forget we got to put in the work to get the opportunities. And when we show up in the room, be ready, right? And a lot of times I think people just want that, like, oh, I want the opportunity. No, you have to show up and be ready to go to get there. So I appreciate that. One last question. I know y'all are like, stop with the last questions, brother. When you were growing up, was there one person that represented power to you? That could have been a teacher, a family member, a historical figure. Is there one person that kind of you look to like, that's what power looks like?
I'd say my dad. It didn't matter what room he walked into, everything and everyone was heads turned. It shifted. And that's probably why it's so hard for me to date now, because if you're not shifting that room and when you walk in and my head don't turn, then sorry, but my dad, he definitely commanded respect. Like it just was what it was and he got it.
Nice. Tamara?
I was the first person in 3 families to go to college, let alone graduate. I think that there have been people along the way. I had 2 amazing mentors, men that stepped into my life in college. I don't know that I could equate one person to power. I think I equated the work to power, and just, and using my surroundings of East Oakland and knowing that, figuring out that, that there, that Oakland, they had invisible borders that I could, go beyond. So I don't know that one person represented. I think the establishment was more of power, what I saw as power, and not letting that be the deterrent.
Jocko, what about you?
Mine would be specifically my family and the community in which I was raised. More specifically, my mother, Falani Suni Ali, who raised us and taught us and showed us power on all levels. I mean, here's a woman who could box and beat most grown men in the room. Here's a woman who could drop down and do 100 push-ups. Here's a woman who could cook, a full meal, get out, work, educate her children, love us, and do all of those things. And being raised as a revolutionary, a New African, and a Pan-Africanist, and to watch how she moved. She would never let me hold my head down. She gave me the name which I bear and made sure that I was able to defend and define my name and define myself in the midst of, ignorance and anything else. And I carry that today. And so anytime I reflect on it, I just gotta thank her. I thank her every day when I walk out my house and when I do $1 million deal or when I just make a new friend, you know what I'm saying? Because I know it comes from her.
Amazing. Well, I want to thank all 3 of you for just sharing your wisdom and empowering us, because listen, I'm over here taking notes. Y'all have given me a little light that I needed in this day. So I want to thank you. But thank you for all the great work. Thank you for being incredible humans and for really helping build community along the way.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Yvonne.
Thank you.
Pleasure, guys.
Bye, guys.
So next, we're going to chat with Yvonne McNair. Okay.
We're just chatting for 1 minute or 2, but go ahead. Just wait.
So good. Like, I mean, you don't even know. See, this is how God and the universe works. I needed that conversation today.
Yeah, no, it was a great conversation, and I really appreciate Mo and Shaka and Tamara. It was a really great conversation. So I thank you for leading that discussion. We just have one little minor tech issue that's being worked out right now, and then we'll move to the next panel, the closing panel of the day, that I just don't even know what's going to happen on this panel. But
I'm excited because, Keith Clinkscales is leading that conversation, and Keith was one of my first bosses when I was at Vibe magazine. So it's always, I enjoy spaces like this when you can see the people that you came up on and that led you and mentored you and taught you along the way, and you're in the same rooms with them having these types of conversations. So
absolutely.
This is really powerful day.
Nina also said that because Nina worked with Keith Clinkscales at Vibe as well. So he's definitely helped a lot of people in the industry. But We're just filling a little time, guys. We'll be right with you.
So how do you feel about your Power Broker Summit? This was really powerful. It's right on time for the times and important conversations.
Yeah, you know what? I feel really good about it. The conversations were better than I even hoped for. And I think that everyone that spoke today had so much information to share, and you know, knowledge is power, and the comments have been really well. A lot of people have been tuned in, and people are texting me about the conversations. I feel really good about you know, all of the power brokers that participated this year, and then all of the moderators as well. So I'm feeling really good about it.
Yeah, the ones that I've caught today, I'm just like, wow, okay. It's, you know, I think we're in this space right now where, you know, like I said earlier, equity is being questioned, power is being questioned. And I think from a community perspective, it's great that we can glean different information and wisdom from each other to strengthen our own game and to make space for the next generation. I think it's super important.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there were some common themes that we heard today about work ethic and integrity, and you know, even interning, with a lot of people don't do anymore. You know, and not wanting to work for less. They think they're supposed to make fast money. So there were a lot of common themes throughout the entire panel, the esteemed panel, because everyone has a tremendous amount of success. So I hope that people are, you know, taking notes, and that the younger generation is definitely learning from them today. So we'll ask if we can have one more question email, then we're just going to go ahead.
The other part that was interesting to me from my panel was just the emphasis on community and creating space for each other and supporting each other. Because I think sometimes we lose that when we're, you know, on the way up, or we're at the top, or, you know, we forget, right, that we have to like create space for, you know, for other people, for women, for young people, for, you know, in my case, LGBTQ+, and just really make sure that we're creating community and teaching and sharing, because I think that part becomes a bit of a struggle sometimes, but it's really important that we pour into each other.
Absolutely, absolutely. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we'll go ahead and get started, and hopefully our final panelist, I know she's working on getting connected. You know, we will have her jump in. Hold on one second. I'm making sure that everyone is at their computer. Okay. So so if you want to go ahead, you can I'll jump out, and you can go ahead and do what you're going to do anyway, and just throw the mic to Kate Kingscliff.
So I am so excited to be part of the Power Broker Summit today. And now I am going to pass the mic to my former boss, the Keith Klingscales.
Emil, how you doing, my man? It's very good to see you. Always good to make sure we get a chance to talk. I thought your panel was excellent. I thought the people you talked to, I thought you did a great job. So I am very glad to see you. And I think the things that you have done, especially some of the things you've mentioned with the LGBTQT plus community, have been leadership oriented. And this whole conference has been leadership oriented. So what we're doing today, what Yvonne has done, this whole Power Broker Summit has been something really great to work on. What I'd like to do now is bring up my folks with me. We'll have, like always, instead of cut up the way it's supposed to go ladies first, but since you jumped in rudely the way you are, here's my man, Kanan Jasper. Known him for years, a complete leader and broker when it comes to marketing, image, and the ability to go ahead and not just work rooms, but to be able to work with different marketplaces and speak in the language of the audience that he's speaking to. Nobody, and I do mean nobody, when it comes time to really getting down and understanding some of the nuances that make markets respond, has the kind of open sense that Kanan has. So Kanan, it's great to see you, and we'll go from there. I'm not getting, okay, good. I'm not hearing them.
Can you hear me clearly? Can you
I
hear
can
me?
hear you now. I can hear you now.
Cool.
Yeah, I was enjoying not hearing you.
Glad I'm glad to be here.
What is with you? You guys are heathens. The ladies will come forward first, and here you guys are screwing up the whole thing. Now, James McMillan, when I had an opportunity to do this, I was like, well, Kanan, all right, then James McMillan, I said, now we're just going over the top, James McMillan, I've known this brother for 20-something years. He has been a leader in law, a leader in music. We have been on opposite sides of the tables many times. He has educated me. He has had grace in battle, but he is not soft at all. This man is not to go ahead and mess with. And then when I looked at his new label, and it's called The Art of War, and why am I not surprised by that? So today, when we go ahead and talk about building brands and how you build a personal brand, everybody here brings something unique. Now, we're waiting for Kelly Kincaid, and I'm waiting to get a note on her, and that's the last lady we're going to bring. Both of you guys jumped in before her, and we'll speak about this when this is over. You should let her go first.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure, man.
It's very good to see you. Very good to see
you. You too, Kanan.
Absolutely. It's been so long.
Yeah, it's been so long. Exactly.
So listen, so what I'm going to do is I think you're having some challenges with Kelly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin, and then if Kelly comes in, we're going to stop and deal with her specifically, okay?
Cool.
Okay. So this panel is about what does it take, to build a lasting brand, and the beauty of everybody here. And we can talk about Kelly because she's not here. Kelly has 20 years experience. She's been doing the Sway show on Sway in the Morning Show for at least since 2011. She's been doing Over Deliver Entertainment since 2010. It's really one of these things where the kind of years of experience has come in quite nicely. When it comes to James, we talked about you, and Kanan, we talked about you, but the beauty of building a brand is making sure it lasts year over year over year. When you speak about building a brand, good brands have a couple of things. They have 4 key points, and everybody here, Kelly included when she comes in, reflects one of these points. You have a brand essence, and what is the thing that when people think about a brand, what is the main thing that stands out? What is that essence? And someone like Kelly, her essence to me, when I did the background and research on her, she's about execution. Her personal brand is she gets it done. A lot of things going on. She gets it done. She supports what has to be done to make that show work. But more importantly, she's been able to build a number of things by having just phenomenal attention to detail and great execution. When I speak to having a purpose, when I saw the name of your label, The Art of War, James, that really felt very powerful.
So it's Art at War.
Say that again?
Art at War.
Art at War. I'm sorry. Art at War. But I was referring back to the Sun Tzu thing. So yes.
Yeah, definitely inspired by Sun Tzu.
And so typical of the relationship I have with James McMillan. I'm being corrected. I'm not even 6 minutes into this damn thing, and I'm corrected already. However, yes, Art at War. Yeah. And what James has done with this brand, he's taken his own personal essence and given his brand a sense of purpose, and I think that works. And then another element that a brand has to have is personality. And my man, Kanan Jasper, has personality. I mean, he has personality, the kind of personality that moves in different places. And the beauty of Kanan is he works well in the streets. He works well in the suites. And at the same time, he garners respect from all those folks that are there because of his authenticity. Brands have to be authentic. And my man Kanan lives and breathes authenticity. So that's how it goes. And then, I think the role I try to bring to this panel that we have here is one as a differentiator, so that being a differentiator is somebody that can go ahead and find different ways to bring the brand to life. Is that Kelly? Is Kelly in? Can she hear?
Yeah. Man, how y'all doing?
Kelly, I just got done talking about your execution. I got done talking about your ability, and now here we are. Welcome.
Look, and here I am. How y'all doing?
Kels.
You doing okay?
I am. I just tested, but it's okay. I'm here. How could I miss this with all you guys? I was looking forward to it.
You can't miss it.
No, at all.
Okay.
You have Kelly. You have a reputation for being a person that executes well, that handles things well, truly over delivers.
Yeah.
So, talk to me about how you developed that power, and how you brought it into the work you do with Sway, and how you brought it into Over Deliver Entertainment.
Okay, on this panel, and when you were talking while I was trying to get in, I've been with Sway in the Morning since 2011. But my power, I think, for me, when the name of our company is Over Deliver, and I came up with that name. I was in Chicago at a Urban League panel that Yvonne invited Sway and myself, and Magic Johnson, who's a Michigander, was talking about how with every person he meets, he wants to in product or company, he wanted to over deliver. And when I heard those two words put together, I knew that that's something that encompasses what I do and how I want to just touch each and every person that I work with. And as far as using my power is, Kawan in one of the earlier panels said, your authenticity is your superpower. And I think that that's how I use my power, just being authentic, having integrity, and keeping to my word, because people know when they deal with Sway, and if you don't know me, you don't know Sway, that Kelly and Sway are going to follow through from the beginning to the end.
Thank you for that. Kanan, Kelly mentioned, she talked about authenticity. We just talked about you and authenticity. One thing that I want to start off with is talk to me about the work that you and your brother do in the mental health and wellness space, and talk to me about how that has worked with your own personal brand. Are you hearing him, James?
I hear you just fine. Kanan, you're on mute.
No, I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to. So, yes, my brother, Dr. Kendall Jasper, and I, we have a family business called ARJ and Jasper Psychological. And it's mental health driven. We have mental health facilities. We have day treatment facility programs, which we have schools where young people who they say can't exist in regular schools, and we put together a curriculum, and then we turn them around, and then they thrive even better than they would when they were in a regular traditional school, stuff like that. But again, we utilize all the things that we've learned growing up in that authenticity to connect on all levels with people who are troubled children. You know what I mean? And it was my brother's idea, because obviously he was in the space and he was being successful as an individual, but every time something happened with a Black or brown person that was dangerous or challenging, they send him, get them get the situation under control, and then they return the person back to a sick environment. you know? So he got frustrated with that and he said, look, bro, I think we could do this ourselves. And I'm like, you know what I mean? And he's like, yeah, we need some help, we need some money, this, that, and the third. So it became a family endeavor led by him. And then when I championed it, you know, my brother, my father, and our surrounding families got behind us, you know what I mean? And they was like, all right, let's go. And we've been able to build a really successful and expansive business.
James, how you doing?
I'm well, man. How are you?
I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear.
To see you, brother. Really good to see you healthy. You know, looking good.
Trying.
Voice,
I want to go back to your to the brand thinking that brought you to Art at War, and I wanna understand how you felt that brand related to you personally and some of the work you've also already done.
So for me, you know, I've done a lot of work as a lawyer in the business, and when I was thinking on how to expand upon like the managerial work I've done in managing artists and young people's talent, I was trying to figure out a way to kind of merge the two together. So I actually sat down with some friends and we were just throwing out ideas, and then it just came to me, man. You know, it's one of my gifts from God is that a lot of times things, you know, you sit on it and ponder on it a little while, and it just comes to you. So Art at War came to me because it essentially, you know, I'm at war on a consistent basis trying to promote my artists, you know, my artists' art or the young people's art. And you know, whether it be, you know, trying to promote them with a contract issue or trying to promote them through, you know, some kind of marketing scheme or whatever, I'm consistently trying to push the ball forward. So that's essentially like kind of a short version of what it means. And whatever pushing the ball forward entails, whether it be, you know, trying to get everybody on the same page or trying to come up with something innovative that's going to break through the marketplace. That's kind of what inspired the thought behind Art at War.
So Kelly, let me come back to you real quick. Talk to me about you have been a leader behind the scenes. You know, you do your thing, but you've been behind the scenes. Tell me how you can use that and still build your own personal brand.
The first of all, through the networking, because being behind the scenes, you're the first person that everyone is meeting. You're doing the deals, so you're the connector. So, for example, my passion is basketball and health. So I've been able to use all my connections and dealings with my friends and new people I meet through the show to connect with health. And for basketball, you know, I met John Sally through Sway in the Morning. I met a lot of different players through that. And so it helps you connect and build your brand, because a lot of the power brokers who spoke earlier were saying, Kawan, once again, you are your brand. So one of the things that I do remember that I am my priority first, because a lot of us, we build all these different clients and brands, and you don't want to be that one at the end of the day that you look back at all the years of your experience and you didn't have your foundation building up at the same time while you're building your clients. So I would just, in one word, through my networking.
And moving forward, as you continue to do this, what is some of your own personal brand missions? You know, what's one of the missions that you have now that you've established your things, you've done things both with the shows and the other things you're doing. What is some of your personal missions?
My personal missions are, for one, when it comes to health, as I become more seasoned and growing with wisdom, is all my friends and family and people who watch me grow, that we're getting healthy. We're in quarantine. I mean, COVID-19 has taken a lot of our family members and loved ones, and it's simple things is not having the pre-existing conditions. So for me, being a future, I want to be an example of health as I grow older, have it catch on with my friends and people around me as far as health, because you know, we look at when I started First Aid with Kelly Kincaid, some of the stories I would do would be when Rick Ross had a seizure or Lil Wayne had a seizure. So I talked about epilepsy. I talk about high blood pressure, losing weight, and that's something I want to continue to build because of COVID-19. You know, 2020 has let us all know you got to stay healthy because this isn't going anywhere. And if we aren't healthy, you're not going to live, point blank. You know, so health is my first as far as goals and just being an example. And the second thing, you know, basketball. When I talk about basketball, I start blushing. You know, I want to be, you know, for this upcoming season, a part of it. You know, I look at you know, with being a power broker and being in the entertainment industry, you have the luxury to grow and elevate and diversify, you know. So basketball is something that I want to be a part of. I want to be right in the center. I'm already a stan of basketball, but this is my 12th year of being a Nets season ticket holder. You know, so I get a privy seat. I got fly seats, you know, so I'm right behind the team. Chance to see with Durant and Kyrie and Karis LeVert and Steve Nash and Amari are going to be saying and looking, but I want to give everybody the insight. So, you know, I'm tuned in. You know,
when do you
the
think the
entertainment
season's
is cool.
going to
It's
start?
what I love.
When do you think the season's going to start?
Well, you know, a lot of people always say with the season really doesn't start until after the holidays. Anyway,
Right.
so I know you're saying that December 20th they wanted to start, but if you look at the time between the finals and when it used to be and when the season started, I feel maybe the top of January, maybe February to make sense. Because if we even looked at, we started in February when right after All-Star, that's still a good amount of time for everyone to have gotten their rest. We got kind of aligned and understood what the guidelines were for everyone to come into the arena. I feel like the end of January preseason and then the start in February, because February is a great month to start my birthday month. So, you know, I'm not mad at that.
What'd you get, Kenny?
She's gonna be the new commissioner.
Yeah, I know she got you down pretty good. So, Kenny, let's go. You talked about the work with your brother, the doctor. I want you to take me to the next step. Black men in particular have their own unique set of challenges when it comes to positioning themselves, to branding, to making sure that they're seen the right way. Help me understand some of the things which you've learned from your mental health work and how you brought that to your bridge intel work and your branding.
Well, to be perfectly honest, it started from the bridge intel work into the mental health work. Bridge Intelligence Group, it was motivated through my course of education. Electrical engineering was my course of education. So I always looked at things from a very scientific perspective, and which allowed me to be grounded and not get lost, because things can always be very logical. Even if the solution is not a logical solution, the process still takes you there, right? So I've always thought things out pretty carefully, and I've always observed, you know, walking into a situation from an electrical engineering platform into a marketing space, it wasn't that simple. It started out good, and then the challenges weren't making sense because you can't logically assess liars, you know what I mean? Actors. And I don't mean by a Hollywood actor, I'm talking about a corporate actor, you know. And then some of the other education that I have that you spoke of before, I learned a lot of my early education from a very truth in your face approaching you school. You know, I grew up in East New York, Brooklyn. I have a very strong father and a lot of brothers, a lot of uncles, and I've had my set of challenges in street life. So I come from a place where your word is good, you know, and then I was stepping to a place where your word was not, their word was not that valuable, and it was very confusing to me. So things that I would trust, and I was like, nah, this ain't how it's supposed to go. And then my means of dealing with it early on probably weren't favorable to my advancement, you know. So I had to observe, and say, okay, let me take a step back. Let me learn this game a little bit. Let me learn what people mean as opposed to what they say, you know? And that interpretation allowed me to be a little bit more calm and, you know, go through the terrain a little bit easier and advance. You know, I just wouldn't adapt some of the BS tactics that I would witness and experience sometimes. I'm always keep it straight.
For real. So Jimmy Nichols, you and I, you've been a person that has always educated people about the music business, about the game. On the last panel, Shaka Zulu was on the panel from Spotify.
Yep.
Tell me, in your assessment, when it comes to building, and we all know the power of music in building our brands, but the business of music has shifted drastically with the arrival of streaming.
Right.
What's some of your what's some of the best lessons that you could impart to this group now, talking about this shift? This shift is a serious situation.
I think that you're spot on when you say it's been a shift. So those that survive are nimble. And the biggest thing I think I can impart upon anybody who's watching is that you have to be nimble, meaning that you need to be loose and be ready to move with the new business model. So the old business model was, you know, you put out a record, you wait a little while and you see if it's going to bubble. You spend money at radio, you spend money, you know, in other marketing areas, and you try and wait for it to pop. You do a video, you create marketing tools. Now that's kind of sped up. So, you know, you have to, you know, in my opinion, you know, one of my strategies is to put records out, at least, you know, unless I can catch fire with one, I like to put something out like every 30 days. So, you know, so from there you've got, you know, a record that needs to be made, it needs to be cleared, it needs to, marketing materials need to be made, and it needs to go out within 30 days. So that we know, you know, we just keep it moving. But there's so much content out there that that you have to be willing to be, you know, you gotta be willing, you gotta be able to keep up, not willing, you gotta be able to keep up. There's a lot of stuff out there and you gotta be able to cut through. So the only way to cut through, I think, is to stay consistent, right?
Got it.
So I liken it to a boxing match. You know, you hit him with the jab, hit him with the jab, hit him with the jab, and then you know, maybe the jab works, but if not, you got to hit him with a power punch. You know, and at some point in time, that power punch is going to connect, hopefully. And if not, then you got to, you know, figure another strategy out. Maybe you need to cut your losses, right?
So, Kelly, the same way I talk with Jimmy about Spotify and things like that, social media has clearly changed the impact that everybody has. And being on a show like Sway in the Morning makes things happen and bubble, not just on the show itself, but also things that are said and they're picked up and they go into the universe. Talk to me about how you position the show to have more of a global power than just the show itself. You're doing a great job with the show, but how you make sure it works with everything?
The first thing is we created Sway's Universe because of that. A lot of people all over the world connect with us because we were able to. I think I would stand to say when Sway and I got over to SiriusXM in 2011. A little known fact, he asked me if I could come with him for 2 weeks as he got acclimated. I thought it would have been an easy 8 to 12 little, let me just stand here and make sure everything's out going right. He had already known he wanted me to stay over there with him and become the gatekeeper of our show. We were, I feel like as far as on the urban side, we were the first show that brought in cameras. In the sense of, if you look at radio, you know, there's still a lot of people that they're just thinking about the broadcast. Well, we had the foresight to go, we're having some amazing things go on. Just think of all the people, the infamous Kanye West interview. We had cameras. Right. You know, there's a story about the video, you know, happened, but we were able to document it. And I think because of our connection with setting up, hey, We didn't know what we were doing. We literally bought a camera, and I was the first videographer as I was bringing in guests, sitting them down, and then hitting the record button. And we were getting somebody to edit it. You know, that helped us connect to the world, because there's people who don't have a subscription to SiriusXM, but they get a chance to see what we're doing. And also, we started going all around the country, you know, touching people. Like, we got out the studio. So how we connect with the world, we still get out in them streets and touch everybody and know that we're, you know, we are people. You know, we're people. We're inside the studio and you hear us, but we still are here. And we get a chance to go all across the country, and would love, you know, we were planning for 2020 to go abroad, because when Sway and I get a chance to go for MTV stuff, they're still saying Sway in the morning. They know him from Wake Up Show, but a lot of people say Sway in the morning, you know?
Right. Well, thank you for that. And you've done a great job with all that stuff together. And also, I want to make sure I put my dibs in now for one of them Laker tickets. I mean, on the Nets. I want to make sure I got it all out here, out in the open. You know, I know you got a line.
I'm very proud of my seat. Yeah, I'm very proud of my seats. I'm here. Okay. I need company. I only have people who are basketball fanatics. Yvonne, sometimes, you know, she cannot come. She's not about that life.
Well, so, Kanan, real quick, before we wrap up, there's been a lot of things going on in the world. The thing that happened in Philadelphia just hours ago. We've seen some things, too many things to mention, from George Floyd to the brother in Georgia I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. You know, and still that imagery is something that all the brands still want. They still want the essence of all that imagery, but in other ways you can see them hating us in the streets, you know, and we're at a time like never before. How do you deal with what's going on, the obvious tension in the country right now, but also have to handle the management of brands as well?
Well, tension is not a new thing to us as Black people in this country. We have a history of major opposition against us, and there are many of us who know how to navigate and approach that. Even in the boardroom, you gotta have two battles at the same time. You gotta simultaneously be your actual self and an assimilated self. So oftentimes, each one of us has probably been the only Black person in the room, right? So you might hear something that's pretty offensive, and in real time, you gotta disseminate, like, damn, I really want to slap the shit out this person. I gotta be myself, and I gotta keep this business going, right? So you're gonna be for this at one time, and you're trying not to offend the room or be the angry Black man or woman, but you are offended, and you got to get through it and stay present at the same time. So that's nothing new to us. So when we look at the tensions that are in this country right now, I think we have to equip ourselves, and so it brings me to the word power, right? And when you talk about the power, you're like, you know, what is that? It's energy that provides, you know, that's produced, that is used to operate something. What are we operating right now? You know what I mean? What are we operating? What's the energy that we're using to operate? So we talk about music. You know, we got to be extremely careful about what kind of music we listen to, what kind of music we're putting out, because that is the fuel, that is the energy that is being used to operate something. And if it's some BS energy or faulty energy, then the operation is going to end up faulty.
Right.
You know what I mean? So for me, I think the information that we choose to receive, where we receive it from, I'm not taking information from bozos. I'm not going to do that, and I'm not going to take information from people just because they're popular either. You know, and I think many of us make the mistake of doing that. I don't care how popular you are. You have to be informed and educated, and I got to see proof of that before I start following you.
Right.
calling you an influencer of mine, because you're not. You can be a dummy. And I'm not taking influence from a dummy. You know?
Amen. Let's hold on that. I'm not taking influence. There's a I want to get a quote from all of you before we wrap this up. And
not rap, man. Let's keep going now.
Well, look, I'm accountable to Yvonne as well, and I got to get this right. You guys have been you've over delivered, but there's a quote that says the true measure of a man is what he does with his power, and all of you are leaders, true industry leaders in your area, and you have power. And with that thought, what are you specifically doing with your power? I'm going to start with you, Kanan.
Oh, with me?
Yes, sir. I came right back on you.
All right, cool. So, man, I think sharing is the power. I mean, you put a quote out there. There's a quote that I'm a volley back. It says, "The first years of man must make provisions for the last," right? And that's from Dr. Samuel Johnson. Now, he just happens to be the creator of the American Dictionary. You know what I mean? Right. And, we must understand that the things that we've learned, we must share, give away in a usable fashion, right? If for me knowing it or me holding it and not sharing it so that somebody else can apply it, then that's not power. That's not good. That's not me using my power. So for me, sharing and giving and being that energy that can be used to operate something greater, that's my power.
Mm-hmm. So from there, we're going to move to Kelly. So Kelly, the same thing. Tell me how you use that power.
I use that power by living. So the more I live and become happy and peaceful and my energy spreads, I'm touching more and more people to live with integrity, live by sharing, live by giving, networking, and really as far as, and I want to use my power because my target people I want to target are Black women, because using my power is I want to strengthen that circle like men do. I feel like our circle is not as strong as it should. And as we look at Kamala Harris, who's about to be vice president, I hope that trickles down in all the industries, not only the music and entertainment industry, but just Black women all around. Because I feel like we got to continue to boost and support one another so everyone gets it and supports us. So living, because I represent a lot of different categories. And the one that I really take to heart most is being a Black woman.
Well, Kelly, amen to what you said. But most importantly, going back to what you said regarding the election, the power of Black women together has made it so that there is zero question. There is no question on where they're going. There's no undecided. There's nothing. The power of Black women is resonant in this election, and it's something that your voice and all ladies' voices getting together is going to really make this whole thing work. And then you bring Kamala to it, something else. Yeah. So we'll go from there. We'll wrap up.
Alpha Woman Incorporated. That's right. I said those alpha women, we got to stick together and elevate the original.
Well, no doubt. And the thing about it is that it's been a leadership role for all Black people for what the women have done, especially in this election.
Absolutely.
So James, it's good. I haven't seen you in a while, so it's good to see you. So I want to make sure I see you in a while either.
Yeah, okay, Kanan. I love it.
48 hours.
We were together a couple of days ago. I love it. That's my man.
I want to make sure. I want you to answer the earlier question. What are you going to do specifically with your power?
Well, this I go back to what inspired me, right? So what inspired me into doing what I'm doing is helping people, and it goes back to kind of what Kanan said about sharing. You know, when you to me, you acquire power through sharing and through people who've shared it with you, right? And through those experiences, and you pick up little bits and pieces here and there. And I'm going to take this back actually to you too, Keith. Like, you know, years ago, well, not too long ago. I think your dad passed away, and I remember you talking about the fact that he was a basketball coach and how influential he was in the community, and how he shared his knowledge of the sport with everybody, and so that was an inspiration to me, and it just further underscored my mission to share my talents with these young people, and try to at the same time it's a balance because you got to make money from it too, in order to help more people. But that's really it, is sharing and trying to find that balance of how to, make money and teach other people how to make money. And so that they can also share as well as they come along. Either, clearly everybody can't be a beneficiary of your gifts, because some people are just not going to, respect it the way that it should be respected. But, I think our power, there's power in discernment too. When we learn that through, bumping our head from time to time and making mistakes and pushing on and pushing forward. So I think that what I will do with my power, with God willing, is to continue on, continue doing what I'm doing, continue the mission, continue trying to help people along the way, and yeah, that's it.
Well, I want to thank all of you for your time. I want to definitely make sure each one of you hear me loud and clear. It's great to see you. It's been good to spend time with you. But more importantly, I want to make sure we all thank Yvonne for putting this whole thing on. There's not, you got to find good things in negative situations. Certainly this pandemic has enough negative to it that we could talk about. But one of the things that it has done for me is it allows you to slow down a little bit and pay attention to some things that you might not ordinarily pay attention to. It's important that we take this time and use it as find the kind of benefits in it, and taking the time we have here to understanding our power, understanding what's going on in the world, what's going on in the industry that we work with, and most importantly, how do we reach back and build bridges for the younger people so they can continue to follow the way that we're going. I think that's so incredibly important. So I want to thank you all, and you guys have a wonderful evening, and thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on, man. I was excited when I heard you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Me too.
Well, good. We'll be seeing you all. I'm
And I'm back. So it's been an amazing day. Before we totally close the day, I was just going to bring back in Kanan Jasper for a few seconds to chat with him for a second. So Kanan, if you want to jump on in. That was, first of all, that was an amazing panel. Thank you to Keith, Kelly, and James for joining the panel, and you as well. So I know you had a couple of other things to say. I mean, you were one of the first people, if I could talk, that I texted when I had this idea to do the Power Broker Summit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought it was an amazing idea immediately. And I was like, whatever, I need to get in on this and help, because this is too powerful to pass up. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Even the selection of the panelists was a careful situation. And obviously there's so many, this has to go on because there's so many powerful people,
Mm-hmm.
that we can tap into regionally. It was just amazing. It was amazing technology. And we just sparked up a lot of new relationships and revitalized some current ones that probably needed to see each other and interact with each other and remind each other about ourselves, so definitely serious,
Yeah, absolutely. there'll definitely be another Power Broker Summit in the future. And I think that everyone who spoke today, and I'll thank them after we chat for a second, but everyone that spoke today dropped gems. So it was an amazing day. But and I think we accomplished the goal of making sure they were true power brokers on these panels.
Absolutely. And I think the question is like, what is a power broker, right?
Yep. So do you want to go ahead and define that?
Yeah, and a broker obviously is somebody that can negotiate two entities into doing some sort of function, right? So yeah, you can make a deal, but that's not necessarily a broker. A broker is in the middle. The middle person absorbs liability from both sides, and you have responsibilities there. You have to be very educated on the terrain of both entities, of all entities, so that you can help guide people through this to a next position or a next plateau, right? And then if you put the power in front of it, the power is the force that you may have to institute to get the ball rolling. So it can't just be lip service. Sometimes you have to have the power or the force to mobilize things, whether it be economically, whether it be your social currency, that people believe in you. You know what I mean? And they say, all right, this person is saying it, so I can at least give them the benefit of the doubt, and I can move on their behalf. You know what I mean? It's not always money driven. It's relationship driven. And sometimes you just got to have a good instinct and feel for the terrain around you to see what's going to work for the purpose of collaboration, not necessarily compromise or not necessarily for your own benefit. So I think you couple the broker with the power, and then you have movement, you have some elevation and thus expansion. And I believe that's what's needed, but it's fueled by education. I think that was synonymous with what most panelists said today, starting from the early ones, even till now. The education and access to information and seeking that information is very important and very common. It's a common thread throughout all.
I agree. So thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and wrap, unless you have anything.
Yeah, I got a quote to that. Okay. Through that quote, Emil through the quote and everything. But this is a challenge to us. Right? It's a quote that I've heard before and I kind of stand by. And it says, the forest is shrinking. The forest is shrinking, yet the trees still cheer for the axe because the handle is made of wood. Be careful on where you take your information from. Just because somebody looks like you or is the same gender as you, that does not mean that they have your best interests at hand. So you got to be very aware of your surroundings and do some investing, some self-investing, so that we understand what's going to work best for us, the forest. We being the forest. So that's what I'm going to leave with.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's a great quote. So I will chat with you later, but thank you so much, Kanan. All right. So I want to just, again, thank everyone. I want to thank all of the moderators. So I'll start at the top of the day. Deanna Hamilton, Michelle Thornton G, Lynn Richardson, Tiffany R. Warren, Emil Wilbekin, and then Keith Klinkscales. I want to thank the two individuals that did the Fireside Power Broker Chat with me, Leland Wigginton, president of Heartbeat Productions, and Mike Bivens from New Edition and BBD, you know him well. And then I want to thank all of the power brokers, the 2020 power brokers. I'm going to say them all by name. Talia Young, Nicole Stallworth, Rick Wade, Nina Flowers, Michelle Watts, Aaliyah Crawford, Kaiwan Anderson, Larry Morrow, Larrick McCorvey, Madeline Nelson, Astor Chambers, Deb Langford, Jennifer Lee Harrison, Monique Blake, Tamara Goins, Chaka Zulu, Kelly Kincaid, Kanan Jasper, and James McMillan. So I thank all of the 2020 power brokers. And I hope that you gain something today. Share with a friend. You can view the content and still be up on YouTube. It'll still be up on my Facebook page. But I thank you so much for joining the CMG experience. And special thank you to Rashida, who has been helping me behind the scenes. So thank you, Team CMG.